Chapter 8. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 9:38 p.m., September 3rd, year 1510 FO. Outside the city of Dragonglass, Sakliak. Mission time remaining, 8,697 hours. The ground crunched beneath their feet as our heroes marched. An unusual thing to say considering they were supposed to be walking on sand, but we'll get to that in a moment. Sky came back to her body about an hour before they landed. She was glad to find that nothing important transpired while she was away. Well, nothing beyond Nitos and Lannis, really testing the boundaries of friends, rivals, and lovers. But given what Heaven told her, our heroine already had a good guess as to the true identity of Nitos, but she kept it to herself. If Heaven wanted the blonde gunslinger and the engineer-turned-scholar to get together, it was better Sky stay back, lest she accidentally screw up the plans of the goddess of love. On with the story. The group ultimately landed a couple miles outside of the capital city. Aerial scouting, which is to say the scanners on the airship showed that Extremar had invested more heavily into the protection of Dragonglass compared to the work camps set up throughout the lands of Anorta. Anti-air emplacements might have been seen as overkill if used against the local medieval populace, but 10 cannon installations were enough to keep Lannis from getting too close with his airship. Hence why they parked outside the city walls. If they needed to make a hasty retreat, having the ship away from the fighting would be better for their escape. This is where our heroes parted, but they managed to maintain communication via a telepathic spell cast by Shatali. The sage would serve a voice in their heads that proved guidance, much as an intelligence officer would support their agent during a modern military operation.
So, anyone going to tell me why there's just random patches of black glass everywhere? You're from Anorta. Don't you know the history of your own world, Nitos? Never paid much attention to history. I was a spoiled rich kid getting abused by my bipolar dad for half my childhood, then trying to make ends meet by working as a prostitute for the other half. Didn't have much reason to listen to the stories, Sky Guy. Don't you dare call me that.
Sky blushed, a curious reaction, one that Nitos would have seized upon, but someone else cut into the conversation before the gunslinger could interrogate our hapless heroine.
Sakliak is where Oser and Monkod fought their final duel. The first mandevil transformed into a great beast, and Oser changed into a dragon to defeat him. The righteous fire spewed by Oser purged the lands of Monkod's evil, and by doing so, superheated the sand you walk on. The glass you see is a result, though as you can see by the glass's modern dark coloring, this once holy land has been tainted once more by Monkod's Folly.
Shatali thought. They didn't even need to look at the ground to realize that. They all felt it, the miasma that lingered in the air, tainting every breath they took. As vampires, Nitos, Rayla, and Sky were protected from the corruption that would have set in from Monkod's lingering power, allowing them to avoid the fate that had befallen those they passed on the way to the city. Speaking of which, now would be a good time to actually go over what this curse was.
What has happened to them? My people?
Rayla asked. She had already transformed into her giant wolf form in preparation for the coming battle. Nitos and Sky happily rode upon her back, but that did not cause the locals to stir, despite the sight of their former queen. The trio passed dozens of immobile souls as they headed towards the city gate. Sowman men and women who were only alive in the technical sense of the word, eyes empty, mouths unmoving except to breathe. Performance artists would have a hard time matching the stillness of these poor souls. Those known as the...
Behold, the final consequence of Monkod's Folly, the deathless dead. Monkod's ultimate aim is to create his version of paradise, a world where souls can progress without pain or death. What the fool doesn't understand is that growth is impossible without decay. Monkod's Folly strips away pain and suffering, but by doing so slowly chews away at the rest of which makes mortal life living. No one ages, no one gives birth. Soon, no one will feel happiness, joy, or even love. As all emotions and feelings are stripped away, so too is the mind beset by Monkod's corruption. The end result is this: those who have lost all capacity to feel or think. Death without death. A deathless death. But why? What's the point of creating a kingdom if all the subjects you rule over are reduced to this? 2 reasons.
Sky spoke up, answering even before her grandmother could.
The truly wicked among us are driven by spite. They will gladly cut their nose off and eat it before they admit that they smell like crap. I freed you and accepted you as a partner because despite our difference in ideologies, you could be reasoned with. Monkod cannot. Emotions rule his actions now instead of his mind. And make no mistake, there is no enemy more committed to a cause than those ruled by emotion. You should know that better than most, Netus. Or are you going to continue to ignore what Roas did to his own twin sister Sylvester? That is a conversation I'd rather not have when we're not going into battle.
Nitas gulped, letting her eyes fall towards the ground in shame.
So, what is your other reason? What more do you have to preach to me? Do you consider the survival of the universe preaching? The gods already know Extremar's plans. We've managed to drive back the barbarians that reached heaven's gates, but they will return and attack again. With greater numbers and even more powerful vampires than before, while we are short some of our greatest defenders. 13 years. Extremar needs 13 years in heaven's time to prepare for what will be his final assault, and is allowing his servants to do whatever they please with his holdings, as long as it slows us down on our quest to reach him and his home world. Our hope is to reach him before he fully gains his powers and strike him at his base to ensure that doesn't happen. Odds are, if he attacks heaven again, then that's it. We all lose. Not everyone. Not those who side with...
Nitas tried to say, only to be cut off by the voice of Lannis screaming in her mind. Yes, everyone! You stupid doll! Don't you know how Extremar intends to bring about his perfect universe? By raising this one to the ground and using whatever remains as the foundation for his new kingdom. Everyone, everything, the entire cognitive realm of mortals, and nearly all of heaven will be destroyed. Which is why I find Roas's partnership with Extremar to be absolutely insane. Do you all really think that Extremar will welcome you queers into his new reality? He wants a more efficient and controlled mortal experience. But when have the gays ever been practical or zen?
Don't call us that. The way you say it makes it sound like a slur.
It's supposed to be dipspit. Sure, maybe my people are guilty of making fun of you, of harassing you all a little too much, but at least we aren't the ones trying to enslave, kill you, or turn you into the mindless puppets you're surrounded by, you big blonde bimbo. I'll take my friends in the church over the friends you've made with Extremar, any day of the damn week, moron! Lannis fired back, causing Nitas to start what must have been her 100th shouting match since the two of them reunited.
Who are you calling bimbo, you... Whoa!
Thankfully, I am spared from having to continue this argument by a storyteller's best friend, war. Rayla suddenly sped up. Sky and Nitas were both forced to hold on tight to the wolf's fur as the sand and glass around them exploded. The AA cannons might have been better suited for knocking aircraft out of the air, but whoever installed them realized they'd still be pretty useful for shredding apart targets on the ground. The cannons roared to life, cylindrical tubes lighting up as they spewed forth 20mm caliber rounds that would rip even our vampiric heroes apart, turning them into confetti, if they actually managed to land a hit. The guns were quick, but even in her depowered state, Rayla the Wolf Sowman was much, much faster. That's my mother for you. Moving so quickly, she would have been a blur to the human eye. The giant wolf crossed the remaining half a mile to the city in a true blink of an eye. Nothing made of flesh and bone exploded, merely the ground as clumps of dirt and fragments of glass spewed into the air. The steady stream of bullets punished Anorta's earth, but with things being the way they were, they simply weren't fast enough to hit their true targets. But the guns were not the only obstacle. The city of Dragonglass didn't have walls when it was ruled by the beast folk, but through the magic of a certain witch who served Monkod, a 30-foot-tall barrier had been erected a few months prior. How would they overcome this fortification? With ease, actually. Rayla simply jumped over it. Surprising Nitos and even Sky, the human vampires hollered with glee as Rayla leapt over the outer wall in a single bound, landing on the other side, crashing into an abandoned food stall that once sold cabbages. The battle for Dragonglass began, with the trio easily getting past the defenses and reaching the inner city. That is where the battle would truly begin. Just as Sky and Nitos leapt off of the wolf's furry back, the trio found themselves surrounded as the forces of Monkod and Extremar came to arrest them. A circle of 30 souls approached, surrounding our heroes and cutting off any chance of escape. But did our heroes actually have to worry? Not really. Not yet. The local forces were a mixture of opponents, ranging from the low-level recruits in Extremar's army that wore tan trench coats to knights of Anorta that gallivanted in metal plate armor. Fodder, then. Correction. Mostly fodder. Sky would finally face off against a proper opponent, for among the enemy's forces was a man our heroine would consider an actual threat to her mission, a true vampire. Surrender, servants of heaven, or meet your doom at the hands of an executioner of Extremar, the most powerful among the enemy declared.
So, Extremar is willing to send Organization Black X agents back out to the field, huh? A shame. Thought we killed all you bastards during your master's failed invasion of heaven.
Sky taunted her foe, mostly because she wanted to get an early read on her opponent. This threatening enemy belonged to a group that had taken many of our heroine's friends over the years, and she knew she would join them in death if she wasn't careful. Organization Black X. This was the group every vampire grunt in Extremar's army wished to join. The proven elite. The best of the best among their lord's ranks. The agents were designated by the black trenchcoats they wore that covered their ex-Centurion mechanized combat armor. Technology couldn't replicate the spells cast by higher-level vampires, but with the right ex-Centurion suit, a lower-ranked vampire could match the speed, strength, and stamina of a Class 6 vampire warrior. Not that you could easily tell the class of a Black X agent, because they all wore silver masks that were featureless, save for the Black X symbol painted across the face. Besides hiding a vampire's eye color, and therefore disguising their true power, these silver masks provided a variety of additional combat functions. The masks served as electronic displays for the wearer, providing vital intel in the heat of battle for Extremar's agents, while also acting as an automatic shield for magical spells up to level 3. Since a vampire has to have their heart and brain destroyed almost simultaneously for them to actually die, that mask served as a great obstacle to many lower-ranking vampires serving heaven. Loath as we are to admit it, our own grunts found it almost impossible to defeat Extremar's elite agents, the soldiers of Organization Black X. A good thing that our heroines were anything but cannon fodder. Sky and Nitos would enjoy fighting a man such as this, each of them summoning their soul sabers despite the interference in the air.
Well, what do you know? You aren't delusional after all. Guess I have a reason to stick around. A reason beyond annoying Lanús.
Nitos grinned, spinning her precious laser pistols across her fingers. A good way to intimidate Monkod's forces, the soldiers immediately figuring out how difficult it would be to fight with the vampiric gunslinger. A good thing you didn't awaken this immunity earlier in the war. You're a real game changer. You know that, Sky?
Sing my praises once the battle is won, Nitos. Can you and Raelia take care of the fodder? I'm the type of girl who likes a more intimate dance compared to a rave.
Sky narrowed her eyes. Her voice might have been light, but her posture was anything but as the warrior tensed up, pointing her chainsaw staff at the approaching organization Black X agent. The man could not summon his soul saber yet, but what he would use for this fight was nearly as deadly. The agent pulled back his trench coat and pulled out a baton, revealing a tool that had come to be the bane of all demigods throughout the universe. Many vampires who could not yet summon their soul saber had taken to using photon energy blades. Thumbing the ignition button, a 5-foot-long blade made of condensed glowing light shot out of the baton hilt. Why do I insist on calling it a baton, despite the weapon being so similar to a sword? To maintain the beam of light, the end of the blade was capped, giving the photon sword a squarer shape than what you would see from a steel blade. The shape of the weapon wasn't the only difference. The photon blade was much better at destroying matter, mortal or supernatural, when compared to an ordinary metal sword. The organization Black X agent proved as much as he tested the energy blade against the ground. The light sizzled at a temperature of 15,000 degrees, and like the dragon's breath that once corrupted the land, the ground was turned to glass as the red blade passed through the sand. Why was it designed to be so hot? And why was the photon energy blade the preferred weapon of many a mid-rank vampire? The answer to both questions was one and the same.
Instant cauterization. It confuses the body and brain alike, delaying regeneration. Lose an arm to that, and it'll take at least 7 minutes for it to grow back. An eternity in a duel.
Sky thought, biting her lip as she studied her cautious yet capable opponent.
On guard?
Sky asked, turning on her chainsaw sword staff, the roar of the weapon making it clear that both the blade and its wielder were hungry for blood. Your end or mine, to the death that comes for us all, the organization Black X agent answered, pointing his blade at his opponent's heart. Heroes and villains, vampires and humans, all roared with one accord as the two sides charged each other, commencing the Battle of Dragonglass. Another Side, Another Story, number 8. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turned Hair-Eye. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 10:33 p.m., June 2nd, year 1490 FO. A warehouse, Naman, Astern. No! Stop! Please! I'm sorry! I'm so... What the hell are you? You're not an angel? You're a devil! Another quiet night. Well, a quiet night once Robturn concluded his work. It's amazing how quiet things are when you're surrounded by bloody corpses, broken bones, and the sweet stench of death. The Dark Knight tore off his helmet, now that there was no one left to kill. Against such weak and mortal fools, he didn't have much to fear, but he always fought with caution regardless. After all, the stories told the Knights of the Realm spoke of heroes who defeated far more powerful vampires because the demigod let their pride override their good sense. His adoptive uncle Sokar wasn't even a vampire, and yet he had already slain over 1,000 of Extremar's soldiers during the course of his career as a general of Bolsia. Robturn would not be made a fool of and become a subject of such stories. He always went into a fight with full protection. It didn't impact his performance to wear the gear of a knight, and frankly, half a battle is psychological. Fighting the enemies of heaven was so much easier when his foes were absolutely terrified of the Dark Knight of Jadis. Well, no one came close to hurting the Dark Knight Robturn that night, as evidenced by the gory mess he had left behind. The vampire wanted to make a statement, and so he walked over severed limbs, broken skulls, and torn stomachs. A messy battle meant to serve as a warning. A warning for what? A warning to those who defied his masters, the god of Anorta, and all the other deities that Jadis served within heaven. Those who sought to subvert the law, to poison the people, to bring about the end of the world, all had to be reminded of the same message, over and over again, in such violent detail. The message was incredibly simple. Serve Jadis, or at the very least, do not subvert his rule. Otherwise, death was the only reward for those who opposed the master of both Robtern Herai and Anorta, a fact the archangel was reminded of as light suddenly filled the warehouse. "Lord Jadis, I didn't expect to see you tonight," Robtern huffed, beating a gauntlet against the dented metal plates the Dark Knight wore. Sure enough, the god of Anorta had come to see his son and archangel in person. While the two could communicate by telepathic thought, there were just some conversations that were better had face to face. The god's feet did not touch the ground. Robtern was tempted to ask why, but Jadis wasn't in the mood for idle chatter, given the stern mood on his face. "I am here because we must talk, my archangel," Jadis remarked, scratching at his chin as he studied the massacre around him. "Have I done something to displease you, my lord? Have I misunderstood your instructions in some way?" Robtern inquired, the god quick to shake his head, even if he was slow, no, hesitant is the better word to use here, to describe Jadis as the cautious god tried to articulate his nervous feelings. "No, you have done your job well. I'm ever reminded why I'm glad to have you as my archangel, for few could bear the burden of this work as well as you. But it never should have come to this. Even in the other cycles, destruction like this was only necessary once in a blue moon. But now I fear that Monkod and Extremar have greater influence over my children than I wish to believe. Maybe even greater control than I thought possible." "That doesn't sound good, my lord," Robtern gulped, hoping Jadis wouldn't notice the dark thoughts forming in the back of his mind. Jadis detected them immediately, but didn't reprimand his servant for them. After all, if the god of Anorta himself was unsure of how things were proceeding on Anorta, how could the father blame his son for harboring the same doubts and concerns? "You wonder how a god can be caught off guard. It is a rare thing, but such is the tenacity of our enemy, Extremar. Not once has my will ever been challenged or questioned since I accepted my exaltation. And yet, here I stand, mourning children who I have been forced to cull before their time, experiencing fear and other emotions I thought I sacrificed, along with my mortality. If it is a strange thing, for you yet see me fret like this, it is stranger still that I am not the only god forced to acknowledge that even the exalted can be challenged from time to time." "So, what would you have me do, my lord?" Robtern took up his axe, gripping it tightly, as Jadis went silent once more. The god walked through the air, coming to a stop over a young man whom Robtern killed by squeezing his head until his skull popped like a watermelon. It wasn't how he died that interested Jadis, but what could have been, as the god explained. This was, my son, Duval Quilt. In cycles past, he would go on to become one of the greatest poets ever published on the world of Anorta. Yet, in this cycle, Extremar's agents found him early, ruining his life with vices that would dull his mind, convince him that he would have to resort to sordid work like this to maintain this facsimile of happiness. This is the true cruelty of death, of this war with Extremar, that he keeps taking our best souls and twisting them into beasts we have to hunt, is maddening. And I'm tired. I am tired of pulling teeth and amputating fingers, Robtern. It is time we confront the sickness and root out the evil causing this infection.
even if we must cut off a limb to do so, my son."
Jadis held out his hand, creating a portal of darkness. Robtern knew what was on the other side, without even looking into the swirling mist. The sweet smell of strawberry fields that allowed him to guess where the portal led, for it was a scent he had grown to love over the course of many years. It was the scent of home, or at least the closest thing to a home that the Dark Knight Robtern Harai had ever known.
"It is time. I sense Extremar intends to make his next move soon, and I want you to not only be present for whatever is to come, but to be at your very best, fighting with allies you can depend on. It is time, Robtern. You have served me well, but your wanderings are at an end. I command you to return to Bolsia, Archangel Robtern."
"Of course, my lord. I will." Robtern tried to take a few steps, only to notice how much his arms, his legs, his entire body quivered at the thought. Surprised, the Dark Knight forced himself to stop as he took stock of his strange condition. He didn't think he was nervous or conflicted about returning home, but his body indicated otherwise as he decided to take a seat on the ground to try and calm himself. "My apologies, my lord. I do not know what has come over me," Robtern proclaimed. Jadis, at least, finally had a cause to smile, despite the darkness that surrounded him. The god teleporting across the room so he could place his hands upon his weary knight's shoulders.
"This brings back memories. During my campaign to reclaim Rome, we passed through a town on the coast called Fenum Fortuny. An intoxicating smell filled the air, driving several of my men who never shed a single tear, despite the wounds they'd received in combat, to break down into sobbing messes. While it would delay my march, I decided to investigate the smell, taking several hours to find out what had caused this change in my brave, battle-hardened warriors, who would rather die than be seen as anything less than a model of stoicism. The answer was nostalgia, or more specifically, incense. There was a temple there, and the locals, wishing my army well, burned sacrifices at their temple to a goddess you would recognize to be Charity. Anyway, these men who broke down crying had all gone to other temples in their youth to perform the same sacrifices, and so the smell stirred the soul, or rather, the memories that had been forgotten by the mind, but revived by the spirit that never forgets. "So what is this? A trembling of the spirit?" Robtern questioned, Jadis patting his archangel on the head in affirmation. "Towards the end of my mortal life, I had to travel to a city called Antioch. I experienced an episode that I claimed to be seasickness, but in truth, I'd been overwhelmed by memories of my youth at sea, the start of a life of adventure as I met women, pirates, and other friends upon the water. Growing old means reconnecting with the boy that remains in our heart, even as we become men. The difference between the foolish, the cruel, and the meek is that the fool is ruled by their youthfulness, even in old age. The fool rejects the innocence of youth in fear of their inner child, while the meek remembers the wonder that only a child knows, while acknowledging their delights of the life they had lived. A lesson for you to think upon in the coming days, Robtern, for it is time for you to make peace with the childhood you have left behind." "I am barely into my 20s, my lord. Isn't such thinking better left for when I am twice as old as the man I am now?" Robtern asked, Jadis laughing as he slapped his archangel across the back, forcing him to his feet. "You have experienced more in 20-odd years than most people do in 100. In this cycle, and in cycles past. We use the phrase old soul for a reason, my son, and you have a soul that is already wiser and kinder than many of your peers. Yours is also a soul in need of a break. So go. You are not a man who knows how to take a vacation, a rest from your toils. But even a servant as dedicated as you can find ways to have fun while you work. Make the most of this opportunity, my son. Dark days are ahead of us, which means we must embrace the light for as long as we can before it leaves us.
Not as if Robturn had a choice in the matter. Jadis shoved his archangel through the portal, causing the Dark Knight to travel across the continent of Fataria in a blink of an eye. Going from gory warehouse to a grassy field, Robturn surveyed the area and found Castle Akis to his right, the formidable fortress ever serving as the resolute symbol of the kingdom of Bolsia. The castle, however, was the least interesting thing to look at. What mattered more to the Dark Knight who had come home was that which was being constructed outside of the stone fortress. Despite the late hour, torches blazed as hundreds, if not thousands of his countrymen worked to assemble that which had to be ready by morning light. A festival? Robturn thought to himself, his eyes widening as he looked closer at the work. No, more than a simple fair. There is to be a tournament as well, if those stands and stalls are any indication. Then it is no wonder that Jadis has returned me home. Bolsia will only hold a martial tournament at its capital when there is a royal wedding. That means Theba and Vid must finally be ready to tie the... Robturn didn't know whether he should laugh, cry, or puke. As the Dark Knight drew nearer to the fairgrounds, he watched as knights from the castle raised the banners, celebrating the royal wedding that would take place at the end of the festivities. The man read it, knocked himself upside the head, and read it one last time to make sure he had it right. But there was no mistaking the words of the faces depicted on the banner, or the posters that were being hung all around. Welcome everyone to the Grand Fair of Love. We invite you to join us in our celebration of the prophesied betrothed couple, they who shall unite the kingdoms of Astern and Bolsia. May we pray for their good health and do our best to serve them in the golden age that is to come. We celebrate this week the matrimony of Queen Theba V and King Bertlin Akis. Secret Report Number 8. The Memoir of Extremar Thanatos. Hello, Mercenary. If you are reading this, then the E3 war is ended. Whether I achieved my grand victory over heaven, or am finally defeated once and for all, this collection, my journal writings, are to be published as soon as the final winner is declared, win or lose. I have no desire to simply remain a memory. The universe will be better for those who are willing to challenge me, to keep my godly authority in check, or for those who study in my footsteps, continuing on with the great work that I may not have been able to carry out on my own. Which is why I will start at the end, with that I know will be the most controversial weapon I used during the E3 conflict. The Last Resistance Override, or LRO. Millie created 13 distinct viruses out of the FTV. Through the use of my scientists, I did the same with the ZTV. The difference between us is that I pushed the nature of the vampiric virus to its limits, only to go beyond. There has been no greater success than the LRO, but just as the nuclear bomb was for America, my greatest weapon is also my greater concern and regret, born from my desire to win this war. Human agency is absolute. Once given, it cannot be given away, except by those who already possess it, and even then, the steps of fully stripping agency from the willful are complicated and tedious. But an army is only as perfect as its obedient servant, only useful as they can be trusted. Considering how many spies haven't managed to implant in my army, I came to a realization early on in the war that the only way to ensure victory was to ensure complete, total, absolute, unquestioning loyalty to me.
But how do you make a man serve you when their agency causes them to choose otherwise? Any master manipulator knows the way to do it is through tricky. This, then, is the basis of the LRO. The LRO places the mind in a dream world, an altered state of reality, where the vampire can fight their imagined enemies to their heart's content. The body obeys the mind, fighting with the same conviction, but where they might be fighting a hated foe in their mind, they turn against their family, friends, and most trusted allies in cognitive mortal reality. Even better, the LRO is the most symbolic of all of my ZTV strains. Those infected by my LRO are given a sample of my power, while in turn, I can copy the power and memories those I infect with it. When they die, even when their powers are taken by another vampire, a portion of their strength goes to me. The dream in which the host is placed in is automatic, so I do not even have to spare a thought to control those infected by ultimate virus. For this reason, it is the last, for I can imagine no weapon greater than this. Absolute loyalty from my army. Absolute decimation of my enemies, as they see their friends as their most hated foes. No man wielding this weapon would ever be bested, if there weren't some critical flaws I didn't have time to solve before deployment. The soul is the unification of the body and the spirit, which is a problem, since the LRO is designed to desynchronize the two. Soul Blade, Exalt Armor, Intelli, and all of the other advanced techniques reserved for the most powerful demigods are completely unavailable to those under the influence of the LRO. I never even would have bothered with the project if I didn't figure out how to force the ATG barrier to manifest. Though it only operates at about half strength compared to a vampire who isn't infected with the LRO. Transmission is difficult as well. The LRO can only be spread through two ways. The main method of transmission is through biting, which is why it is mainly vampires who are infected with it. Air transmission is possible, which is how I've managed to sequester the worlds where my Shadow Lords serve. But to cover the whole world, it requires infecting a Class 7 vampire, were it not for the sacrifices of Cato's wives, who unintentionally made themselves susceptible to the LRO. I never would have been able to deploy the global barriers without sacrificing some of my greatest soldiers. Lastly, anyone who is infected by the LRO and cured of its infection will not only gain complete and total immunity to the last resistance override virus, but also gain greater immunity to the other ZTV vampiric strains as well. For the reasons listed above, the LRO was an incredible short-term solution, yet also would have been the self-destructive weapon that would have ensured my defeat if our vampire war continued for another century or two. But I only needed 13 years, a weapon to suppress my foes and prevent them from challenging me for 13 years. If I could do that, I would win this war. And as of this time of writing, I am just 1 week from invading heaven. Let this final battle decide whether or not using a weapon as terrible as the LRO was worth it, Mercenary. Chapter 9. Narrator, William Luck. Starring Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 9:44 p.m., September 3rd, year 1510 FO. Inside the city of Dragonglass, Sakliek. Mission time remaining, 8,696 hours. Swords clashed, the first test of strength, heralding many to come, not just on this night, but for the rest of the tale that is, the Mercenary Saga. Sky and her opponent, the Black X agent, squared off against each other, both of them pushing with all their might as they tried to break through each other's defenses. The photon energy blade could melt through almost anything, but a soul saber was one of the few weapons which could withstand the extreme heat of the Sword of Light. What was true of their blades was not true for their bodies. Sky was forced to pull back a few paces as the heat radiating off the photon sword ignited her fingers, the woman putting out the flame by slamming her hand against the dirt. Regeneration quickly healed her wounds, and a brief pause in the fighting gave Sky a moment to gather herself and examine the current combat environment. They both had the same idea. The heroine of our tale and our rival paced around each other, circling about, each of them waiting for the other to make the first move, to try something, even as the duelists took stock of the battlefield.
Good. Nidus and Raelia are keeping the others at bay. I won't have to worry about anyone stabbing me in the back during this fight.
Sky thought. I now understand why other writers in the authors of record department find my great-granddaughter Sky so exasperating to write about. Our heroine was underselling her companion's combat performance. Rayla was tearing through the enemy troops with aplomb, ripping apart the fools that dared to approach the large Sowman wolf. As for Nitos, the gunslinger was more than happy to take on the lower-ranked vampires, who called Extremar master, blasting them apart with laser shots faster than the demigods could dodge. Blood spilled on the ground with every kill, replenishing the strength of the two other women who already shared a rhythm. Even though this was only their second battle together, Rayla and Nitos already achieved a level of unity that even lifelong partners would even. It was more than enough for the wolf and the gunslinger to handle anything that they would encounter that night. But not the Organization Black X soldier. He would have bested them both, even if they fought against him together. A good thing, then, that it was Sky's responsibility to take him down, Extremar's elite soldier. Sky charged in once again, attempting to take the man's feet off with a low swing. But the masked agent parried the hit. Returning the favor, the agent attempted to cut off Sky's arm, moving with both might and speed to match our heroine's current powers. Sky had set her vampiric power level to 4 for this battle against the Black X soldier, and as he pressed on her, she found herself wondering if she would need to go even further.
But he's not a master of combat despite his rank. Far better than your average grunt, but he's unfamiliar with both the intricacies of his armor and the true potential of the blade he wields. He's too reliant on the standard swordsman forms, his swings too formal, his body too tense. He's learned the ways of the blade, but his body doesn't wield it subconsciously with the same skill people have when they drive a car or ride a bike after a few decades of practice. Amateur. Though remember that you were once too, Katie. Given time, he could prove your equal. A shame this war has decided that his training will have to continue on the other side of the veil.
Greater speed and strength can be matched, even bested with skill and technique. That is what our heroine would prove in short order, but you'll have to show Sky some patience for dragging this duel out. So the match continued between the two, the Black X mercenary continuing his assault on Sky, the agent performing hard swings that the girl kept dodging or deflecting. For every 3 or 4 of his strikes, Sky would retaliate with an attack of her own, probing the enemy's defenses. However, the Centurion mask was designed to help its wearers improve their defenses. The supercomputer advanced computing and predictive algorithms, allowing Extremar's soldier to block swings and swipes that even a Class 6 vampire would have trouble defending against. This dance continued for several minutes, which is when Sky finally made a mistake that the enemy took advantage of. Going for an overhead slash, the enemy managed an impressive block with his photon sword that not only deflected Sky's latest attack, but knocked her sword into the air. The fight would have ended with our heroine Sky or any other person, for the enemy's follow-up swing would have cut the woman in half. But one must never forget the powers wielded by a vampire. Our heroine simply warped to the blade, still swirling through the air, teleporting not just to safety, but to a higher vantage point, one that she intended to use to turn the tables on her foe.
Okay, he's better than I gave him credit for. But many agents who focus on the martial arts don't put enough time into mastering the art of magic. Will of Shatali, burn my foe away with ball of flame, level 2.
An orb of flame about the size of a watermelon shot out of Sky's hand with the speed of a cannonball. For his part, the agent on the ground only needed to stomp the earth to create a barrier of rock that absorbed the magical ball of fire. That genuinely impressed Sky. A wide smile painted across the face of the female warrior as she landed on the roof of Concrete Home.
Huh, aren't you special? I can't even cast magic silently, and I've had several hundreds years of practice under some of the greatest magical tutors in the universe. You are truly worthy of being counted among Extremar's elite agent. Care to take off the mask and give me your name? I would love to fight you face to face, if only so I can see what shines in your eyes as I end your life, mighty warrior.
Fool! Why would I rob myself of the instrument that shall guarantee your end? The masked agent tapped his silver mask. Extremar's profile about you is right. Give you proper battle, and your madness reveals itself. I'm not fighting a vampire. You're just a rabid dog who broke through heaven's leash. It's time someone put you down, Sky.
It is. But it takes a monster to kill a monster, so it sure as hell won't be you who beats me today. A little girl plays with her first doll. She tears off its clothing, even its underwear. She does not do this because she is some sort of adolescent pervert. She is not happy once the toy is naked. There is no pleasure taken from this act. The little girl does not understand why she and her doll do not look the same. Level 4 transition. A young woman is awake in the middle of the night. She has gone into her father's gun cabinet and is seriously considering taking a firearm with her to school tomorrow. Someone had spied on her after she hit the showers following gym class. Modern phones are great for many things, until someone uses them to take a nude photo without consent. Social media helps people make friends, and also ruins the lives of many who just want to be left alone. Were it not for God's grace, this young woman would have turned life on earth into a preview of hell. Level 5 transition. A wife and a mother hears a knock at the door. It is not her husband, but it is about him. There are 2 angels standing at the door, but the news they bring with them might as well have been delivered by the Grim Reaper. Her husband has been defeated. The father of her child has had his identity shattered. All that he was, all that she loved, has been scattered throughout the universe. It will be many, many years before she will hear the voice and touch the flesh of the person she loves most. This tragedy happens not once, not twice, but 3 times to Katie Schaefer. Level 6 stabilized.
Despite Heaven's warning to the woman to take it easier, to stop using up so much of her time so quickly, Sky couldn't help herself. A fight was at its best when she was dominating those who challenged her, and while the organization Black Ex-Soldier was capable, he hadn't yet proved if he was truly capable of keeping up with the best of the best. Now would be the true test of the man's strength, and what a test it would be. This was the first time Sky had charged up to level 6 since arriving on Anorta, and while it was still far from her true total power, the strength she felt coursing through her veins made a world of difference all the same. For the first time since her arrival on Anorta, Sky finally felt like she was strong enough to see this mission through, if only because such power made for spectacular killing. With one final laugh, a terrible sound, since her good humor was intertwined with so many painful memories, Sky threw her roaring chainsaw sword staff at her opponent like a spear. No, it was more like a missile fired from a railgun. The soul saber shattering the sound barrier as it zipped through the air, moving so fast that the agent could barely keep up. The masked warrior serving Extremar made the mistake of trying to block the soul saber rather than dodging it. Whoops! Her enemy had made quite the bloody error. The photon sword knocked the thrown soul saber out of the air, but all of that force had to go somewhere. Sky was impressed by what the photon energy blade was capable of. But the one major drawback to the Sword of Light was this. It wasn't any good at dispersing force. If you've ever wondered why modern cars seem to dent and damage more easily than older automobiles, it's by design. When you get in a crash, all that momentum, all that energy accumulated from the crashing of two metal cages has to go somewhere. Better that a vehicle is wrecked than those who ride inside of it. A lesson that the organization Black X Soldier failed to internalize during his rise through Extremar's ranks. Now, in 99.9% of cases, those who wield a photon energy blade don't have to worry about force dispersion because of the nature of the sword. When you wield a sword hotter than the sun, when you wield a weapon that can melt through steel like butter, momentum and energy generally do not reverberate through the photon blade's hilt. That's true for this story, and also explains how warrior monks who wield a similar kind of weapon in a certain sci-fi series can even block laser bolts from starships. But a soul saber cannot be melted. To answer the famous question of what happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, the answer is that the force will always win. The immovable, invulnerable object may be technically fine, but whatever it was sitting on, resting on, or was otherwise detached to, everything around the immovable object is going to get shattered into 100, if not 1,000, or even 1,000,000 bloody little pieces. That is what the organization Black X Soldier discovered with a horrified scream. The force, the momentum, all of the energy behind Sky's thrown weapon traveled through the hilt of the photon blade and into the masked warrior's arm, shattering it, eviscerating it, completely destroying it. The agent's right arm effectively turned into a cloud of red and white mist, so utterly pulverized that not so much as a single bone fragment or drop of blood fell to the ground. The rest of the agent's body would not enjoy destruction so clean. Teleporting to her blade that had been knocked away, Sky rebounded and threw distant shore a second time towards the man's chest. The agent jumped to the side, dodging instead of blocking, but that just meant he got into the position for what would be his violent execution.
Let me show you why heels are a girl's best friend.
Sky promised, stretching a leg out as she fell through the air. The agent didn't even live long enough to recognize his fatal error, to process what the woman had proclaimed. When I described Sky's heels as being sharp like a knife, I wasn't exaggerating. The heels on Sky's shoes could cut better than most swords in the universe, even better than a photon blade. Because the truth is that Sky's heels were actually made from a couple of modified chainsaw teeth taken from her soul saber, distant shore. This is where the agent would die. All of the armor that he wore? The strength of his ATG barrier. There was nothing he could do to defend himself, as Sky sliced right through him, bisecting the vampire from top to bottom, forehead to groin, body and spirit. With her deadly heel dropped from the heavens, the elite servant of Extremar Thanatos was finally defeated. The organization Black X Soldier didn't even have the chance to say anything as death claimed his soul. And what an explosive death it was. Extremar's top agents were worth too much to him, so heavily infused with his power and secrets, that every member of the group had been marked by a spell that would act as a dead man's switch. If both the heart and brain were damaged, or if too much blood was lost during the course of a battle, Extremar would cut his losses to protect himself and his greater war effort. Cutting his losses in a rather destructive manner, Extremar hoping that whoever felled his agents would die with them as a powerful detonation spell went off. Stronger than 1,000 pounds of C4, the dead man's blast was enough to level half of a city block if it wasn't contained. Organization Black X Soldiers were feared by many for this reason, and on more than one occasion did Heaven's soldiers were forced to run away, to flee from these deadly soldiers rather than engage in a fight that would mean their death, win or lose. But not Sky. Sky didn't even bother to move as a rainbow-colored shield formed around her, the protective barrier known as an ATG shield. A hot and violent flame consumed her world, but she was completely untouched by the magical blast inside of her safe little bubble. She didn't even feel the heat as the fire swallowed her up, a blaze so hot it even melted the concrete homes that littered this neighborhood in dragonglass. Instead, Sky waited out the explosion by checking her bracelet, fuming at how much time she'd wasted on this fight. Time remaining, 8,500 hours until you die, Agent Sky.
200 hours? I just used up almost 200 hours in that fight. What the hell? I didn't even get to enjoy my Class 6 powers for more than a couple seconds. Damn it.
That was a problem. A problem that was even more worrisome once the fire faded, Sky's barrier evaporating with it. One agent, a single Organization Black X agent, had cost Sky Christelle 200 hours. Sure, she had won the fight, but it didn't feel like a victory for our heroine, given how much time she had lost. So imagine how Sky felt when the smoke cleared, our heroine discovering that not one, not two, but 3 additional Organization Black X soldiers had come to challenge her. 2 of the masked men wielded automatic rifles that would further tax her powers, and the one leading the squad wielded not 1, but 2 golden photon energy blades. Swords he wielded with the skill of a genuine master swordsman, making the Black X soldier that Sky used so much time to kill look like a novice in comparison.
Ah, so that was it. You sent the weakest among your crew out to test me, to evaluate my fighting abilities. Maybe your master even caught wind of my time limit.
Sky narrowed her gaze, gauging her own power and wondering if she would just stop caring and let loose. During the invasion of Heaven, Sky alone slayed over 100 Organization Black X agents by herself. If she stayed in her level 6 form, the vampire knew she could best the reinforcements. Sky seethed. The woman watched as the gunners raised their rifles towards her. Taking up her sword in a defensive stance, the woman sighed as she tried, and failed, to think of a way to get out of this fight, to avoid having to use up even more of her precious power. Which is why Sky, who never backed down or ran from a duel, was actually grateful for once, when someone else fought her battle for her. "Shove off, you stupid gits! Didn't your mamas ever tell ya that no self-respecting man ever participates in a gangbang?" Lightning. Lightning arched through the air, bolts that raced towards each of the Black X soldiers. The 2 gunners melted into ash, the magic that hit them so powerful, it didn't even give Extremar's dead man switch a chance to go off. As for the photon sword wielder, he managed to parry the spell, his arm strong enough to avoid meeting the same end that befell the man who fought before him. What he didn't know is that the man who had cast the lightning magic could travel through his own bolts, that he had been hiding in the projectiles. When one of the bolts hit the ground, is dispersed and reformed into a fully grown man. A man who jumped up and slammed his soul saber into the chest of the surprised Black X agent, skewered through the heart, lifted off and dumping his blood on the man who served as his executioner. All the agent could do was gasp as he locked eyes with the mighty. "When you get to heaven, tell your friends that the god of the Greeks sent ya," Lannis Gantrick bellowed, pulling the trigger on his soul saber. Introducing Soul Saber number 3, Rule of Olympus. Wielder, Lannis Gantrick. Description: a triple-barreled shotgun with twin barrels on the bottom and a third barrel on top. Bayonets also stretched out from each of the barrels, making it an untraditional trident as well. When used as a traditional gun, it fires 12-gauge ammunition, but the gun can also be used to channel magical spells, especially lightning magic. As a final benefit, those who wield this gun can also turn invisible, making it impossible even for demigods to see them with magic. But the faster one moves, the easier it becomes to see past the invisibility protection offered by the weapon that once designated the Greek ruler of Olympus, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. The impaled Black X agent exploded. Like Sky, Lannis was able to protect himself with an ATG barrier, though unlike our heroine, his magical shield cracked from the pressure and flames. Just like the body, the shield will repair itself with time, though at a much slower pace compared to a vampiric high-speed regeneration. Lannis was not a man who had invested much of his magic into healing and protection, and his weaker ATG shield was the consequence. Still, what mattered is that there was a lull in the battle. When the fire faded, our heroes were relieved to see the organization Black X soldiers had come to challenge 10. That gave Sky a chance to walk over and pat her friend on the back, a mixture of genuine gratitude and snarky sarcasm marking her voice.
So much for waiting on the ship in case we need to make a hasty retreat. Didn't want to miss your chance to beat the hell out of your wife, huh, Lanus?
Ha ha ha, Lannis fake laughed, rolling his eyes. More like I was worried she'd beat the hell out of me if she ever found out I didn't do everything I could to free her from the LRO. Besides, you know what the second Master Kolob always says. The man who wins the battle
is the man who is willing to sacrifice the most to win. Speaking of sacrifice, I see you two gave up your dignity to win your fights.
Sky remarked, her gaze falling on her other friends as they made their way over. The fighting had ended for the others as well, Sky and Lannis barely able to suppress their grins at what they saw. A bloodied, battered, but also soaking wet Nitas Vade approached with an unusually dry Rayla walking at her side. The gunslinger looked like she'd barely survived a tsunami, while the Sowman was as happy as could be, wagging her tail as she chewed on the ribs of a man she was eating.
One of the bastards I fought was a sage of Silsi that defected after your mother lost control of Anorta. Damn bitch almost drowned me with her water magic.
Nitas complained, coughing up even more liquid to prove her point. But almost dying wasn't the only reason for her anger. The gunslinger proved that jealousy was her fatal flaw, for she pointed a finger at Rayla and complained.
And what about her? Why the hell is the wolf so dry? She got hit by just as many water spells, same as me, and yet here she is acting like she just took a bath.
Wolves are waterproof, Nitas. They have multiple layers of fur that redirect water. Toss them in a lake, and they'll still look and smell prettier than you ever would, doll. Lannis flashed a grin, the bearded man as giddy as a schoolboy at the sight of the wet gunslinger. It wasn't just because he found it fun to taunt the girl. Without being too crude, there is a reason why men tend to appreciate when women get wet far more than the other way around. A couple of reasons, perky and bouncy, poking through the tight bodysuit worn by the blonde gunslinger mercenary. Nitas blinked, realized what Lannis was looking at, and growled. Lannis looked at Nitas. Nitas looked at Lannis. Lannis looked at Nitas. Nitas looked at Lannis. A good thing you're bisexual, Lannis finally decided to say. Tits as nice as yours would be wasted on other Whoa! Nitas punched Lannis as hard as she could, bypassing the man's ATG barrier and slamming her fist directly into his jaw. Lannis was sent hurtling through the air, flying 10, 20, even 50 feet before he crashed into the side of a cement adobe home. Rayla didn't care about this interaction, still feeding on bone of a man she killed. Sky merely whistled, trying to change the subject before Nitas found a good reason to try and punch her as well.
Huh. Lanus being a pervert aside, it looks like you'll have a chance to dry off before the big fight, Nitas. I sense the remaining vampires that serve Monkod's lieutenant have pulled back. Don't know if they're cowards or if they have standing orders to try and conserve their vampires, but I suppose it doesn't really matter, which is good news for you, Nitas. Define good news, because if this is another stupid punchline... Since there's no one else to get in our way, we can finally fight Lady Verlandi Nielsen. That's your good news, so put your game face on, Netus. We need to save her, but the only way to free those overtaken by the LRO is by destroying their hearts. So, if you want to vent your frustration towards Lanús, beating the hell out of his wife seems like a good way to do it.
But do not under any circumstance go for the head. You accidentally kill my wife, and you will know the horrors that will make the devil look merciful by comparison, Lanús shouted, finally pulling himself out of the home he'd been thrown through. Regeneration ensured, the vampire was none the worse for wear. If anything, he seemed happier than he was even before he got punched, and Skye knew the reason why.
Lanús always did like women that had a fight in him. Hope you like your men rough, Netus, because the lusty Lord of Olympus is going to have a hard time taking his eyes off you now that you've shown him what kind of girl you really are.
It went both ways, because as Lanús marched to rejoin the group, Nitas struck up a new pose, one that thrusted her still wet chest towards Lanús, making it impossible for him to look at anything other than the woman's big, bouncy, and so enticing features. You have no idea how much joy I take from the fact that Anthony isn't allowed to edit out comments like these.
Please. My father beat me half to death more times than I can count, and clients paid their weight in gold to play rough with me. Do your worst, you stupid hairy monkey. Mama will show you who's the real king of the jungle if you're brave enough to tussle with me.
Nitas stuck out her tongue. Oh ho ho! Now you're speaking my language. Careful what you say, doll. Everyone knows that I'm the true king when it comes to promising a good time, Lanús boasted, puffing out his own chest with pride. The two almost embraced, needing to show up one another. But the presence of other company kept this tale from turning into a trashy romantic porno.
Miss Skye, is this how humans commonly court each other on Anorta?
Rayla asked. The wolf Sowman barked, then panted. Strange feelings awoke inside as she watched these two fated lovers flirt. While Skye merely studied them with a glare, the woman reminded of her own paramour she was fighting to save. That forced the duo to back down, both blushing as Nitas finally cast a spell of refreshment. Wind dried out the gunslinger's bodysuit and her dripping hair, while other magical spells patched up the holes and tears in the latex. As for Lanús, he tried to make himself look more professional by fumbling about with his soul saber. He could have done it with magic, but reloading the firearm with shells helped the scholar calm the twitchy fingers that wanted to manhandle something else at the moment. Something softer and rounder than shotgun balls.
This is how vampires court on every planet in the universe, Miss Raylia. Speaking of which, we've rested long enough. Come on, everyone. A good friend, his wife, is waiting for us, as are the rest of the citizens of Sakliak. Time to show Monkod that we mean war, that we will bring his reign on Anorta to an end. It's time we free Verlandi.
The wolf howled. Lanús snapped his shotgun close. Nitas spun her laser pistols with excitement. Walking together, the four heroes headed to the obsidian pyramid that served as the capital building for the city of Dragonglass. A good a place as any to end this chapter, my dear mercenary. When you return, it'll be my privilege to tell you of the duel against Verlandi Nielsen, a spellcaster so powerful, the goddess had been given quite the prestigious title during her service, teaching the people of the Greek Isles back on Earth. Those who loved her most called her Persephone, the goddess of spring. Those who feared her most called her Kor, the bringer of death. Another Side, Another Story. Number 9. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Vid Akis. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 10:55 a.m., June 5th, year 1490 FO. The Tournament Ring, the city of Fairbreeze, Bulcia. A throne alone does not a true prince make. Vid Akis was proof of that, as he stepped out from the shadows, the crowd roaring with delight for the former heir to the kingdom. Though he abandoned his claim to Bolsia when he broke off his betrothal to Theba, the people continued to call him Prince Akis. What else could the citizens do to honor the nation's greatest living hero? Time helped Vid mature into his best self, into a lion that the people of Bolsia could love without reservation. Tall, dashing, sporting a long mane of hair that had gone gray, despite only being a young adult. The prince could barely make out the tournament commentators as he stepped across the dirt. Not that I need to hear them. I've heard enough of their praises to last me a lifetime. For the past 3 days, he had spent most of his time reaffirming his reputation as one of the greatest warriors in the land, rising quickly through the ranks of the celebratory tournament. He didn't just beat his opponents, he trounced them. Across over a dozen matches, only one of his opponents even managed to scratch the impressively skilled Vid Akis. But the final match had come at last, and to the victor go the spoils. Spoils that Vid didn't much for. The main prize of the day was a rare rose that would change colors according to those who held it. A fine gift for those who wished to impress a sir or lady watching from the wooden stands. But Vid? The former prince did not desire anyone he'd met at this tournament of love. Not even the queen-to-be, his former fiancée. It had been an amicable split. Vid had no ill feelings towards the woman, despite her choosing his adoptive father over him. What the former prince regretted was that they simply couldn't go back to how things were before they announced their engagement. Not with her, not even with his adoptive father. So it wasn't for them that the former prince was fighting today. Vid didn't even look their way as he stepped into the dueling ring, a tight square 25 feet in length and width. It wasn't for anyone in the crowd either. It was for the fight itself, for the glory that came with testing the might of one's mind, heart, and arm. At least, that is what Bolsia's lion thought. Until he took sight of the mysterious knight who was to be his final opponent. The hedge knight who'd been making a name for himself in the tournament, reawakening memories in Vid of days he longed to return to.
And now, my fair lords and ladies, it is my privilege to present to you the dark horse of our wedding tournament, the Titan who has shattered more than a dozen blades with a single swing of his own. Call him the Hedge Knight, because you'll want to hedge your bets. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you the Brown Wanderer.
The crowd roared with approval for the golem that stepped into the ring. Any armor could be worn for this tournament, and the knight that squared off against Vid had used this rule to hide his true identity. Covered in thick brown plating, body armor scrubbed of any marker that could hint at the knight's true origins. The people watching the tournament could only speculate where this mystery knight had come from. After all, the wedding fair had invited guests from all around the world, so it technically could have been anyone beneath the brown helmet. Vid knew. Even if he didn't use his vampiric magic, the former prince instantly recognized who it was beneath the armor. So, while the announcers reiterated the rules, Vid activated his powers, his eyes glowing yellow as he cast a telepathy spell. 3 years. It's been 3 years since we've seen each other. And this is how you make your grand return? Huh, brother. You're a changed man, Robtern, especially since the brother I knew never cared for tournaments like this, Vid thought, speaking directly to the mind of the masked knight. Robtern never was an emotional man, but he did tilt his head in surprise as he received Vid's message. The archangel tried to remain quiet, initially refusing to respond, but Vid's gaze made it impossible to ignore his brother for long. This is why I've been avoiding you these past few days. I knew you would see through my disguise, Robtern finally confirmed. A shame. I was looking forward to seeing your face when I finally revealed myself. Ah, well, I suppose it's Father's reaction that I look forward to the most. The knight in brown tapped his helmet in jest. You liar. You might be able to hide your true feelings when you're speaking, but my telepathy spell makes it easier to read your heart. Of course, I'm not made of stone like you, Robtern. I am a man who understands a man's heart. And I know
This whole farce is being put on so you can impress your red-haired sage. Vid and Robturn glanced over to the top of the southern stands. This section was reserved for Silsi, the visiting senators and representatives of the church. The most important seat went to Lady Verlandi, but at her side was none other than Shatali, the Herald of Joy. The girl sensed them. Shatali fidgeted in her seat, turning her gaze away after briefly locking eyes with the man she betted on that wonderful, terrible night 3 years ago. "Does she know who I truly am?" Robturn asked, Vid barely able to keep himself from laughing as the commentators neared the end of their introductions. "Fool! You and I both know she's smarter than the two of us combined. If I sniffed you out, so did she. But take heart. She loves you even more now than she did 3 years ago, from what I hear. Course, winning the rose will certainly help when you go to speak to the lady that has awaited your return." "Which is why I can't go easy on you, brother," Robturn thought. Vid could contain his laughter no longer. The former prince busting up so badly, he started wheezing. The commentators stopped speaking, confused as what they said that could be so humorous. To save face, Vid waved them off and announced, "My apologies, good sirs, but a warrior's mind is always at its worst before battle. You have spoken enough, and as you can see, my foe and I are raring to go. Cease your commentary and enjoy the show, everyone. This is a fight you all will never The former prince had the right of it. This was a fight none of them would ever forget, but not for the reasons Vidakis expected. Robturn Herai charged, like a rampaging bull. The not-so-mysterious knight in brown armor trampled across the dirt with all the power and fury he could muster, swinging his wooden sword with such might it would have been able to cut through stone. As for Vid, he thought back to when he first met his adoptive brother, and so made sure not to repeat the mistake he made in his youth. As Robturn swung down, aiming for Vid's head, the former prince easily dodged to the side. However, because he had maintained the telepathy spell between them, he could still read his opponent's emotions, even if he couldn't see his rival's eyes. Vid could tell that Robturn was channeling green magic, the color of those who intended to use the power of the wind. "Ha! So you haven't won these battles from strength of arm alone. You've been cheating too. You truly are a changed man if you've abandoned all decorum in battle," Vid smiled. Thanks to the vampiric power he awakened following Robturn's departure, the former prince could have fought back if he wanted it. It would have been so easy to hit the knight in brown with a slash strong enough to end the fight, then and there. But Vidakis did not fight back, or rather, he didn't put his heart into it, as he lazily swung his training sword, telling his friend and adoptive brother, "But worry not. I care more about your relationship with the Herald of Joy than I do about my reputation. But you owe me for this, Robturn. I will have a proper fight with you one day, a battle between, to see which of us is Robturn swung his blade again, activating the wind spell he'd been preparing. Vid ran out of time to dodge. The former prince took the full brunt of Robturn's spell to the chest. The magic was just strong enough to throw the gray-haired warrior off balance, forcing him to stumble across the dirt and trip. Could he have recovered? Probably, but the people needed a good show. The Lion of Bolsia fell, the upper half of his body collapsing just outside of the ring with a tumble that seemed to make the whole kingdom shake as Vidakis crashed into the dirt, which meant the match and the tournament had come to an end. "The winner is the Mystery Knight, the Brown Wanderer. Come forth and collect your prize from the king and queen, O champion of Fataria." The crowd roared with delight. People leapt to their feet to congratulate the champion, Robturn taking his time to build up the drama as he slowly approached the royal stands. Vid was tempted to probe his brother's heart to see what Robturn was feeling. After all, Robturn was going to reveal himself to both his former adoptive father and the woman the Dark Knight loved before Theba.
If Vid wanted to feel raw emotion, now was as good a time as any for the vampire to feast. But Vid respected his brother too much to trample on the boundaries heaven puts between souls, and so he ended his telepathy spell. Eyes returning to normal, Vid left the ring with the intent of retiring to his room to prepare for the festivities that would commence with the return of Robtern Herai, archangel of Jadis. However, just as he was about to return to the castle, the former prince saw a movement out of the corner of his eye. A flash of red that captured Vid's attention. Doubly so when the gray-haired warrior sensed the use of vampiric magic. An enemy? No. That's... Vid's mind raced, as did his legs. Ignoring the weird looks he got from the patrons he shoved out of his way, Vid ran as fast as he could, so he might catch the mysterious spy. Unfortunately, while the man was a Class 3 vampire and superhuman in every regard, he wasn't fast enough that day. By the time he reached the shadow of the stands, where someone had been watching him, he discovered it was too late. The spy had already left. Whoever it was left little behind to indicate who they were, and why they had been watching him so closely. Someone had been there. For the remnants of a pillar of light, the magic used to travel between world lines, lingered in the air, as too did the smell of... Seriously, Sky? Even after all these years, you were still using that crappy deodorant? A woman wearing Cleaver body spray? What is an earthly doing here on Anorta? Vid wondered, his head feeling rather dizzy as his nostrils sucked in the all-too-familiar smell. It wasn't just the scent he found so surprising. It was the effect the smell had on him. Head-thumping, heart-pounding. It was like his whole body had gone into heat as he felt his throat clam up, a strange desire filling his chest, and the good buddy that hung between his legs. However, before he could even begin to analyze why he suddenly felt like an animal in heat, the roar of delight and laughter of the crowds forced Vid to turn his attention back to the tournament grounds. Or more specifically, to the Silsey stands. Vid had missed the big reveal, but he walked back in time to see Robtern Herai, unmasked, kneeling before Shatali Hailmore. The herald of joy was trembling. The girl, already crying, already looking like she would pass out from surprise as the dark night held the magical rose out to her. It had turned white, indicating that its holder was someone who felt at peace. That didn't last long. The magical rose changed to pink as feelings of desire took over. Lady Shatali, I am... The herald of joy reminded the world of who she was. That she was a vampire and child of the Hailmore bloodline, as she smacked the rose out of the knight's hands. However, this was only so she could push her hands into his, the girl grabbing Robtern and forcing him to rise from the ground, all so she could give the victorious knight his true prize for winning the tournament. A kiss. A kiss from the maiden to her knight. The crowd roaring with approval as Robtern returned the gift given to him by pulling Shatali closer, wrapping his arms around his personal herald of joy. Shatali had other ideas. For as much as she enjoyed the attention given to her by the masses, this was a reunion she wanted to continue in privacy. Before Robtern could protest, the red-haired sage dragged him into a portal of darkness, the two warping directly to her private quarters within the castle. Good for them. They won't be the only couple who spends the afternoon in bed. Not much difference between them and the other visitors to our grand celebration in that regard. Vampire, Sowman, or ordinary human, all hearts seek the same pleasure. Vid grinned, scanning the assembled crowd. Sure enough, many people were already heading out, despite the fact that the fair would continue for the rest of the day and night. The wedding was still 2 days away. It seemed a break was in order. Couples sauntered off to return to their rented rooms, or at the very least, a private place where partners could express their love for one another without clothing getting in the way. Even the betrothed King of Bolsia and Queen of Astern Bertlin and Theba gave each other side glances as they tried to sneak away. Technically, the Church of Jesus Christ of Silsey preached the law of chastity, which states that it is a serious sin for the unwed to engage in sexual relations before marriage. Those rules did not apply to Theba. The queen was a vampire, and if vampires had to wait until they were wed in a church to have sex, nearly every single vampire I've ever met would have been excommunicated from the church. That includes yours truly, and I was the shadow of God. So, today will be a lovely day for many, but not me. A loser in battle, and a loser in love, I suppose. Vid sighed, scratching at his hair. Once more he spun around, giving one last look to the spot where whoever had been spying on him had fled. Once more he wondered why this mattered so much to him, why that particular scent caused such strange feelings to stir in his usually closed and cold heart. Once more, Vid wondered when he would meet the woman that was meant for him, when he would find a love to call his own. Technically, he already had, but that is a story for another day.
Secret Report Number 9. Goddess of Medicine Public Memo. Vets Heilmore. How do you measure the power of a warrior? By their strength, their agility, their stamina, the skill by which they wield their blade or cast their spells? In fiction, it is easy for authors to quantify that which is not so easily measured. Thanks to video games, many works of fiction have taken to measuring strength via levels, often on a 100-point scale. The higher the level, the stronger the warrior or the monsters that heaven has us fight against. I mention all of this to introduce you to the 7 vampire classes. Millie must have spent a little too much time with Sherry when designing the FTV, because the vampire strains generally operate on the principle that you can gauge a vampire's overall power by observing their broad vampiric class. I should probably mention we just copied the vampiric classes for the general classification system we use for demigods. But since I'm only supposed to talk about vampires in these memos, that is the term I will be using most. Just know that a Class X werewolf, Oni, and other demigod beings are equal in terms of raw power to a Class X vampire, though their individual abilities and characteristics will still differentiate them. Matching the colors of the rainbow, vampiric power ranges from red, the first class and weakest, to purple, the 7th class and most powerful. Vampiric power grows at an exponential rate, which means that a Class 2 vampire is many times more powerful than a Class 1 vampire. A Class 3 vampire is many times more powerful than a Class 2 vampire, and so forth. This caps out at a Class 7 vampire, who possesses power equal to a god, to the point that the two would be equal except in that a vampire is still mortal, while a god is not. How then does a vampire grow from class to class? From classes 1 to 4, there are certain limits that a vampire must overcome through the general ways in which vampires grow their power, such as drinking blood, having sex, training their magical abilities, etc. As an aside, the quotas of power required across one category to the next varies from virus to virus, which is why you'll have to review a different memo if you wish to learn the requirements for your particular virus. Oh, Millie, a shame you left us the way you did. I can only imagine how pleased you would be watching us faff about, trying to understand your masterpiece. But I risk derailing myself, and as someone who has survived multiple train crashes, I can tell you from personal experience that it is rather unpleasant. To return to that matter at hand, Class 4 is where the average vampire tends to reside for most of their life. This is because the power needed to grow from 4 to 5 is not only immense, but an additional restriction is imposed on all demigods, vampiric or otherwise, who wish to unlock their full divine potential. For a vampire to change from Class 4 to 5, they must wed themselves to a partner of the opposite gender. Once this marriage is formed, a vampire can only cross from Class 5 to 6 if the male partner takes a second bride. For the final stage of vampirism, the male vampire must have at least 3 brides, though there isn't anything stopping them from taking more should they so desire after they reach Class 7. As a scientist, This restriction on demigods is one of the most interesting. Despite having spent decades now studying vampires and other magically infused humanoid beings, I still haven't gotten any closer to unraveling the code that restricts demigods to these specific kinds of families. Neither Extremar, Sibylla, Kor, Sophie, Saren, nor anyone else in the universe who has studied these viruses come close to changing this specific restriction either. God, Millie, and perhaps Sangua are the only people who know how this restriction came to be and how it is enforced. Regardless, as I am also running out of space in this public memo, I need to change gears and share a couple more pieces about the 7 vampire strains. A minor note to know is that a vampire's class can be seen by the color of their eyes, but be aware that many vampires cast magic to change the color of their eyes. Some do it just because they have a specific way they want their eyes to look, but many seek to hide their true strength. More experienced vampires evaluate their opponents by using their spiritual eyes. Magic can mask the physical looks of a vampire, but there is no spell in the universe that can disguise the spirit and its true power. Now on to the final major note to end this memo. Every class of vampire unlocks a new power or ability, which is another reason why it is important to know a vampire's class before fighting them. The classes and the powers they generally awaken at each class are as follows. Class 1, General Vampiric Power. Class 2, High Speed Regeneration. Class 3, Create New Vampires. Class 4, Signature Power, Power of Kings, when applicable. Class 5, Pillar of Light, Residency in Heaven. Class 6, Intelli. Class 7, Dyad Protection. That should be more than enough for you to chew on until the powers that be yell at me to release another memo. Thank you for your continued studying, and may you continue to grow your knowledge every day.
Chapter 10. Narrator William Luck. Starring Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle SS-J-1. 10 p.m. September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. The Obsidian Pyramid Throne Room. The City of Dragonglass. Sakliek. Mission time remaining 8,500 hours. The 4 heroes made their way to the heart of the pyramid in absolute silence. The good mood they had going in was gone. The vampires sensed the power radiating from their next opponent, and it bled every iota of confidence and cockiness from souls, leaving naught but nervousness and dread behind. The environment wasn't helping either. Sky had visited this pyramid before, this great citadel, once overflowing with life. Now, only the deathless dead remained, the victims of Monkod's folly. The lieutenants of Monkod were the source of the corruptive magic, the LRO strains that infected these unwilling servants of Extremar, modified with the mandevil's power. Those who came too close to the 4 guardians were the first to fall to the corruption, and that is what our heroes found. Life eternal, life never-ending, but a false life, a mockery of life. For while they passed hundreds of souls inside the Great Pyramid, no one moved. No one said hello. No one bowed to the Queen of Sakliek that had come to free her people. No one did anything at all to acknowledge the return of Her Majesty. This depressing display had surprisingly little effect on Rayla, as Sky glanced over at her adoptive grandmother, wondering if any of this stirred something inside of her. Our protagonist found the wolf simply passive. Occasionally, Rayla would slow as she passed someone, but it didn't change her demeanor. There was neither excitement nor sadness, hate nor anger. The Shaman Queen showed the same interest in her people as a window shopper does at the mall when she's already gone over budget for the day.
Hey, Sky, how worried should we be about you-know-who?
Nitos whispered in Sky's ear, careful with her words in case the Wolf Queen Rayla was listening to them.
Worried enough that I'm making a note of this, but not so worried that we need to deal with it right now. Let's take out a lieutenant or two first and see how she changes. After that, well, there's a reason why Heaven and Extremar are so cautious when it comes to experimenting with these vampiric viruses, Netus. There's no denying the possibility that something broke inside of her soul. The only time you'll ever hear me say amen.
Nitos huffed, then shivered as the hallway they were walking through at last gave way to the throne room. The great obsidian pyramid of dragonglass had been constructed at the start of the world, fashioned by Oser himself as gift to his wife and children, according to the Sowman tales, passed down from generation to generation. The first mortal father of Anorta would preside over his people in his dragon form. No dragon here today. The 4 vampire heroes found it cleared out, save for a single soul who sat at the back end of the throne room.
Welcome, devils, to your doom. Take heart, for at least you will die somewhere beautiful. A memory to cling to as your consciousness shatters, that you have been graced with one final beautiful sight before I shatter your infernal spirits and send them to rot in hell forever.
The great sage Verlandi declared, her voice a loud echo that bounced throughout the throne room. The hell? Computer, why aren't you loading Verlandi's character profile? Database error. Too many overlapping profiles. Unable to select the correct person entry for this chapter. Huh? Haven't seen that bug before. Well, that's what we get for implementing a new database software patch in the middle of creating a training kernel, Percy. Let the record show that I, William Luck, once again refuse to take responsibility for any mistakes that others are tempted to attribute to me, and kindly suggest you put your blame on Anthony, Percy, and anyone else you feel like making fun of, as long as they aren't me. With that settled, according to the manual, here we go. System code WJVFM. Force load Verlandi Nielsen Gantrick. Enter. Verlandi Nielsen Gantrick. Title: The former Herald of Joy, corrupted to serve the enemy she once fought against. Bio: One of the 2 survivors of the Neela clan massacre. She renounced her claim to the throne of Silsi, and instead chose to enter the Order of Sages of Silsi. She proved to have an incredible talent for magic, leading her to eventually inherit the title of Herald of Joy. During her travels, she found a visitor from another world, Lannis Gantrick, and was turned into a vampire after becoming his bride. Once she found a successor in Shatali Hailmore, she stepped down from her position as Herald of Joy, so she might serve as the public representative of the Church of Jesus Christ of Silsi, and as the island nation's chief senator. While she fought bravely to the bitter end, the fall of Silsi and Monkod's hatred for the Heralds of Joy that delayed his revival caused the mandevil to appoint her as one of his 4 lieutenants. Appearance: 5'10". Suffered from bulimia growing up, and while she has overcome the disorder, she is intensely focused on watching her weight. B-cup breasts, black hair that stretches to her chin, the top of which is done up into a bun, with an emerald butterfly jewel given to her by her husband Lannis as a wedding anniversary present. Wears a white robe with black trimming, magic making it just as hard to penetrate as a thick set of steel plating. Technically a Class 6 vampire, but she uses magic to change her eyes to a shade of Castleton green. The former Herald of Joy, the reason why emerald is Shatali's favorite color, since it reminds her so much of her former master. That is, she did so when she was free, but once infected with the LRO, her eyes turned red gold, just like every other slave forced to serve the will of Extremar Thanatos. "Verlandi!" Lannis called out. Skye shut her eyes for a moment, feeling the regret, desire, and nervousness that marked the voice of the man reunited with his wife after being apart for so long. She couldn't help but wonder what she would sound like when she finally reunited with her own husband. "Oh, I have come to save you. You must fight the dark presence that is taking control of your heart. I promise I will." Verlandi held out her hand, her aura glowing bright as she prepared to cast a spell.
A single attack from the former Herald of Joy could have killed any member of their group. So it was a good thing the team had discussed at length how they would combat the Sage if she did see them as her foes. Lannis would act as their primary shield for the fight. He was the best at casting earth magic in the group, a statement he proved true when the scholars stomped on the ground to create their defense. A massive stone wall, 10 feet tall and 5 feet thick, rose from the floor to protect our heroes as they took cover behind the sturdy barricade. Just in time, for Verlandi unleashed a powerful beam of light that would have killed the vampires had it made contact. As for the stone wall, the beam of light bored a hole 3 feet deep into it, an impressive shot for a single beam of magic. Such power makes for great drama, but a not-so-great time for our heroes, because no respected Sage of Silsey would be limited to casting just a single spell in a fight. Multiple balls of light filled the air around the great spellcaster Verlandi, the vampire servant of Extremar, proving her power even though she could no longer summon her soul saber due to the constraints of the LRO.
Beast! Vicious creature from hell! How dare you take the guise of my husband? Do you think you can fool me with his form? He is dead, waiting for me in heaven after you kind killed him. If you wish to emulate him, then share his fate. No destruction through the magic of Verlandi, Sage of Silsey.
Verlandi closed her fist, causing the 20 magical balls of light floating behind her to fire simultaneously. The group scattered. None of them could create stone walls fast enough to stop this onslaught, so their only hope was to dodge and go on the offensive. Lannis and Nitos both returned fire, shooting their guns at Verlandi, while Sky threw her chainsaw sword staff directly at her foe. Which means I should finally take a moment to explain what an ATG shield is. While you will learn more about it in a memo from some god or goddess later in this story, the basic facts are these. Vampires, or any demigod, and even the occasional mortal with sufficient magical power, are able to create what is known as an active tachyon guard. This shield is an automatic defense system that repels all harm as long as there remains enough energy to manifest it. The stronger the warrior, the more attacks an ATG shield can take without breaking. Though melee attacks tend to drain an ATG shield faster than ranged attacks, such as bullets, arrows, magic, and other projectiles. That is why Verlandi didn't do much to block the gunshots from Lannis and Nitos, allowing her rainbow-colored ATG barrier to deflect the shotgun balls and energy bolts they sent her way. Instead, the LRO corrupted Sage diverted her attention to Sky.
What is this?
Verlandi blinked in surprise, grasping her head in pain. To get a better read on her opponents, Verlandi had activated a mind-reading spell. A mistake, because the LRO hadn't expected to find so many memories of the Sage of Silsey in the brain of Sky Christelle. The memory of a wise woman teaching a young girl to pray. The memory of a kind woman teaching a young girl how to take care of her baby brother. The memory of a good woman teaching a young girl why we must maintain our faith, no matter what trials we face in the difficult test we call mortal life. Sky teleported to her soul saber, reappearing behind Verlandi. She almost ended the fight then and there, but the LRO re-established its control, making the Sage of Silsey forget that which she had just seen in our principal heroine's mind. A powerful wind spell repelled the chainsaw sword staff that nearly stabbed Verlandi through the back, sending both it and its wielder Sky hurtling towards the throne room ceiling. Verlandi would have unleashed a follow-up fire spell that would have melted even our fire-resistant heroine Sky, but the corrupted Sage of Silsey had lost track of Rayla. That is, until Verlandi felt the Sowman crash into her barrier, a slam that caused a great crack to form in the stained glass ATG shield.
Wretched devil wolf! It isn't enough for you to possess human flesh, but you gorge upon the sinless bodies of animals as well? Have you no shame?
Verlandi seethed, the sage still lost in Extremar's LRO trickery. Rayla yelped, the wolf Sowman sent hurtling through the air as the sage of Silsey set off a fireball explosion so strong the entire pyramid shook from the blast. Ignited, the wolf would have burned to death if Lannis didn't rush in, showing off his mastery of water magic by causing a ball of liquid to form in the air. His wife was the better spellcaster, but the years Lannis spent married to Verlandi had rubbed off on him. This floating bubble not only caught Rayla and put out her burning fur, but also served as a healing bubble that accelerated the woman's regeneration. Burns that would have taken the vampire wolf minutes to heal were fixed up in seconds.
Hey, stupid sage! I thought your church looked down on animal abuse. Guess that makes you a hypocrite just like all your asshole sisters.
A certain blonde gunslinger mocked. Nitas fired more energy blasts at Verlandi, specifically targeting the cracked parts of the ATG shield. Verlandi couldn't help but glance at the rude woman, as did a very annoyed and offended Lannis. The gunslinger Nitas wasn't just trying to be mean. There was a point to such mockery, as the gunslinger took several paces back, retreating before Verlandi could even fire off a spell in her direction. Too late for the sage. Nitas just needed to distract Verlandi from the darkening shadow shrinking around her. Confused, the corrupted sage of Silsey looked up, only to realize that she could have kept her focus on Sky this entire time. Instead of simply warping down to continue her assault on Verlandi, Sky decided that the best way to try and break the former Herald of Joy's barrier was by smashing it apart instead of trying to cut through with her soul saber. What should you use to crack something open? A hammer is usually the best tool for the job. That is what Verlandi saw falling towards her. A makeshift hammer formed from the obsidian pyramid, for Sky had cut a massive block out of the ceiling made from the structure's volcanic glass. Weighing at over 1,000 pounds, Sky couldn't have asked for a better weight to drop on her corrupted ally's head. Not to kill the woman, of course. Verlandi's ATG barrier was strong enough to keep the sage from being squished like a bug as the block slammed into her rainbow barrier. Strong enough to avoid death, but not so strong as to remain active after impact. With the sound of shattering glass, Verlandi's ATG barrier burst, falling apart from all the damage it had taken during the fight. Unlike vampiric regeneration, which remained active as long as a vampire still had blood supply left, an ATG barrier needed a full day to recharge once broken. But breaking the barrier was only step one in the fight. Our heroes couldn't free their friend until they destroyed her heart. And while they had made great progress thus far, the LRO virus controlling Verlandi recognized that this fight would go against her if they didn't take drastic measures. It was time for her to unleash some more of her powerful attacks, no matter how much it cost the host controlled by the last resistance override. Verlandi dug her nails into the palms of her hands, gray blood seeping out, the product of her FTV and ZTV strains with one another. Then, as if to pray one last time to the fallen archangel who controlled her, the corrupted sage of Silsey dropped to the floor as green and indigo mist leaked out of her pores. A shift. A change in Verlandi's aura and eyes, both of them glowing to match the brightness of the sun. Verlandi Nielsen was going to cast a max-level spell, giving our heroes a taste of the true power of the gods.
Will of Tootigong, I call upon you to unleash your full divine power and bury my foes beneath earth. Entomb them in a coffin of stone, so this world may forget their sin forever. Amen. Amen. Amen.
The heroes did try to disrupt the spell. The vampire's other charged in hopes of striking down the sage before she finished charging her attack, or peppered her from afar with projectiles in a bid to break Verlandi's concentration. It wasn't enough. Verlandi cast another wind spell that threw off their aim, knocking over Sky and causing both Nitas and Lannis to drop their firearms. But there was still one hope, and that was the Wolf Shaman Queen. Rayla finally leapt out of her water bubble, now that her wounds were healed. But as she rushed across the room, our heroes discovered that Monkod wasn't as foolish or lazy as they hoped. There you are, you stupid dog. Do you know how much grief you've given Will Kolob by escaping? A male voice said from the shadows.
Oh wow, even under the effects of the LRO, you still think about me. Thanks, but... Rayla tried to pounce on Verlandi, only to yelp in pain as a spear skewered the transformed Sowman through the chest. This was a significant enough blow to cause her wolf form to evaporate, the beast's magical body breaking apart in a puff of smoke that caused the true Rayla to drop to the ground. Tempted though she was to continue her attack, only a few seconds remaining before Verlandi's spell activated, Rayla's animal senses warned her that it would be unwise to continue her assault, so she backed off. Doubly so given that Sky shouted. The others made the mistake of thinking Verlandi had summoned the spear, but our heroine recognized both the weapon and the voice that had echoed from the shadows. Our heroine knew exactly who had come to protect the Sage of Silsey. Intimately so, for it was the weapon wielded by...
Raylia, we have to get out of here now. You can't beat him. You can't beat the Mercenary Knight.
The Wolf Sowman had no idea who that was, but the title was enough to scare her off. Scampering, running on all fours, despite being in her humanoid form, Rayla caught up to the others as they sprinted away, trying to make their escape. Would it be possible to leave? Not by running with their feet. Verlandi finally finished casting her spell. What kind of destruction could a Sage of Silsey cause, after charging her magical power for over a minute without interruption? The kind that can devastate entire planets. Verlandi set off a magnitude 10 earthquake. The whole of the earth trembled, Anorta shaken to its core, as the Sage of Silsey triggered the most powerful tremors that the planet had ever experienced. The heroes could see the ground quivering, and they just barely managed to leap to safety as the floor beneath their feet opened up into a great maw, a gaping void that reached deep into the crust of the planet. The obsidian pyramid of dragonglass withstood the greatest of the trials that have befallen the world. 1,500 years of calamity, in fact. Wars, dragons, devils. The structure stood tall, despite the many conflicts that took place here in the land of Sakliek. But this was to be its end. The end of all who remained inside the Great Pyramid, as it collapsed in on itself. Were it not for Lannis, he might not have been his wife's equal in magical power, but he would give it his all to meet her tit for tat. Everyone, grab on! Lannis threw out his left arm, allowing the others to warp themselves around it. Another crevice opened beneath their feet, the group unable to leap out of the way in time as they plunged into the darkness. The abyss that would claim their lives, were it not for the scholar of the everlasting gospel. For the engineer aimed his right hand, holding his soul saber gun at the heavens, and pulled as hard as he could on the trigger as he cast. By my will and authority as Zeus, god of Olympus, I demand the heavens ferry me and my friends to safety in this bolt of lightning. Lannis Zeus fired his mighty thunderbolt, transforming himself and his friends into that which had once taken down the Titans that had rebelled against heaven. The former god of the Greek Isles and his allies zipped through the air with speed and might, tearing through the obsidian stones that rained down upon their heads. Cutting through the debris, blasting through the roof, the four heroes zipped out of the pyramid and to the streets outside, light and electricity fading as they slammed into the ground. They weren't safe yet. Out of the frying pan into the fire as the earthquake spread. The pyramid fell into the earth, to the maw of hungry Anorta. And so too would have all of Dragonglass, perhaps even the entire continent of Sakliek, were it not for Lannis. Tired, panting, Sweating despite being a vampire, Lannis Gantrick was not done showing off. The wise scholar of the everlasting gospel copied his wife Verlandi's determined prayer, cutting his palms open so he might make the world obey his will according to his offering. The most precious offering that any can give. An offering of blood. By my will and authority as Hades, the second god of death, I demand the underworld cease its consumption of the living and remember me as its lord and master. Peace, be still. The earthquake stopped. Immediately. Peace returned faster than the eye can blink or the heart can beat. You would think that impossible, for all of that momentum and built-up energy must go somewhere. And you know what? You would be right. It is easy to destroy, which is why even lowly beasts like devils can hurt the living. But to preserve and protect requires skill and mastery beyond that of children and charlatans. It went to Lannis. Veins popped, bones cracked, and pain racked the body of Lannis Gantrick. But the scholar of the everlasting gospel took it all. Many on earth have come to bemoan the names of this man. But let this battle prove why God was right to trust him with the land surrounding the Aegean Sea in days of yore on earth. Despite the pain it caused him, Lannis saved Dragonglass and all those who walked the savannas and wildlands of Sakliak. Peace, beautiful peace, returned because of Lannis Gantrick, whom you may also call Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. It would not cost him his life. The scholar was no longer a god, for he had to sacrifice his immortality to become a direct participant in the E3 conflict. But this magic would cost the bearded scholar his ability to continue this singular fight. Lannis Gantrick passed out from the spell he had cast. 4 heroes entered the pyramid, but only 3 would remain to challenge the foes that emerged from the darkness. Rising from the great abyss where the obsidian structure once stood tall. Not 1, not 2, but 3 figures rose on a platform made of hell's evil magic. Well done! No wonder Lannis managed to protect Shatali and elude my forces for so long. I thought the devils were simply useless, but even I must acknowledge that man would have given me quite challenge in a fair fight. But he was a fool to give up his godhood, so he could become one of the 7 archangels meant to challenge Extremar. Those who have tasted deific power are unused to living without it. Wouldn't you agree, Katie Schaefer? Warning, alert, reality level threat detected. Monkod, enslaver of Anorta. Title: the first man created on Anorta, the mandevil who now rules it with wicked designs. Bio: the first being placed in Anorta's Garden of Eden. His failure to partake in the fruit tree of knowledge of good and evil caused Jadis to send Oser to Anorta as a replacement. Feeling betrayed, and cursing that Oser became the father of life on Anorta, and husband to Saida instead of him, the failed progenitor joined forces with Hell and started a war that ended in his and Oser's death. Extremar, desiring a powerful ally to control Anorta for him, revived the first mandevil and gave him an army, which he used to exile Jadis and conquer the world once meant to be his. He now rules Anorta in its frozen state, spreading the miasma of Monkod's folly across the world through his 4 lieutenants from his safe harbor in Silsey. Appearance: 7'4". Despite having a handsome face, he is unable to hide his cruelty and hatred, no matter how hard he tries to appear amicable. Very muscular, making him an intimidating presence towards friends and foes alike. Unable to grow facial hair, black hair which he wears down to his shoulders, gelling it back so it stays out of his way. A circular scar marks his bare chest. The man unable to wear his shirt without experiencing immense pain due to the curse Saida placed upon him. He does cover up his lower half with an expensive half-robe made out of cashmere, chiffon, and other silks and fabrics dyed black, red, and gold. Green eyes that were once beautiful, but now only shine with the envy that has completely ruined his soul. Another Side, Another Story, Number 10. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 11:49 a.m., June 5th, year 1490 FO. Shatali's bedroom, the city of Fairbreeze, Bulcia.
You know, this was my mistake. If I didn't want you to leave, I should have waited to have sex with you in the middle of the day.
That's one way of looking at it, my herald of joy. Ugh. There is no good way for me, Shatali's father, to start this chapter that doesn't wound me out of second-hand embarrassment. So let's just get right to the story, my dear mercenary reader. Once Robturn and Shatali reached her bedroom, they spent the past hour doing, well, I'll leave that to your imagination. But as lovely as it is for a couple to reunite, to indulge in the pleasure of the body without clothing, they both knew they had to have a deeper conversation eventually. So it was, a little before noon, that the two finally decided to take a break from their shared exercise to push themselves up against the headboard so they could talk. Well, I'll start. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry that Robturn tried to say. Despite being much larger, the Dark Knight having grown into a giant of a man, Shatali was still the more commanding presence in the relationship. The woman pressed a finger to her man's lips, silencing him, so Shatali could declare.
No, it is I who should begin. I came to you when you weren't ready, taking advantage of your emotional distress. While you were legally an adult, in my world back on Earth, the age of consent starts at 18. It is I who must ask for your forgiveness, Robturn, for being so cruel and robbing you of your innocence.
Shatali apologized, Robturn laughing as he leaned down and kissed his lover's bare neck. If your body is a cruel thing to enjoy, then let me suffer hellfire for the pleasure that you offer. It seems we can't agree who is to blame, so shall we both accept that we made mistakes?
I suppose that is fair,
Shatali remarked, allowing her vampire apprentice to work her for a while until she noticed his glowing yellow eyes.
Stage 3 already? You grew fast. I've already spoken to Jadis, so I know of the mission he sent you on these past few years. That is good. It means I won't have to teach you as much in the days ahead.
Then I am a fool, for there is no greater joy in life than your classes, Robturn remarked, Shatali rolling her eyes as she pointed out.
You were one of my worst students, you know? Helpful, obedient, a wonderful aid, but a truly terrible pupil.
Considering I won your heart, I couldn't have been that bad, Robturn snorted, Shatali laughing as she ran a hand through his growing white hair. It reached past his shoulders now, and Shatali swooned at the idea of the ponytail he was clearly trying to grow, a mark of master warriors in the lands of Fataria.
You won my heart for many reasons, Robturn. A heart I refuse to allow anyone else to have or steal. If you're wondering why I was so aggressive to you that night, it was because of Theba, because I was a closer friend to her than any of my other students, a genuine friend beyond the bond of master and apprentice. She told me that week that she was breaking off her engagement with Vid soon because she had fallen for another. She also swore that it wasn't you, but I worried she might have lied about that, telling me such only because she knew of my feelings for you, Robturn.
Well, then it must have been quite the surprise when it turned out she had fallen for the old man, Robturn snorted, Shatali groaning as she shifted uncomfortably in the bed.
A surprise for everyone, the king most of all. It happened the very next day, the day after you left. I could hardly mourn your departure because I was too busy dealing with the fallout of Theba's proclamation of love for Bertlin, fearing for his reputation, knowing that many in the lands would look at him as a sort of cradle robber. His response was to try and send Theba back home to rethink her feelings. I had to spend all of my political cachet at court to convince him to let her stay. I'm not sure if I did the right thing allowing her to pursue her relationship, but if I couldn't be with the one I loved at the time, I would do my best to help my friends win the hearts of the men they desired. Besides, we both know of the curse that afflicted Theba. Bulsha and Astern had to untie for Theba to escape the burden placed upon her bloodline by Mad King Eshin V. She claimed she loved Bertlin regardless of the curse. And yet...
Shatali trailed off, reflecting on how things went down back then. It doesn't really matter what her reasons were at the time. By allowing her to stay, Bertlin eventually caved in and gave in to his feelings for her. At least they are happy. At least they genuinely seem to care for each other. I never thought Bertlin would find a woman that would match my adoptive mother Lydness. Theba is as good of an equal as I can think of, Robturn announced, Shatali and him clapping to show their support for the new and future queen of Astern and Bulsia.
Well, enough of them. I didn't take off your clothing just so I could talk about others. I presume you don't intend to leave me again as you did before.
Of course not. Would I have been so vigorous in my apology were I intending to leave so soon? The boy whose heart you won desired you, but he wasn't ready for your wildfire. Now I am. Robturn acknowledged, pressing his forehead against his beloved's face, his nose rubbing against Shatali's, lips centimeters away, and preparing for another wonderful kiss. I am yours, to teach, to command, to give you all that you deserve and desire, Shatali. I am ready to be what you want me to be. Apprentice, vampire, husband.
Husband, huh? Then you fully accept the terms of my covenant. Good.
Shatali pushed away, not to leave her partner's side, but so she might straddle her spouse as she shifted around the bed, wrapping her legs around his waist as she prepared for another round with her paramour, her precious dark knight.
Did Jadis explain to you what it takes for a vampire to produce a child?
He only reassured me that I wouldn't return to find that you gave birth to an heir while I traveled the world in his service, Robturn remarked, noticing the hungry look in his wife's eyes. Care to explain what is expected from me?
100 times, 100 days. It is a serious thing to produce a child, and all the more when said children are capable of awakening powers that can destroy worlds, even galaxies. Combine that with the overwhelming lust that we vampires experience. Millie was wise to put a fail-safe in her virus. If we desire a child, you must give me your seed at least once a day, every day for 100 days without fail. Miss a day, and we must start over. But given the fun we have when we give each other our love, well, there are worst fates, aren't there?
Indeed, Robturn snorted, grinning as he reached out, pulling Shatali tight against his chest. And is there any problem if we do it more than once a day, my master?
Not as far as I am aware. Certainly can't hurt, as far as I know.
Shatali giggled, tempting as it was to give in to her desires, to continue on with this glorious reunion. The girl wasn't as confident as she made herself out to be when serving the public as the herald of joy. Doubts always nagged at her, and in the privacy of her bedroom, with her clothes strewn about, and her soul laid bare. She could finally air those concerns as she looked up into her husband's wanting eyes.
Hey, sorry, but I want to hear you say it again to reassure me. This is okay, isn't it? This is what you want? I'm the one you want? The one you love?
Shatali, in my service to Jadis, I have been to every part of Anorta. I have visited every country in Fataria, and even crossed the seas to battle devils in Veilbis. I have met every manner of human and Sowman, male and female. Thousands of souls have crossed my path. But what I came to realize from all my wandering, Robturn leaned in and gave his wife another kiss. For what better proclamation of love is there than this? That there is no woman more wonderful, beautiful, and as good as you, my heart.
Then I will never doubt you again, my love.
Shatali huffed, burying her face into her husband's hot and soothing chest so he wouldn't see the tears that streamed out of her eyes, leaking down her deliriously happy face.
I am yours, and you are mine. Shall we be one, my love?
The woman asked. Forever and always, no matter what comes next, the man answered. There was a rather terrible joke to be made there, but I think it's better to end this chapter on a beautiful note, rather than a lewd one. Robturn and Shatali returned to their lovemaking, and did little else for the remainder of the day, and the night that followed. What mattered is that when they emerged from the bedroom, they did so as a proper couple, committed to one another. Robturn and Shatali Herai, the dark night and the herald of joy, stepped into the morning prepared to serve each other, the world of Anorta, and their god, Jadis. They did so with hope, believing as all young couples do, that love alone would be enough to triumph over all the challenges ahead. A hope that would be crushed beneath cruel hatred, for neither of them could anticipate the dark forces that gathered in the shadows to destroy all that they cherished.
Secret Report Number 10. Goddess of Magic, Vane Hecate Christel. Hello, mercenary student. I am to be your instructor in the magical arts during your participation in my Daughter-in-Love's training program. You may refer to me however you wish, but know that I know spells that even most of the gods have forgotten about. I demand your respect, or I will curse you to suffer a kidney stone in 6 to 9 months. Just kidding. To cast such a spell is too much work, and it took my daughter-in-law Sherry months upon months of begging to get me to agree to this. Make fun of me as you wish. I have better things to do than waste so much as a thought on the more disrespectful among you. Question 1. How am I writing this to you if I am supposed to be in a crystal prison? Answer 1. Sherry decided to start work on this training program of hers the day she became Master Kolob. That Millie prepared many chapters for this program is further proof that the gods intended to extract as much value from the E3 conflict as they could. Some of the secret reports you're reading were written before or during the E3 conflict. My reports are all written long after Extremar was defeated. Spoilers, I guess, but this is heaven we're talking about. Do you really think Extremar would have let us publish this training program if that dumbass won? Question 2. What is the relationship between science and magic? How can magic violate the natural laws of science? Answer 2. They don't. There are no exceptions to the rules. If something violates a rule, it means that the rule is incomplete or needs clarification. Such is the same with magic. Any magical feat or spells is made easier with a thorough understanding of science, and seeing how magic can be used to alter reality helps us define the true laws of science and nature. This is why Dr. Vetz Heilmore is regarded as one of the greatest goddesses in the universe. The woman grew up having no idea magic was real for the first 13 years of her life, only to be enrolled at a magical academy. Her peers thought she would lag behind them. So did many of her teachers. But because she was so smart, because she already had a mind that understood the laws of science that govern reality, she was able to study magic with a point of view that no one else at the academy could ever understand. That is how she became both a master of the magical and scientific arts, achieving in 40 years what most gods struggle to master in 400. Of course, there's a reason why I'm the goddess of magic and not her. Because I am still the better spellcaster between us. Though I'd give it all up in an instant if I could give her my magical power in exchange for her ginormous boobs. Question 3. What are the basic principles of magic and science, if magic lets you do almost anything you want, despite what science says? Answer 3. We'll wrap up our first lesson by going over the basic principles of the universe that governs both magic and science. Rule 1. Matter cannot be destroyed. Can it be created? Don't know, don't care. If matter needs to be created, Elohim and his wives will figure out how to do it. The rest of us will settle for the practically infinite pool of raw matter that already exists in the universe for us to play with. Rule 2. Righteousness is power. At the end of the day, your holiness determines your overall potential. Training your body, increasing your knowledge, and practicing the basic principles of life all help grow your strength. All the training in the universe is completely useless if you don't sort out your soul first. Rule 3. Nothing is free. Nothing. You want to cast a spell? You want to learn something? You want anything in life? You have to give something first. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's energy. Maybe it's a few words, a prayer, or an oath. But you gotta give if wanna take. So don't be stingy, or you'll never grow. Which is about all I have to say today. I don't like people mixing up my words, even if they're wrong or improper. So don't yell at Anthony if this seems less polished than the other secret reports. I strictly forbade him under the threat of blindness if he edited so much as a word of this report. So I hope you like it raw, mercenary student. The art of reading something and finding meaning in it, even if it isn't perfectly presented, is a vital skill for every student to have. So let's end it there. On with the show, eh? Wait. Part of my payment is that I get to advertise something. Cool. Then, if you really want to master the magical arts, check out my wisdom class courses on the Bell Chime Network. Use the promo code CRUSADE for a 25% discount and save an extra 10% when you buy my complete 144 lecture series up front. Knowledge is power, and you can't cast magic without power. Good enough. Just get on with the story, William.
Chapter 11. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 10:17 p.m., September 3rd, year 1510 FO. Outside the Great Abyss, the city of Dragonglass, Sakliek. Mission time remaining, 8,211 hours. Anorta heaved beneath the malice of the Dark Lord Monkod. Sky, Nitos and Rayla prepared for battle. Sword, gun, and claw, they assumed defensive posture as they squared off against their foes. How were the odds? Not great, but not as bad as they could have been. Initially, the group worried it would be a 3-on-3 fight, but just as Lannis used up all his strength to counteract his wife's spell, so too did Verlandi. The LRO had forced the Sage of Silsey to push herself to her very limit in order to set off the earthquake that nearly claimed the lives of our vampiric heroes. Extremar's power enhanced those influenced by the LRO, but a fallen archangel is still not a god. The woman had not only passed out, but had fallen into a coma. Verlandi would need a significant infusion of blood before she could fight for her evil master again. Verlandi no longer being a concern would have been good news if she wasn't being compared to the men who stood guard over her comatose body. But which was worse? Monkod and the knight that stood beside him. Though Sky knew she needed to focus on the mandevil, the woman couldn't help but keep her gaze on the imposing figure acting as Monkod's right-hand man. This was the Mercenary Knight. Or at least, it had been, before the LRO claimed his mind. God's personal champion, the Mercenary Knight was usually deployed throughout the universe to put down the forces of evil that threatened heaven's design. No one would say it to his face, but he was heaven's public executioner. The Mercenary Knight wore a magically enhanced silver breastplate, along with all the other equipment that a traditional knight wears, meaning gauntlets, greaves, and sabatons, over a midnight black robe. This was a combination that balanced protection with mobility, a look that drove fear into God's enemies, that would stop a direct hit or two from any weapon or spell, even hits from divine weapons like soul sabers. Interestingly, one thing had changed about the man from the last time Sky saw him: the helmet. In his current corrupted state, the Mercenary Knight wore a metal helmet that completely hid his face, with two great horns that jutted out at a horizontal angle, a mockery of his usual helm. For the horns were supposed to stick up straight towards heaven, a constant reminder to direct his thoughts and prayers to the God he was meant to serve. Even so, Sky recognized the eyes that shone from behind the helmet. Though the irises had been twisted into red and gold, they were still the eyes of the man she loved more than anyone else in the universe. The eyes of her "Well done. I must commend you, Sky." Monkod interrupted our heroine's thoughts. The man's tone was cruel. Everything he did meant to mock our protagonist and her companions. Case in point, the mandevil clapped as he spoke, pacing back and forth in the desert street as he curled his cruel lips. Ever like a tiger constantly on the prowl, the three female warriors made note of every movement, even every twitch from the wicked Dark Lord. It was sensible to be cautious around such a foe, but did Monkod want to fight this day? Apparently not, or at least not yet. No, he would settle for hurting them in a different way. The mandevil taunting. "Look at what you've accomplished in such a short time. Or is it quite the long time, considering how many hours you've burned to make it this far? Tell me, what did you achieve with all the time you just spent, Katie? Oh, sorry, Sky. Do you know how many people you've just plunged into the abyss? 3,000. 3,000 souls dead. 3,000 Sowman, who you failed to save because of your ineptitude, you stupid little girl. Oh, this is what happens when you catch me by surprise. I must apologize yet again, Sky. The report I read on the way here said you gave up your purely feminine body, all so you could bypass the LRO barrier that Extremar erected. Tell me then, what should I refer to you as, since you're short a vagina? A boy? An abomination? A mistake?" Monkod mocked. Sky didn't take the bait. The woman didn't respond, didn't charge in like she might have done back when she was a young vampire with too much pride and not enough good sense. All the woman did was keep her grip tight on her soul saber, distant shore, Sky keeping the defensive advantage for herself. Words were cheap, and his insults little more than barbs she'd heard 100 times before. No point wasting any energy on a duel of words. Better to save her energy, to keep all the hate she felt for Monkod bottled up, so that Sky might end his evil reign. "Ah, how cute. Unfortunately, just because you have a dick between your legs doesn't mean you're good at making an angry face like a true and proper man. It'll take so much more than that childish scowl to frighten me, Sky." Monkod glanced over at the bracelet Sky wore, watching as another hour ticked away for our heroine. "But there is a reason why I rule instead of the former Shadow Lord Gorlon. He was an impatient man. While my 1,500 years of imprisonment taught me that the best things in life
do truly come to those who are willing to wait. No, Miss Sky. I have several reasons for coming here today, but none of them are to fight you. If you wish to have a go at me, you will need to defeat my lieutenants and find a way to destroy the barrier I have cast to protect Silsey. Not a moment sooner, though I doubt you'll have the time to beat them all.
Monkod stepped on over to Verlandi. He tried to pat her on her head, but it appeared that Extremar was careful about anyone mishandling his precious servants, especially those of the female gender. When Monkod's hand got close to the woman's body, a bolt of red and golden lightning shot out from her vampiric aura, zapping the mandevil and sending him sliding a couple feet across the ground.
Paranoid piece of sh...
Monkod recovered, figuratively and literally. Extremar was serious about his LRO soldiers, because it took magical regeneration to restore the damage done to the mandevil's hand.
As you can see, Extremar's hold still remains strong on Verlandi.
The Dark Lord Monkod boasted, trying to save face after his master's reprimand.
You failed to destroy the LRO virus inside, which means she remains my lieutenant. You and your merry band of misfits have failed to accomplish anything here today. But fret not. I will give you all a second chance to make the most of the time you've wasted, of the lives you've sacrificed to get this far. I believe we can come to an agreement that will allow both of us to walk away with something that we want.
I have no interest in making an agreement with you.
Sky spat on the ground, at last saying something to the mandevil. Rayla and Nitas were of the same mind, the two taking a page out of our heroine's book. The former stuck her tongue out, while Nitas was happy to give Monkod the disrespectful insult that had propagated throughout the universe known as, yes, the middle finger.
At least hear out my deal first. All I want is a soul for a soul. Give me back Rayla, and you can have Verlandi.
Huh? What? Me? Why me? Why do you want me back so badly?
Though Rayla didn't believe that Sky would give their friend up, she wasn't even given the choice. Nitas rushed over and wrapped her arms around the wolf Sowman anyway. The nymph once again proving to our heroine that she made the right choice in allowing her to become their ally.
No way, asshole. I'll burn the world to ash before I let you lay your hands on either of us again.
The blonde gunslinger hissed.
Ah, yes. You both suffered in that same prison camp, didn't you? Hiding Rayla there was intentional, but your imprisonment there was only due to the laziness of my servants. A mistake in many ways.
Monkod sighed, putting on his best, his most genial smile. A clear attempt to look sorry for what happened to the former blade of the revanchist. A pretend one, as fake as apology even a child could recognize as worthless. But you'd be surprised by how easily the hearts of many are swayed by sweet words, even those we know to be hollow and untrue.
For that is what it was, a foolish, stupid mistake. It was absolutely a mistake to have you caged up like that, Nitas. Extremar and I still desire your service, and are more than happy to make amends, despite all the help you've provided our enemy. Perhaps we can even convince Roas to promote you, to bring you into his innermost, sir.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The only thing I want from you...
Nitas fumed, barely able to keep herself from firing an energy blast at the mandevil and instigate a fight she knew she probably couldn't win. It would have been worth it all the same, given how much hatred marked the words that spewed like fire from her rigid, irate lips.
The only thing I want from you is to rip your dick off, to shove it down your throat and to watch you choke on it as I force you into the box you trap me in. Go back to hell, Monkod. I'd go back and live as a whore for 100 years before I ever trust so much as a word from you.
You don't need to trust me. Monkod continued to speak softly, refusing to give up just yet. The mandevil had only risen as high as he did, through the corruption of others, and Nitos would still be the easiest of the three to turn to his side, despite what he had done to her. You simply need to swear an oath to me, and I to you. After all, remember who you're fighting for now. I have no qualms about queer folk in my kingdom. Heaven, however, still thinks little of your kind. Will you truly ever be free to live as your true self? How long before heaven turns on you, condemning you for what you are, because you can't live up to their lofty standards? What will you do when they turn around and shove you into a cage? Because we both know the truth, Nitos. It's not just your sexuality that'll make you a misfit in the realm of the gods. We both know all of your imperfections, and heaven has no love for your kind. Monkod tried. That was a better argument to make to the blonde gunslinger. A much better one, actually. So much so that for a few brief seconds, Nitos did waver in her hatred, the woman even going so far as to lower the Soul Saver gun she had trained on the mandevil who ruled Anorta. Too bad for Monkod, though. Whether Nitos would have actually accepted this offer or not, I cannot say. But it never came to it, because the person best suited to refute the mandevil's lies stood just a few feet away. And all it took was a few words from Sky to save the blonde gunslinger from the Dark Lord's temptation.
Nitas, I have no idea what he's talking about. Your secrets are yours to keep. But he's wrong. Whatever you are, heaven will accept you. The people there will love you because they learned to love me. And if they can accept what I am, what do you have to worry about?
Spite makes for a powerful motivator, but an unreliable one. There are forces more powerful than disdain, desires that can override even our strongest hatreds. Nitos took a look at her newest friend, one she had already come to enjoy spending time with so much, and knew that she had spoken true. Even if she hadn't, even if she had just lied to try and keep her favor, Nitos wouldn't have cared. The company she kept now, from the handsome jackass passed out on the ground, to the moody red-haired vampire standing, and the goofy wolf woman she was holding on to in her arms. They made her happier. They were better friends than any of the company Nitos had kept in a long time, and there was nothing that Monkod could offer her that would make her give that up. Burl Ives had the right of it. But I suppose we should get back to the story before I start ranting about the Christmas movies Rayla made me watch growing up.
Monkod, the only oath I swear today is this. I pledge to dedicate the rest of my life to destroying you.
Fine. Then pray you die with these fools, because you'll be a whore to every devil in hell if my men capture you again.
Monkod seethed, but the anger passed quickly. Despite how the conversation had gone thus far, he still had one more thing he wanted to say. One more person he wanted to talk to, as he turned his attention back to Sky.
You, child of Cato Christel, daughter of Elgara Herai, the woman who took up the mantle of archangel, once robbed her and abandoned his responsibilities. Be reasonable. Think about what this war will cost if we continue fighting as we have. You have already killed several thousand innocent people, Sky, and the death will not stop there. Do you even realize what you're fighting for now? You fight for death itself, to return that which I have taken away. Why? Do you truly hate me so much that you would return suffering to a world free from it at last? You're not just cutting off your own nose to fight me. You will see this entire world burn just to take me down.
I have known life, and I have known death. It is called Monkod's Folly for a reason, mandevil. The hell you offer isn't fit to be called either.
Sky motioned with her sword, pointing to the many frozen people who still hadn't moved in the streets of the city, despite all that had happened that day.
Those who have died have gone to a better place, to heaven, for it is only by passing through the veil of death can we truly obtain that which we consider to be life. For that reason, I have no qualms about the cost of this war. 10,000, 100,000, if I must sacrifice millions upon millions, if I must cut down the life of every soul on Anorta to defeat you, then so be it. I will save my family. I will save my friends. I will save Anorta, even if I must destroy it to do so. Better to rest in heaven than to rot in this night you have made for its people. A nightmare you have made, because we know the truth, mandevil.
Sky knew it was not her place to be vicious. That wasn't the kind of thing heaven wanted to see in their mercenaries. Even so, she could not help it. She hoped the mandevil felt every word and suffered for it. For cruelty, not kindness, was the language that our heroine spoke best.
You're still just a cowardly little boy who never should have left Eden, Monkod.
So be it. Monkod dropped the facade. Rage, disgust, all manner of negative emotion filled his face as his muscles tensed. It looked as if he was preparing for battle, that at long last the two sides would come to blows. Instead, the mandevil threw his hand out to create a portal of darkness, one big enough for himself and Verlandi, as he used magic to lift the comatose sage off the ground. If death is what you desire, then death is what you have. I have tried my best to give these people a better world, to even give you ungrateful lot a better heaven than the one ruled by the gods. You're too stupid to see it now, but there will come a day in which you will look upon this meeting with regret when you realized I was right. And make no mistake, Sky, I am a whole different kind of beast from Gorlon. Your mother, your better, had to give up everything just to beat him. You have no chance, mercenary. You have no hope of victory, and I shall prove it, here and now. Monkod jabbed a finger into the chest of the mercenary knight, ordering, Prince, kill the humans and capture the Sowman, and take off that damn helmet. I want that disgusting abomination you wedded to see your lovely face as you hack it to itsy-bitsy little pieces. Vid Akis. As you wish, my heavenly father, the mercenary knight answered, the LRO's hold as strong as ever over the former prince. Monkod and Verlandi took their leave, but all eyes were on the armored knight as he finally revealed his face. Nitos gasped, Rayla howled, but Sky wasn't surprised at all as the mercenary knight confirmed the mandevil's words to be true.
Damn it. Looks like Lanus isn't the only one who will be guilty of spousal abuse today.
Sky gritted her teeth, fear coursing through her limbs, tension rising in her terrified body. As much as she wanted to fight anyone else, the woman had no choice but to square off against the man she had claimed as her paramour, against a husband who Sky knew was her better when it came to the ways of war. Warning, alert, reality level threat detected, final act boss detected. Vid Akis, the mercenary knight of heaven. Title, Heaven's current champion, a warrior commissioned with eradicating evil throughout the universe. Bio, once the adopted prince of Bolsia, he was engaged to Theba at a young age to fulfill a prophecy and lift a curse that had destroyed the rest of House Fee. However, when Theba revealed she had fallen for his widowed father, Bertlin, the prince abandoned his claim to both the girl and throne to avoid causing any problems for those he loved. In recognition of this sacrifice, and due to his incredible fighting abilities, Heaven made him a vampire and appointed him as the second mercenary knight of Heaven. He roamed the universe, hunting down monsters and foes who threatened the plans of the gods, until the mercenary knight fell under the sway of the LRO virus. Technically a husband to Sky Crystal. Appearance: 6'2", a man who has the look of someone who always seems dissatisfied or disinterested, even when he's actually feeling giddy. Muscular enough, but his armor makes him look much larger than he actually is. He was golden-haired in his youth, but his hair turned gray, like ash, by the time he was 18. Has picked up on Earth fashion during his travels throughout the universe, wearing black cargo slacks with a long cobalt jacket and unnecessary belts. Able to activate his soul saber, Exalt, encasing him in regal armor that also adds 2 extra feet to his height. Before he was infected with the LRO, his irises are as gray as his hair, a special marker that designates him as God's appointed champion, the nearly invincible Mercenary Knight. Abilities: while the LRO has restricted his ability to summon his soul saber, it has enhanced all of his other fighting talents. His silver armor significantly enhances his ATG shield, and can also take several hits of a soul saber before breaking. Familiar with all forms of elemental magic, but primarily uses fire, lightning, and earth spells. A true master of hand-to-hand combat, an expert in many types of melee weapons, but primarily fights with his divine relic, the Lance of Longinus. One-on-one, a god would struggle to take him down, though as Vidakis, he does struggle when fighting against multiple opponents at the same time. Good luck, Sky. You'll need it. Another Side, Another Story, number 11. The Mercenary Knight. Worldline Cycle, WL-E-3. 7:14 a.m., December 8th, 1:55 ER. Extremar's Rebellion. A bloody snowfield. Extremar's headquarters. Neo Prima. The E3 war was about to end. Clink, clink, clink. For 3 days and 3 nights, without taking even a minute to sleep, the Mercenary Knight of God pursued the fallen angel Extremar. Sword against sword, magic against magic, soul against soul. The champion of heaven took on all that the fallen archangel and his rebel forces threw at him, and prevailed. Clink, clink, clink. Extremar threw his legions at the lone warrior, and the mercenary knight triumphed. Extremar finally decided to challenge the mercenary knight himself. And now the war would end, for the mercenary knight would triumph. Clink, clink, swoosh. Their swords clashed one final time, and Extremar's strength failed him. The fallen archangel's soul saber was sent hurtling through the air. Extremar Thanatos, too tired to call it back. Bleeding from more than a dozen wounds that could no longer heal, the fallen archangel fell to his knees, completely and utterly defeated. Please, have mercy, the mercenary knight breathed, hard. It must have been the first breath he had drawn in over half an hour. The fighting had been so intense, at the end of their duel, the warrior of heaven didn't dare pause to even open his mouth until the fight had finished. Oxygen caused his head to spin, his vision to blur. Our hero nearly passed out, but that would have given his most hated foe an opportunity to run away. The mercenary knight steadied himself, plunging his sword into the ground, chest rising, falling, moving at a steady and peaceful rhythm. The champion gave himself this moment to survey the area. He had to make sure that Extremar wasn't faking his surrender, wasn't preparing to spring one final trap now that the battle was over. The mercenary knight had given so much just to get here. How cruel would it have been to lose it all when he, at last, could bring this terrible war that had ravaged the entire universe to an end? It certainly didn't look like Extremar could pull off any last surprises. The fighting had begun in Extremar's mansion, But that building had been reduced to rubble and ash on the first day of fighting. Then came the soldiers, reinforcements meant to aid the fallen archangel. But they, too, were nothing more but piles of broken bones and severed limbs. The forest that surrounded the estate had been razed, and the once blue sea had been tainted black with all of the blood the mercenary knight had spilled from his hated foe. Death, destruction, devastation all around, all of it to be lain at the feet of one man, one fallen fool, defeated and crying, so weak now that the mercenary knight could hardly believe that Extremar had been the source of nightmares for so many in the universe. I beg of you, show me the mercy I know you possess. Look, mercy? The mercenary knight repeated. Did you show any of my friends, my family, anyone I ever cared for mercy? You ask for that which you have not given to a single soul since you started this selfish rebellion. Extremar. I gave millions mercy when I served as my brother's archangel, Extremar exclaimed, groaning as he coughed up blood he could not afford to lose. Even so, the antagonist of this tale recognized his end could come at any moment. So he continued on despite the pain that speaking caused him. It was for the sake of mercy that I have waged my campaign, to grant mercy to a universe that Elohim would condemn. You waged this war for your own vanity, because you aspired to become a god, only to rebel like any other petulant child when your requests for exaltation were denied. The mercenary knight seethed. The warrior tried to lift his sword, but doing so nearly caused him to fall down and faint. As much as he wanted to kill the fallen archangel before he could get away, before he could somehow figure out how to escape death like he had so many times before, the mercenary knight simply didn't have the strength yet to finish the job. But I will. I just need to keep him talking. If I can get just a minute or two, I can end this. I can end this miserable war once and for all, the mercenary knight thought, using his sword as a cane, leaning hard against it as he dragged himself through the snow towards Extremar. Moving caused white blood to seep out of broken plates of our hero's armor, but he could bear the terrible pain that begged him to stop, to rest, to give up. Give up? Now? No. He would give it all, even his life, to end the fallen archangel. This war began because of Millie, because of her desire to redeem me. Why else would God allow me to fight for so long? You and I both know that Elohim could have killed me at the onset if he truly wanted me dead. Yet, here I am. Here I remain, because I yet serve a purpose. I know that as long as I draw breath, I can be better and serve again. Extremar exclaimed, the mercenary knight shaking his head as he stabbed his sword into the ground over and over. A step, then another, foot after foot, as the mercenary knight drew nearer, the seconds ticking away as the voices of the dead called out for justice to heaven's champion. Rob Turnharai, Sigurd Severin, Valentina Rabino. The mercenary knight mourned, calling out the names of the heroes who paved this path to victory. Lannis Gantrick, Mathazan, Layla Hunter. 6 archangels gave their lives so I could reach you, Extremar. 6 warriors braver, kinder, smarter, and better than me, all dead at your hands. Sons and daughters of God who gave their lives so that I might take yours. Their spirits call to me, Extremar, to give them the glory you denied them. They cannot rest until you are dead and forgotten. So embrace it. It is time for you to face your judgment, fallen archangel. It is time for you to die. No! Extremar screamed, shutting his eyes as he stretched out his hand, turning his face away in fear of his reaper. As for the mercenary knight, he stabbed the ground next to Extremar's neck, angling his sword so that it would just take one push, one shove, even the simple act of leaning to bring peace to the fallen, to give justice to the dead, to...
No. Stop. Please, Father, spare him.
Logan Schaefer froze. The mercenary knight had been sent by heaven to claim the life of Extremar. The champion of God had claimed the lives of more than 1,000 monsters to reach this world, and not once had he ever showed so much as an iota of mercy to those who heaven sent him to kill. Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, men whose wealth could feed countries, women whose genius could cure all manner of disease. No matter how they pleaded with the mercenary knight, he rejected them all. The mercenary knight killed them all, for such was the oath that he swore to his God, his Father in heaven. But one man he spared, for there was also a man beneath the blood-soaked silver plates worn by the mercenary knight. One man did Logan Schaefer grant mercy to, not because of anything the fallen archangel said, not because our hero had regrets for those he had killed, or because he thought there was a good reason why heaven wanted Extremar Thanatos to love. Logan showed mercy that day, the mercy that only a father can give. The mercy of a parent who would give everything, even his life, to satisfy his daughter. It seems it will not be my hand that you will meet your end, Extremar. Logan pushed his sword away, letting it fall to the snow. It cut off some of Extremar's hair as it fell, but the fallen archangel could look up without the fear of death. The mercenary knight may have been his title, but it was a different man who stood before the fallen archangel. The fists balled up in anger, in tears streaming down Logan's weary face. What are you waiting for? You know I can't leave here without your head. You still have one trick left up your sleeve, don't you, you monster? I'm giving you a free shot, Extremar. Do it, Logan growled. Extremar shrunk beneath the father's terrifying glare, but only for a moment. The fallen archangel had indeed recovered enough power to make his move. So once he regained his courage, Extremar summoned an object to his hand. Do it! Logan screamed, and those would be his final words, as Extremar struck. A syringe. Extremar had stabbed Logan right in the chest with a syringe. The magical silver plates that protected his flesh had broken during the second day of fighting. The mercenary knight thought that the fallen archangel would merely kill him. But this? Infecting him? Logan the mercenary knight lurched, his stomach churning, his vision swimming, as he and Extremar swapped places. The would-be savior of the universe fell to the ground, not just defeated, but ruined, as a virus coursed through his system, while Extremar lorded over his defeated opponent with a sneer marked entire by venomous hate. Damn you, Logan, that I had to resort to infecting you with Tergiazon's serum is pitiful. There will be hell to pay for this. From both of us. Extremar groaned, wiping the wet blood that continued to seep from his mouth. But with this serum, I don't just end your life. I erase you from this universe, mercenary knight. Die now. Die for me knowing you have accomplished nothing, that you will never again take up arms against me. I will reset the universe, undoing all the harm you've caused, but you shall not enter this next cycle as you are. Achilles Christel, Logan Schaefer, the man you are is no more. Begone, nobody. Spend these final moments lamenting all that you now lose. And remember, you could have had it all, reigning as a god in a universe better than the one that now abandons you. If you only served me, mercenary scum. Extremar spun on his heel, his trenchcoat blowing with the wind as he marched away from the dying Logan. The mercenary knight reached out one last time, stretching his arm towards the escaping foe, but his strength failed. Arm falling to the snow, consciousness fading from his mind. The defeated warrior would have embraced the darkness, trying to claim his soul, were it not for the voice that whispered in the wind. A voice that gave her father peace in his final moments.
Thank you. Whatever you're feeling towards me right now, I promise it will all be worth it. That you will understand one day why I needed you to spare Extremar. Because this won't be your end, Father. Mother will restore you. You will be whole again. Let heaven hear this oath, sworn by your grateful daughter, Millie Schaefer.
See you soon, Mom, Dad, Katie, and you, my beloved Millie. Logan managed to think in his final moments. Death did not truly claim him, but a destruction of a different kind, as his body melted into light. The light then split into 3 orbs, each about the size of a basketball, that rose with a mournful wail into the air. Red, blue, and yellow. The 3 spheres shot out and away from each other as they zipped away and quickly breached the planet's atmospheric edge. They would not stop there, but would continue to spread out. The remnants of Logan scattered across the wide expanse of space and time. This is the story of how the first cycle of the Mercenary Saga came to an end. This is the story of how Logan Schaefer, the firstborn son of Cato, was destroyed. And now I tell you the story of how he would be made whole again, for such was the quest that brought Sky Crystal to Anorta. Starting with the duel to free Vidakis, a remnant of Logan Schaefer.
Secret Report 11. The God of Time Public Memo. Neuros Talska. Is this thing on? Infernal machine? Whose bright idea was it to give a public contract to any company once ran by that cretin Saren? That bastard served for Extremar for most of the war. But just because he's on our side now, it's somehow okay to waste our divine points buying computers from him? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Ah, so it is recording. Then listen up, mercenary. My name is Dr. Neuros Talska, and I am your new god of time. Unlike the other gods and goddesses instructing you, I have no intention of babying you. There is far too much to do, and not enough time to do it all. And that is despite knowing I have all of eternity to finish my work. Time stops for no man, neither mortal nor divine. Begin. Time, as we so call it, does not actually exist. Time is merely a measurement tool, which we use to monitor change, be it growth or decay. The rate by which things change is what we call time. Need proof? Did you know you can stop, reverse, or even fast-forward time despite being immortal? Open up an electronic video that gives you the ability to pause, rewind, and fast-forward at will. Congratulations, Initiate. You've just learned how to time travel. Now, the smartest among you must be asking why I am the god of something that does not exist. Because it is convenient. God didn't decide that a foot should be 12 inches, or that a meter should be 100 centimeters. Fahrenheit and Celsius are both arbitrary, but we don't get into arguments over the nature of measuring the temperature every time we check our phones to see what the weather is outside. Even we who serve in heaven continue to use these terms because it conveys a meaning universally understood by all except the pedantic. To that end, what am I specifically in charge of then? When I, the great Neuros Talska, describe myself as a god of time. I am the god currently in charge of maintaining the continuity of timelines and world lines throughout our universe. Following the ascension of our Heavenly Father, Elohim, our God, in His infinite grace and love, decided that the best of His children should be granted the same powers, opportunities, and privileges that He possesses. The greatest among these birthrights is that anyone who becomes a god or goddess can create their own world, much like the earth you now occupy. The greatest of the line of Caesar, for instance, abandoned his birth nomen Julius, and took the name of Jadis, when he created the world of Anorta following his exalted ascension. To avoid stepping on each other's feet, and to further expand the domain of heaven, each god is assigned a patch of empty space in the universe to place their creations in. The total area governed by the god or goddess is called a world line. Ergo, should one travel from the Atonement world line, which is the world line you currently live in, Mercenary, to world line SS-J-1, the world line where Anorta is located, you would say they just traveled across world lines. So what are timelines? This is actually a more complicated question to answer. As a god or goddess gains experience, they eventually realize that just as a parent can manage rearing multiple children at a time, they too can oversee multiple worlds at the same time. If a god has more than one populated world in their world line, then each individual world is considered its own timeline. So why are they called timelines? Because, for one reason or another, things happen within a timeline that might now follow the grand plan of salvation that our Heavenly Father has made for a universe. Time paradoxes, invasions from interdimensional beings, a god or goddess making a mistake because they're new to a job, my brother Lannis being a fool. These things happen far more often than you might think. Fortunately for the universe, these things are rather easy to fix. Heavenly Father, the god or goddess of time, and a few other select deities all have the power and authority to reset timelines, much like reloading a video game, going back to an earlier point in a video, or returning to the start of a book. We can restore things to an earlier point in time. Those within the timeline might forget what has happened, but we gods who govern or are outside of the timeline will carry on with the knowledge of our failures, so we might change how events play out until they follow the plan of salvation. This is what is meant by cycles. To use an example from the chapter you just read, Logan nearly won the E3 war, but by that point in the conflict, too many important people on both sides had died. It was in Extremar's and Elohim's best interests to start the war over, which is what they did. Though with the important caveat that Mr. Logan would not participate given the nasty time-corrupting serum Extremar injected him with. That should be enough to suffice Sherry for now, but since I am in a good mood, I suppose I will share a couple more tidbits. For instance, would you like to know what the responsibilities of gods and archangels are? Their jobs are actually related to the current topic. Individual world line ultimately answers to one godly couple, while every individual timeline answers to one archangel couple. For instance, Jadis is in charge of many worlds, including Anorta, but Robturn and Chitali were only responsible for just Anorta, until that disappointing man quit his job as archangel. Now on to another important question you might be asking. How does one travel between timelines and world lines? The truth is that traveling is the easy part. It's the cost of traveling that's hard. A person can travel from timeline to timeline via magic, machinery, or through other means. But to do so is to invoke the ire of the Grim Reaper Department. Or rather, perhaps, it would be more proper to say that you invoke a penalty from the servants of the god or goddess of death. For as long as someone is in a foreign timeline, their allotted time in life is cut in half. For instance, if a person is meant to die at the age of 80, they'll die at 40, as long as they remain in the foreign timeline. If a person has less than half of their life remaining, the timeline will refuse them entry. For this reason, timeline travel is impractical for ordinary mortals. Wish to escape your early death? Go home before you die, and you'll have nothing to worry about until you get to the other side of the veil. And world lines? When you try to leave your world line for the first time, you will be summoned to meet with Charity Christelle, the wife of Elohim, and the permanent goddess of wishes. She will decide whether you can leave home, but even those she grants her favor to are asked to pay a heavy price. You must help her grant an impossible wish, which is just the synonym we use for a far more important term: prayer. God is the God of prayers, and He answers them all. Of course, someone has to help him with his work, and Charity is all too happy to get suckers like me to carry out her husband's vital but oh so taxing work. In order to gain my license to travel between world lines, I had to move to that dreadful city known as London and become a private detective solving cases for the local pillocks. It shouldn't take you too much to figure out who I am referring to, though I will not mention my more famous identity, lest I piss off that shrew known as the goddess of copyrights. Bringing our first lesson together to its end, all that is left now is the sign-off, yes? What does pathetic brother Lannis say? Ah, yes. Then allow me to one-up him, as I always do. If it has wheels, buy Tulska, the superior transportation vehicle manufacturing company.
Chapter 12. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christelle. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 10:27 p.m., September 3rd. Year 1510 FO. Outside the Great Abyss, the City of Dragonglass, Sakliak. Mission time remaining, 8,210 hours. Surrender now, servants of Extremar. I am not without mercy. Flee from this place, and I shall grant you your lives. But once I summon my weapon, your eternal souls are forfeit. Choose now whether I am so great a prize that you're willing to risk your own.
Oh, you have no idea how much you're worth to me, my love.
Sky, Nitas, and Rayla slowly spread out, the trio trying to form a tight triangle around their singular opponent. 3 against 1. They would have felt pretty confident if they were going against any other foe. But against Vidakis? If heaven allowed bets on fights that took place during the E3 conflict, I would have put a pretty penny, and then some, on the Mercenary Knight of Heaven. The fact that they were all winded after their duel with Verlandi didn't help. Even worse, Rayla was unable to transform back into her wolf form after the spear Logan threw at her during the last fight. But don't count her out entirely because of it. Sharp claws that stretched from the tips of her hands in place of fingernails meant that the Sowman was not without a weapon, the means to defend herself. But though my mother is an extraordinarily capable woman, would it be enough? Would they be enough to overcome one of the strongest fighters in the universe? Had Vid been his whole self and able to summon his soul saber, the answer would have been a resounding no. The 3 at full power would not have been enough to defeat the Mercenary Knight at his true strength. So it was a relief then that the LRO had robbed much of Vid of his most powerful weapon. Small relief, for Sky found herself pondering.
How is he going to fight us? Will he play it safe and take his time, defeating us one by one? Or will he go all out from the very start to try and eliminate us as quickly as possible?
So be it. You refuse to flee? Then you have made your choice. Behold, sinners, the Lance of Longinus. The Mercenary Knight called out, holding his hands above his head. Golden light shone from heaven, coalescing into the deadly weapon, that could make even a god tremble in fear. After all, it had been used to wound the flesh of the Son of God. So what would the spear do to those weaker than our Savior, Jesus Christ? Introducing Artifact A1, Lance of Longinus. Wielder, the Mercenary Knight. Description: when Jesus Christ hung on the cross, the Roman soldier Longinus stabbed his side with a lance to confirm the Savior was dead. The blood of the Son of God transformed the weapon into the Holy Spear of Destiny, consisting of a golden pole and stained red spear point. The Lance of Longinus is capable of changing in size, extending up to 250,000 miles in length, at a speed of 15,000 miles a second. This weapon is also able to bypass any ATG barrier, even the ATG barrier of a god. And so is the weapon given to any who claim the title of the Mercenary Knight of Heaven. Sky bit her lip. The fact that the Mercenary Knight was starting the battle with the most powerful weapon available to him meant he would hold nothing back in this fight. Once again, our heroine reconsidered their chances. They weren't guaranteed to lose. If anything, this was probably their best chance. In a drawn-out brawl, the three of them were bound to fail, for none of them had the energy to outlast the fresh and ready warrior, who was already stronger than them all combined. However, the fact that he was going all out immediately, that meant Vid was fighting with emotions, dictating his moves, rather than logic. That makes for a stronger foe who hits harder and faster, but one that is also prone to making mistakes as well.
Vid is a remnant, but he isn't Logan. That's my one hope, our only chance. Let him overcommit. Let him gamble. Do that, and we might just be able to win.
Sky hoped, eyes twinkling as she charged towards the spearman. Just as Sky wanted, Vid spun to attack her first, shifting with his lance with the intent of extending it through her chest. To counter this, Sky lunged towards the ground, cutting at the dirt with her chainsaw sword distant shore. Pebbles and chunks, a cloud of chewed-up rock spat into the air, temporarily blinding Vid and throwing off his aim. Instead of piercing his wife's heart, the Mercenary Knight merely extended the Lance of Longinus towards the frozen gray sky. The others attacked as well. Nitos joined the fray and peppered the man with her soul saber gunshots from afar. The laser pistols didn't do much damage, but if you can best a foe with 1,000 cuts, you can beat them with 1,000 shots. Even better, Sky's trick, blinding Vid, gave Rayla a chance to charge in. The Wolf Queen of the Sowman slammed her claws into the Mercenary Knight's rainbow ATG shield. There was great power behind these slashes, and while they didn't cause any serious damage to the magical barrier, it was enough to startle the gray-haired warrior. Vid finally got the last bit of dirt out, and his eyes, fully recovered, the Mercenary Knight used his left arm in hopes of backhanding Rayla. Sky appeared just in time with her sword, attempting to cut through the limb that had stretched outside of the protection offered by the former prince's ATG shield. Sky thought her husband's remnant had overextended. He didn't. Vid's magically enhanced silver armor proved even stronger than her own roaring chainsaw staff. Instead of cutting through the limb, the soul saber actually locked up as it made contact with his gauntlet. Sky and Rayla were both knocked away by Vid's blow, while Sky's sword block managed to absorb some of the damage. Both of the heroes still suffered several broken bones from the singular hit. That knocked them out of the fight for a few precious seconds, which might not seem like much to you, my dear mercenary reader, but for vampires, that was time enough for Vid to skewer them both and kill the injured duo. This fight absolutely would have ended here for Sky and my mother Rayla if Nitos wasn't there to back my family up.
Will of Boreas, chill my foe to the bones with your mighty gale, level 5.
A powerful gust of wind slammed into Vid, once more causing him to miss with his extending weapon. the spear passing harmlessly above Rayla and Sky, stretching until it slammed into a cement home 50 feet away. The mercenary knight had to waste his time jerking on the weapon until it pulled free. Enough time for Sky and Rayla to not only heal, but for the swordswoman and the Sowman to rush to their foe and attack him in unison, the duo simultaneously striking Vid's ATG shield. Another crack in the barrier formed, Sky estimating that they had already taken the mercenary knight's shield down to about half strength. Good progress, but there had already been a couple of close calls in the fight already. With the Lance of Longinus, Vidakis only needed one solid hit to take any of them out of the fight. As proved by what he did next, Sky underestimated her foe, because Vid's eyes glowed brown as he suddenly punched the ground, setting off an earth spell that she had never seen her husband or his remnants cast before. The area shook. Tremors meant to throw the heroes off their balance and open them up for a quick attack from the vampiric spearmen. Instinctively, Nitos decided she'd be better off jumping into the air, using her wind magic to avoid the earthquake entirely.
Nitos, get down!
Sky tried to shout, realizing her companion's mistake. Too late. Dodging in the air was harder than avoiding Vid's attacks on the ground, and Nitos made it even easier by rising in a straight line. Spear already angled at a tilt, Vid finally managed to make contact with the enemy as the Lance of Longinus plunged into the chest of Nitos Vade. Coughing, most of the internal organs in her chest either damaged or destroyed by the divine relic. The gunslinger's eyes rolled into the back of her head as the mercenary knight retracted his magical weapon. The unconscious bladed the revanchist to fall, taking her out of the fight. Had he killed her? Thankfully, no. As a reminder, both the brain and heart must be destroyed within seconds of each other to kill a vampire with high-speed regeneration. Vid's follow-up attack would have done it, but Sky raged with fury as she swung her soul saber, deflecting the mercenary knight's aim yet again as memory surged through the mind and body, unleashing the full power of her soul.
The Knight of Bolsha comes to the dance expecting only to serve as security for his father and his betrothed. How his life changed, how his eyes lit up when the woman with red hair invited him to dance. Never before had a lady made him feel that way, and so he was more than happy to follow her into her bedroom and discover the carnal pleasures enjoyed by everyone else at that wedding festival.
A proper clash. Vid set off another earth spell that launched a pillar into Rayla's jaw, stunning her. With her temporarily out of the way, Sky and her husband's remnant would finally have a proper exchange. The mercenary knight of heaven retracting his lance until it matched our heroine's soul saber. Chainsaw sword and that which pierced the savior's hip make for strange weapons. But all weapons serve the same purpose, as they tried to hurt one another.
The Knight of Extremar emerges from Gwylarden, set free at last from his servitude to the fallen archangel. The person he wanted to see most is the first to greet him. The woman with red hair breathes warmth into a chest that had long forgotten the meaning of heat. Feeling returns to him with her embrace, and it is because of her that he manages to remember that, yes, even he is capable of love.
Metal clanged against metal. Both of them infused their attacks with magic, trying to set each other ablaze. In this one regard, Sky proved herself superior, though she wasn't entirely sure why. She knew she was always better at fire magic than her beloved, but she should have been limited by the bracelet counting down her time on Anorta. Did her fire still burn hotter because of the memories that she remembered as clear as day? The very memories Vid should have called upon for help, but could not access because of the LRO.
The Knight of Love crosses the dune, and so finds the woman with red hair standing upon the shoreline. She is a goddess illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, more lovely than any star in the sky. That is, until she smiles, and by so doing makes the mercenary knight of heaven wonder if there has ever been a creation on God's canvas as lovely as her. The eyes look upon him with the same adoration, and in that moment, know the meaning of...
Your flames mock me, devil. I shall snuff them for daring to pass yourself as my beloved wife. Vid shouted, the LRO causing the vampire's power to flare, just as it had for Verlandi, once the virus realized it was being challenged. Once again, Sky was surprised by the way the mercenary knight fought, performing a move she had never seen him use before. Allowing the momentum of a parry to help him spin, Vid charged up his magic and unleashed a fire and spin spell, one that grew in strength the faster the caster was moving. Not even Sky, even in her Class 7 form, was capable of casting 2 elemental spells at the same time.
Has he always been this skilled at magic? Then why has he never tried to use such an attack against... Oh, you idiot. Every virus does have its shortcomings after all, Extremar.
Sky realized why she had never seen that attack from Vid, once the mercenary knight unleashed his magic. In fact, this trick from Vid revealed a major downside in Extremar's stratagem to control demigods with the LRO. Vid Akis would never willingly fight his lover, so the LRO changed his perception to make him think that Sky was a devil. The problem? Vid would use different attacks against a devil than he would against Sky. The mercenary knight understood that Sky had an extremely high resistance towards fire, while devils were often vulnerable to the element. So, he thought a lesser fire and wind spell would be better suited for this battle. The mercenary knight was attacking with magic he saved for the kind of foe he thought he was fighting, instead of the foe he was actually challenging. A colossal mistake to make, and one Extremar would even go out of his way to address when he reviewed the data for this battle. What happened? The flames and wind passed over Sky without doing the slightest bit of harm to her, and thereby gave her an opponent who was left wide open, thrusting her chainsaw staff towards a gap in the armor on Vid's thigh. Sky managed to attack with enough strength to both open a hole in the ATG barrier and to cut into her husband's flesh. It wasn't a deep cut. Vid leapt back as quick as he could before his wife could cut any deeper. But someone actually managing to land a hit on him didn't just surprise the mercenary knight of heaven. Surprise, then overwhelming rage, filled the heart of the warrior whose honor had just been tarnished. The red and golden aura of Extremar radiated brightly from the mercenary knight's body as Vid Akis sneered. All restraints removed by the LRO. The ground trembled from the power radiating from the knight as he pushed himself to the limit, while the air itself grew heavy for our heroes. A ringing noise filling the ears of Sky and the once more recovered Rayla, as Vid's voice echoed as if spoken from the gray skies. Skies that grew stormy, lightning striking the sand around Vid as he issued this edict. You dare draw my blood? I, the champion of heaven, lance of the Most High God? Enough! I have played with you devils of hell long enough. It is time I fulfill my duty. For I am Vid Akis, the mercenary knight of God. And I will knock you down. Vid Akis took his spear with both his hands and pointed it directly downwards. The mercenary knight activated its extending function. The LRO had decided to use the last resort, the ultimate attack of the mercenary knight, Vid Akis. It didn't seem all that threatening, at least not at the start. The lance sent the mercenary knight hurtling into the air, zipping out of the city, and to blur against the stormy gray sky. Rising faster than either of them could track, the two women had very different reactions to what was going on. Fear filled the face of Sky. Confusion marked Rayla's baffled visage. From the wolf Sowman, wagging her tail and scratching behind her ears in question of what Vid was going to do.
Why is he running away? He isn't. He's preparing his ultimate attack. Omega End. Damn it!
Sky cursed, the girl twisting in her heels. The heroine looked around the area for anything she might be able to use to save themselves from what came next, to try and stop what Vid was going to do, but didn't need more than a second to realize that there was nothing in the city that could stop her husband now.
This attack has wiped out small countries before, Aurelia, and that was when he held back his power to minimize the destruction he caused to a planet with the Omega N technique. With the LRO blinding him, Vid might destroy all of Phateria if we don't stop his ultimate attack. But there's a way to stop him, right? If you've seen him do it before, don't you know how to counteract his gambit?
Rayla barked. I'm not sure if I should compliment her or call her stupid, but my mother still failed to show any signs of nervousness, despite Sky being on the verge of experiencing a full-blown panic attack, given how the situation was proceeding.
There's one way to do it, but I don't have the strength and speed to pull it off. Not unless I unleash my full vampiric might and throw away my mission by unleashing my true level 7 power.
Sky held up her bracelet, her hand shaky as she slowly channeled the various stages of a vampire's might. Red, orange, yellow. Sky made it all the way to green before Rayla grabbed the woman's hand and stopped her. Though the curse of Monkod was seriously affecting her judgment, something inside the Sowman told her no. A whisper from heaven told Rayla that under no circumstance should she allow Sky to unleash her full might this day.
What happens if you unleash your true power, Sky? The timer on my bracelet changes. I sacrifice the remaining time I have in exchange for 24 real hours. I'll have exactly 1 day to use my true strength, at which point I die. I give up what remains of my mortality and will be unable to continue my participation in this war against Extremar. I meant to save my full power until we're fighting Monkod, but what's the point if Vid kills us all before we even have the chance to square off against him? And what would you do if you were stage 7? How would you stop Vid's attack? A moment. Less than a second. Less than a microsecond. There'll be the briefest of windows in which you can punch, kick, or otherwise knock Vid out of the air, and before he makes contact with the ground. Assuming you even manage to time the hit right, you have to let your body soak up the momentum. All of that built-up energy and magic from Vid. Nothing less than a Class 7 vampire will be able to get both the timing right and withstand the power he wields, which is why I have to... I'll do it.
Rayla declared, finally having her answer. The wolf Sowman Queen of Sakliek released Sky, rolling her shoulders and howling with enthusiasm for what she knew would be the most important punch of her life. Sky, initially dumbfounded that Rayla thought she could attempt such a thing, took a step back. Since the destruction of Sakliek was just too big a risk to leave in the hands of the, frankly, delusional wolf, our heroine a voice came to Sky, reassuring her, reminding her of that which separates our side from those we fight against.
Granddaughter, don't. Trust in your companion to see this battle through. That's a lot of faith you're asking from me, Grandma. And if we're wrong, it'll not be only our deaths, but the end of our mission. Our only chance to save Anorta. She is far stronger than you think. Stronger than both of us, even in her depowered state. There is a reason why Jadis told you to rescue her first. Even more than my life. Rayla will be key to rescuing Anorta. I mean, I guessed as much, but why? What did you and Jadis fail to tell me? Who is she really? Apart from being Barham's wife and William's mom.
Sky asked. Shatali answered, and it was enough. For the sake of the story I have left to tell you, I will not reveal the true identity of the wolf Sowman Rayla, especially since the sharpest among you might be able to deduce her true identity with the clues I have already given you. If you are unsatisfied with this,
the internet yet remains your friend. Though, I do hope you have enough self-restraint not to spoil the tale I have to tell. Have a little patience, and I know you'll love the grand reveal. But I've always been a tease, so let me give you another hint. I am the second Master Kolob, while my father Varun was the first. Who weds the shadow of God? In what capacity do they serve? Determine the calling, and you will understand why my mother was so respected and feared, even worshipped in some cultures on your earth. Whatever the case, the answer was enough for Sky to breathe easy. The revelation didn't alleviate all of her concerns, the warrior knowing that battles never go quite according to plan. But frankly, if she had to choose between herself and Rayla to time this right, Sky was going to put her faith in Rayla. The heroine of our tale knelt down, her lips moving in a quiet prayer as she looked over at the day's savior. Vid had already retracted his spear, meaning that he was on his way down. A few moments, a few long beats of her loud heart pounding against her chest, and both the battle and her, whether Sky Christelle could continue her mission, would be decided. Sky gasped. Rayla howled. The world seemed to freeze, Sky's mind going into overdrive as it tried to slow down the world around her. 3. Throughout human history on your Earth, the Atonement World line, there have been some incredible punches. In 1965, Muhammad Ali struck Sonny Liston so quickly, there are boxing fans who continue to argue even to this day that Sonny took a dive, that it was impossible that the Louisville Slugger had struck that powerful and quickly. 2. One of my favorite punches involves a friend of mine, St. Nicholas, who you have come to know as Santa Claus, made a name for himself much earlier in history during the Council of Nicaea, one of the most disastrous meetings to have ever taken place for many reasons. An argument arose in which Arius denied certain details about the divinity of Jesus Christ. Looking back, they both got certain details wrong, but God did take note of Nicholas, given how all of heaven felt the punch Nicholas swung that day. 1. How tremendous was my mother Rayla's punch? It could be counted among the greatest punches at boom. With her true powers restricted, Sky could never process what happened. 1 second, everything was calm, and in the next, she found herself flung backwards. A powerful cloud of dust blowing her and her unconscious companions away from the blast zone. Rayla must have succeeded, for Vid's attack would have absolutely killed everyone in one gigantic explosion. What happened between them wasn't much better, at least for those with the misfortune of being near the blast zone. The wind howled, and 2 bodies were flung through several buildings as Vid and Rayla zipped away from each other. Good news? Rayla did it. They would all live to see another day. Sky had no idea how the wolf Sowman managed to pull it off in her depowered state. But the only thing that mattered is that my mother, Rayla Amitai, succeeded. But the battle wasn't entirely over yet, even as smoke eventually cleared. Coughing, regeneration allowed Sky to heal her wounds as she forced herself back to her feet, using magic to figure out what had happened to the other combatants. What was the score? The punch had completely knocked Rayla out, putting her on death's door, since nearly every bone in her body had been broken. It would take time and blood to help the wolf Sowman recover from this, though Sky would be happy to give the woman both, given how she just saved all their lives. Nitos was still down for the count. Now Rayla had joined her ally in unconsciousness. How then did their shared enemy fare? Sky could hardly believe what she was seeing, as Vid Akis emerged from the building he had tumbled into, with little more than a few bruises and a broken jaw. Fighting-wise, the mercenary knight was still in much better shape than his wife, something that both Sky and Vid recognized as they locked eyes with each other. For a moment, the girl prepared to surrender, as Vid smiled at what he thought was his victory. But as Heaven's champion raised his arm to finish the battle, they realized that he had already lost.
Vid-Akis had lost his weapon. Rayla managed to snatch the Lance of Longinus from him before she passed out. The mercenary knight tried to recall the weapon to his hands, but the wolf was holding on to it too tightly, despite being passed out. Despite the strength and stamina he still possessed, Rayla had left Vid-Akis completely and utterly defenseless. Well played. Sky showed no hesitation. The woman launched her soul saber, the chainsaw sword staff plunging into the man's chest. Vid roared with pain as what remained of his ATG barrier shattered, allowing Distant Shore to dig deep and tear through metal, skin, muscle, bone, and finally, the warrior's corrupted heart. With the source of the LRO destroyed, the voice that screamed from the puppet's pained body wasn't just his own, but the echo of Extremar's influence fading from the man who had at last been set free. Never again would Vid-Akis be forced to serve as a pawn for evil. The battle had been hard fought, but against all odds, our heroes won. Sky warped to her husband's side, tearing out her soul saber. Vid-Akis, his mind his own for the first time in years, gazed with relief and love into the eyes of his wife, Sky Christelle. Thank you, my love. Vid-Akis, the mercenary knight of heaven, felt that which he never expected. For the first time in his life, he was grateful that he'd been defeated in a battle. Completely and utterly drained, the man accepted his defeat as he collapsed to the ground. Sky followed her husband, letting her knees buckle as well, moaning with both pleasure and pain as fatigue claimed its final victim for the day. The Battle of Sakliek was over, and while they didn't manage to free Verlandi, the battle was still a victory for our heroes. But don't stop here, my dear reader. The war is far from over. This was but one battle of many to come, as the war for Anorta and our story continues. A war that will now welcome an exciting new entrant, the greatest devil hunter to have ever lived. Another Side, Another Story, number 12. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Redfield Strife. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 8:06 a.m., September 4th. Year 1510 FO. The Slithery Marsh, Lavassa. Before we continue Sky's story, we must introduce yet another champion that aided in the fight to liberate Anorta. The frozen land of Lavassa is connected to Bolsia and Astern, which means that despite most of the country being a freezing mountain range, there were warmer parts of the country. While one might be tempted to think this area was among the best to plant one's roots in the kingdom of Lavassa, warmer does not in itself necessarily mean more hospitable. At the eastern border of the country, the tall mountains give way to a flat wetland, known as the Slithery Marsh. There, devils plagued upon soldiers for years, from both sides of the border. They hid in the reeds, wrapping themselves around those who dared to draw too close. They hid in the rivers, pulling fools down to a watery doom. Even the trees, whose strong wooden trunks cleanse the air we humans breathe, had become a threat to mortal life, possessed by devils so they might smash, crush, and eat the foolhardy who did not know to avoid the Slithery Marsh. However, in the centuries that followed this war for Anorta, stories of devils that preyed upon unlucky mortals would soon turn to rumors and tall tales shared by children. No human or Sowman would ever meet their deaths in this marsh ever again, save it be through their own stupidity or misfortune. This was the final day that devils would haunt the marsh wetland. Good grief, quit slithering around so much and die already. For no devil would be spared once it was caught in the crosshairs of devil hunter Redfield Strife. Enter Redfield Strife. Title: heaven's greatest devil hunter on a quest to rescue his lost love and his identity. Bio: the grandson of Jesus Christ and a retired Grim Reaper. He honed his mastery over life and death until he became the greatest devil hunter to ever live. He focused primarily on devils during the E3 conflict, hunting down the most dangerous prey in the universe, until a curse fell upon his first wife, Sibylla. To save his beloved from a dark fate, the hunter gave up his original name, his face, and much of his power. To regain that which he has lost, he must destroy the devil, Puye, from the 7 world lines he infected. At this point in his quest, he has already defeated the devil twice, so he continues to pursue his prey, hiding somewhere on Anorta. Appearance: 6'3". Doesn't look that big or muscular as outside of combat, because of his tendency to slouch and loaf. Because of his curse, he has lost his face and has to wrap bandages around his head, as if he were a mummy. Messy black hair he typically hides beneath his favorite hat, a gray Panama with a purple sash wrapped around it. Prefers to wear suits, and is also taken to wearing bulletproof vests to protect himself in battle, despite being immortal. While he is a Class 7 vampire, he has changed his eye color back to an angry red, so that all of hell may know his hatred for their kind. The devil hunter pulled his trigger, a magnum bullet blasting apart a devil that had taken over a clump of reeds. Annoying devils that could split their form to avoid harm. Redfield's aim was true. His father, Richter, believed that the best hunters were those who did their best to fell their prey with a single shot. While he wasn't perfect, Redfield did his best to follow in his father's example with the weapons gifted to him by the gods. Introducing Artifact A2. The Seal and Dot. Wielder: the Devil Hunter Redfield Strife. Description: crafted by Hephaestus. The Seal is a white magnum infused with the power of his father. Dot: a black magnum empowered with a blessing from his mother. Apart from their appearance, there's virtually no difference between the two pistols, despite what Redfield's parents claim. While classified as handguns, the guns fire massive 0.7-inch 18mm rounds, making them deadlier than the most modern anti-tank sniper rifles. If that wasn't enough, Redfield can infuse his shots with his own magical power, allowing him to blow up entire cities with a single bullet. Thankfully, his guns only work on those who have sworn themselves to evil, but it also means that he can't use his handguns to fight allies who he wishes to duel or has a reason to disagree with. A devil that had taken over a bush rolled his way, moving so fast that even a fired bullet would have moved at a snail's pace by comparison. Between the curse and pushing through the LRO barrier, Redfield had lost nearly all of his power trying to get to Anorta. The vampire hunter had only 1% of his true strength at his disposal. That's the thing about percentages, though. 1% of a large number can still make a man's eyes pop out of his head, which Redfield proved as he used up his blood reserves. Moving faster than lightning, the devil hunter swung a silver knife through the devil bush. It went up in a puff of golden light, its screams filling the air as its consciousness broke apart. That was the biggest problem for devils who had the misfortune of coming across Redfield Strife. A devil who was killed while possessing something other than human might retain some of their intelligence and individuality. That was not true for Redfield. Those felled by the devil hunter lost all of their power and being. He was their Grim Reaper, their eternal death, and therefore their greatest nightmare. A nightmare that wasn't supposed to offer mercy. But Redfield Strife was feeling generous that day. "All right, vermin, do I have your attention yet? If any of you want to live to see the night, I suggest you stop pestering me and get ready to talk." The wind blew, but nothing stirred in the marshland. Everything other than Redfield was too afraid to move, knowing that death was but a gunshot away from the single-minded devil hunter. "I want Puye. You're all scum, and I'd be happy to send you back to hell with your new master. But he's my grand prize. The sooner he dies, the sooner I leave Anorta, And so the sooner you fickle monsters can go back to trying to possess that which you dumbasses foolishly gave up because of your spineless cowardice. So, how about it, vermin? Who wants to play nice with the man who needs a reason not to exterminate you all? Will you give us your word that you shall spare us? A devil called out. It did its best not to move, but Redfield was so experienced dealing with those he hunted, he only needed a few words to figure out where they were. Sure enough, he pointed a gun at a thick cottonwood tree, one that had hidden behind several other trunks. Show me your face, or die, devil. Redfield threatened, moving his finger from his trigger guard to the trigger. That got the devil to reveal itself, pulling its feet out of the ground, the bark opening up to reveal 2 white eyes and a black maw that served as its always hunger, never satiated mouth. Do not shoot. I can tell you where Pouye is. But I must first have your word that you will spare me, the possessed tree declared. How about you tell me what I know before I run out of patience, devil? Redfield threatened, leaves falling from the tree devil as it shook its branches. Pouye has only informed his most loyal and powerful servants about his secret location, about the man he has claimed as a partner, so he might interact and rule over mortal life. Destroy me, and it may be weeks before you find another devil of my rank to help with your quest. Then you're a smarter devil than most of your kind. Redfield lowered his gun, pointing his magnum at the ground. Very well. I swear by my loyalty to heaven to spare your life if you tell me what I want to know. Swear by your master and give me what I want, so we never have to see each other again, tree. As you desire. By the name of hell, I tell you that this is the truth as far as I know it. Pouye has attached himself to the king of Lavassa, the current right-hand man of Monkod, Rizzo Din. Seek him out in the capital of Eternal White. Eliminate him, and you'll rid the world of Pouye as well. Thanks. Maybe I'll try to remember you when I kill him. Redfield snorted, only to raise his gun and fire a bullet at the tree devil. Despite having a thick trunk, wider than any person, a single shot blew the tree devil in half. It fell to the ground with a painful, disappointed, even maddening cry, just barely clinging to life as dark magic flowed out of its shattered wooden form. How? Why? What have you done? Fool, your life is forfeit. A vampire who breaks a covenant must pay with their life for dishonoring heaven. The devil groaned. As for Redfield, he seemed completely unaffected as he walked on over to the fallen monster, preparing to fire the finishing blow. Then you got bad intel, devil. Yes, we vampires who break a covenant die. But you don't understand what a covenant is. A covenant can only be forged between people. And you, devil, the day you turned your back on God is the day you stopped being a person. That's how you evil spirits manage to cheat the foolish mortals who fall to your temptations. Enjoy a taste of your own medicine before your spirit shatters and returns to the hell where you belong, devil. No, wait. There's more I can give you. Please, please. I want to exist. I want to live. I want... Nothing. The devil would want for nothing, for it would be condemned to nothingness forevermore. Redfield showed nothing but disdain for the devil as he blasted it apart, the powerful monster fading into golden light, like all the others that died. One more devil dead, the materials which the foul spirit corrupted, cleansed, even as they faded back to heaven, leaving a very happy devil hunter with a destination in mind. As anxious as he was to continue his hunt, he had other matters to deal with first, namely, the devils he sensed still hiding from him, the awful monsters that Redfield Strife still needed to eliminate.
Word of advice? Start running. Maybe if some of you bastards are fast enough to escape me, you'll be able to continue your miserable existences. Or you can all just give up and die, like your friend here. What do I care how you die, as long as I destroy you all? Redfield noticed a devil that had taken control of a bird's nest, blasting it apart with a single bullet, along with the bird eggs the devil had started corrupting. To notice such a sneaky and frankly insignificant devil set off all the others. Every devil in the area understood that there was no reasoning with the man, and they simply lacked the strength to challenge the determined devil hunter. So they ran, just as Redfield wanted. Flushing out devils was the hard part, while killing them was much easier by comparison, especially when you shot them in the back. Redfield failing to abide by a single rule of honor as he killed devil after devil after devil. Rip and tear until the work is done. That is the only commandment we devil hunters must follow when the servants of hell are involved, Redfield thought. The sound of gunshots filled the air. And though it is not often true, people say this: the world was better for it. Secret Report Number 12. Scholar of the Everlasting Gospel Public Memo, Lannis Gantrick. Glad tidings to the disciples reading this message. After much begging and pleading, I, Lannis Gantrick, Scholar of the Everlasting Gospel, have agreed to share my knowledge as part of the Products for Patriots training program. Or was it Icy Sherry's publishing? Hell if I know. I doubt even Sherry can keep track of all her holdings anymore. Regardless, my pretentious title means that I am now considered the expert when it comes to all things spiritual. To that end, I will help all you mercenaries learn what you need to know when it comes to religion without offending you too much. You may not believe now, but death comes for us all. If I'm right, things will go a whole lot smoother for you if you at least know the basics of what you are and where you're going. And hey, even if you don't believe, at least you can use what I teach you to challenge the believers. Can't beat an enemy if you don't know anything about them, is my motto. So settle down, guys and dolls, 'cause this former god of Olympus gotta learn you something good. As per the request of the damn nerd that hired me, I shall begin my explaining the nature of existence. While there is actually only one level of reality, for the ease of explanation, we shall act as if there are three. They are the spiritual, the mortal, and the eternal. In this lecture, we shall cover the first two of the three domains, or more specifically, the spirit and the necessity for a physical body. All things in existence must first be created as a spirit. We religious devotees use the term created, but it might be better to use the word shaped or crafted, as matter cannot be created or destroyed. A rule that so far remains true, even for the gods I've met. Everything in existence has always existed, and will always exist. That includes your chair, your dog, the gum you've been chewing. Everything, even you, has always existed, if only as raw spiritual matter. The only exception I can think of is maybe Elohim, but you should just assume that if there are rules, God will always have a way to get around them, if he feels the need to do so. Back to the subject at hand. Everything in the universe starts off as matter. We call this raw spiritual matter intelligence, or intelligences. And it is this raw matter that is honed until it becomes that which it is meant to be. Be it an object, an animal, or even a person. The realm of spirits acts the first and preparatory stage to enter temporal existence, or what we now call cognitive mortal reality. Why is this necessary? Raw spiritual matter can be transformed into a thinking person, an identity that is capable of feeling and even choosing one's course through existence. However, a spirit's ability to interact with both other spirits and matter is rather limited. In order to achieve further growth, in order to procreate and bear children, and in order to eventually become a god or goddess, as is the destiny of all of our Heavenly Father's children, flesh is necessary. while I try to be as respectful as I can to the beliefs of others, especially those who haven't been granted the blessed opportunity to learn the truth of reality. Any ideological tradition that decries the flesh is not just nonsensical poppycock. It's bullocks. It is blasphemy in the highest order. Flesh and the blood that flows through it are the substances that allow us, all of us, to enjoy the highest highs and the lowest lows of life. Ecstasy and suffering, love and hate, growth and decay are experienced best with the body, not the spirit. A spirit cannot be born in the way a child is carried in a mother's womb. A spirit cannot be killed in the same way a body can be cut down. Eating, drinking, sleeping, the triumph of the athlete as they cross the finish line, the joy of the climber as they reach the highest peaks, and every other sensation you experience with your body, good and bad? Can you imagine a life without such feelings? I can. We call such an existence hell for a reason. And that is why devils fight so hard to gain that which they so foolishly denied. But that is all I have to say on this matter, for now. And I imagine I'm going to get in a fair bit of trouble for cursing in what was supposed to be a theological lesson. Fortunately for me, I understand that the degree in which you can run your mouth and get away with it is proportional to how useful you are to the powers that be, which is why I am an overachieving bastard who makes himself plenty damn useful. Yes, that is me being petty. With all that said, I hope you found this short discourse useful. Keep an eye out for my next submission to learn more about what you're meant to do with your mortal life. Until next time, keep on keeping on. And remember, if it has a motor, buy Gantrick. Chapter 13. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christel. Worldline Cycle, SS-J-1. 2:16 p.m., September 4th, year 1510 FO. The conference room. The Deft Animos, Sakliak. Mission time remaining, 7,965 hours. Winning a battle is easy. Cleaning up after the battle is hard, especially for a warrior like Sky. So much so that she didn't even bother with it. The woman was one of the greatest fighters in all of the universe, but her devotion to the battlefield caused her to overlook her training in other aspects of her life. These kinds of problems were better meant for those around her to solve, or so she told herself, which was turning out to be a pretty big problem, because the people Sky could normally count on the most to deal with this situation had all been knocked out in the fighting as well. Ergo, if she wouldn't do it, and nobody else could do it, who was going to handle this terrible situation? Is situation even the right word to use here? How about total bedlam? With the retreat of Verlandi Nilsson and defeat of Vidakis, Monkod's top leadership in Sakliak was gone. There was no longer anyone in the land of the Sowman there to spread the miasma of Monkod's folly, lifting the curse from the area. Death returned, and with it, all of the other feelings that made life both incredibly painful and yet worth living. Sky hadn't the slightest idea how to handle any of it, how to help those who hadn't moved in over a year to adjust to feeling again, how to explain what happened to parents who left to get groceries, only to return home and find children that had become adults, how to soothe those who had looked to Monkod with gratitude for lifting their diseases and other ailments, yet now had to struggle with mortal pain again. Most of all, Sky didn't know how to comfort the dying, those who once again found themselves on death's door. That was the most troublesome issue, because she couldn't even offer herself that much-needed solution. Her own mortal clock was ticking away, every glance at that damned bracelet, a reminder that she, too, would have to welcome the Reaper's call soon enough. So Sky did nothing. Nothing for the people whom she liberated. Like most issues in life she couldn't fix, she decided it was better for everyone if she just sat things out, retreating to her own little corner to stew and smother the awful guilt that churned like nausea in her soul. Someone else would fix things for her, right? Someone always helped her out eventually, right? Total anarchy should have been the result of our heroine's indecisiveness, her complete unwillingness to step up and at least try to help. But as Sky returned to the airship with her unconscious friends in tow, she found the answer to her prayers. My incredible daughter, Shatali, eager to get to work. The Herald of Joy couldn't do much fighting in her current state, but as a panicked Sky came to her for help, Shatali already knew just what to say so she might reassure her granddaughter.
Fret not, my love. You have done your part and done it well. Now I shall do mine. I have friends in these parts, those I can rely on to take command in our stead. Rest now. Celebrate your victory and tend to your allies. Leave the rest to me, and I shall restore order to this land.
Given that there was basically nothing else Sky could do, the heroine of our tale obeyed. She dragged her unconscious companions to their beds, and that was it. Sky sulked. She passed the hours in failed meditation and pitiful, sullen moping.
Come on. I've been doing this for hundreds of years now. What are you afraid of? Why can't you just be normal and talk to people? Why are you so afraid of trying to help others? You know you can't just keep fighting. You know you have to do something else with your life. Get out there and do something, you ass.
They might have been her thoughts. They might have even been her heart's true desire. But no matter how hard she pushed herself, Sky did not leave. Time passed, and Sky did nothing. Nitos was the first to wake. Though the gunslinger did little to brighten the mood, Sky could tell that something was different about Nitos Vade when the blonde gunslinger finally opened her eyes again. Nearly dying had that effect on people, but the former blade of the revanchist wasn't in the mood to talk about how the fight with Vid went down. Both girls were glad. Then, that Lannis woke up shortly after. Wouldn't be surprised if his soul stirred, because of the girl he was quickly coming to like. He didn't stick around on the airship for long, however. Among the vampire heroes of our tale, he was easily the most experienced as a leader among the group, given his tenure as the ruler of Olympus and past timeline cycles on your Earth. So like the lightning bolts he threw, the scholar of the everlasting gospel zipped away and ran back to the city to take charge and settle affairs in the tumultuous land. Nitos chose to follow, which is a nicer way of saying she chased her bearded crush. Would she be of much help to Lannis? At first, Sky didn't think so, but she also saw how much energy the girl provided to the scholar, and that would be a boon in its own way. Odds are, Nitos would spend the day acting as if it was some kind of extended date, which meant the real danger was the blonde nymph distracting Lannis from the work he needed to get done. Even so, that was for them to sort out. As for our heroine, time passed, and Sky continued to do nothing.
They aren't going to hurt you. They won't mock you like they did back on Earth. Most of them don't even know what you are. Sticks and stones don't even mean much to a vampire. So why do I still care so much about the things people have to say about me?
This would have been a good time to speak with Vidakis, the remnant of her husband. That is one of the points of having a spouse, after all, to have someone to talk to air the grievances of the soul on the good days and the bad ones. Alas, he slept, and slept, and slept, no matter how much she nudged him. Him and Rayla both remained unconscious, the terrible battle they fought having pushed both vampires to the brink of death. Blood had restored their bodies, but an examination from Shatali had confirmed that the two would need at least a few days of sleep before they would wake again. Time passed, and Sky continued to do absolutely nothing at all.
I shouldn't be here. I'm useless. No wonder Sherry didn't want to send me. I wasn't ready. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't do this.
Sky the warrior, with no one to fight at the moment, had practically run a rut into the ship's flooring when the ramp to the vessel opened up. In came Nitos and Lannis, the pair returning with someone who would help brighten up Sky's sorry disposition. He had done it many times for the royal children of Bertlin Akis. And, "Well now, I thought I trained you better than this, Master Christel. If you have nothing better to do, you can always practice your swings or sharpen your weapons, my fair lady."
I'll bother sharpening my weapons when you bother shaving your stupid beard, Sir Soaker.
Sky laughed, genuinely heartened to see the old dragon teacher again. Enter Sir Sokar Asto Akis. Title: A wizened knight who longs for death but fights on to protect that which he loves. Bio: Once the king of Bolsia, he fell in love with Oriz Herai, the daughter of one of his dukes. As Bolsia was pledged to wed their king to a daughter of Astern, the enamored dragon Sowman gave up the throne and eloped with his beloved. Unfortunately, this convinced Sumfir Herai that he now had a claim to a throne of Bolsia, causing Duke Herai to launch a civil war with the aid of Extremar Thanatos after his daughter died during childbirth. Becoming a soldier and taking the name of Sokar, the former king fought to secure the throne for his younger brother Bertlin in a civil war that later came to be known as the Rose Revolt. The dragon Sowman then became a wandering knight, a hero who aided the poor and needy across the land. Appearance: 5'10". Freckles dot his tan face, along with a small dent in his forehead, where Duke Herai once broke through his helmet during the Rose Revolt. Brown hair is turned gray with age, though he maintains a thick beard connected by a mustache that has swallowed much of his face. Dragon scales mark his neck, forearms, and knees, though few people ever see these scales, given the equipment he wears as a knight. Wears light metal plating that emphasizes maneuverability without totally sacrificing protection. Tired green eyes that are perfectly mortal, having denied himself the opportunity to ever become a vampire out of fear of becoming a monster whose bloodlust would never be sated. The dragon Sowman thumped his tail with delight, embracing his former protégé.
I was wondering who'd take charge of Sakliak, and lo and behold. Care to take up a new crown, old man?
Sky teased, the old knight nearly choking on the thought. I have no desire to replace Rayla on the throne, but my noble upbringing hasn't abandoned me. I'll do what I can here to stabilize the situation now that I am free. Besides, not like I actually have much work to do. The Sowman mostly govern themselves. All they really need is someone to remind them of who we are and what we fight against, getting them to throw off their bonds and to unite in opposition against Monkod will be but a trifle. Sokar clicked his tongue, Lannis shaking his head as he patted the old knight on the back. As humble as ever, maintaining control over this territory would be 100 times more difficult without his help. But between me and him, we can make an army of these Sowmen, or at least a defense force strong enough to repel any counterattack Monkod intends to send our way. Which means you should get going on your next assignment, Sky. Don't think I haven't noticed how anxious you've been, just waiting around. I'd ask you to take it easy, to at least take a day off before you rush into your next fight. But you Christel kids are all the same. None of you, except for your lazy brat of a sister Scion, know the meaning of the word rest, Lannis smirked. That made Sky laugh, then blush as she realized something about the dependable scholar. There was an interesting conversation starter, a thread that Lannis had tugged on, but the desire to head out on her next assignment kept Sky from discussing that sister with Lannis. Instead, Sky focused on a different problem, inquiring.
But who will pilot the ship for me? Don't you need to stay here, Lanus?
That I do. Sokar can coordinate the freed Sowman, but he won't be able to do it alone, especially since there's quite a few people who will need some extra treatment to fully expunge Monkod's Folly from their systems. Fortunately for you, it turns out there is someone else on the team who is quite experienced at flying ships, Lannis announced. The scholar's eyes drifted to the annoying girl hovering at his side. The blonde gunslinger, struggling to think of an excuse to stick around with her new boyfriend, in all but name.
Do I have to?
Nitos pouted, unable to think of anything. That prompted Sky to glare at her, and what a scowl it was. All it took was one good, long look from our heroine to make the gunslinger Nitos realize she wouldn't live to ever go on another date again with Lannis if she didn't pilot the ship for Sky.
Fine. I can put on my big girl pants and help you out, Sky. Fantastic.
Sky clapped her hands together. She was about to march away, to head to the cockpit with Nitos in tow, but Sokar reached out and grabbed his former student by the shoulder. Settle yourself, Sky. This is an important decision you're about to make. Shouldn't we discuss which lieutenant you'll attack next?
Rizzo, King of Lavasa.
Sky flatly announced, her tone making it clear that she did not want to debate the issue further. Alas, their time apart meant that the older general had forgotten some of his students' bodily cues. It was like watching a wolf slowly stumble into a trap. He wasn't the only one, for two men made fools of themselves as they remarked. And how did you come to that decision? In terms of the war effort, the tactically sound move would be to strike at Bolsia to the north. Furthermore, Lavasa would split our control over Fataria in half. It'll make it much harder to wage war against Monkod if, Lannis added, only for him and Sokar to find themselves on the receiving end of Sky's terrifying glare. Oh, it was actually far worse than that. The airship was getting hot, and it wasn't because of its engines. No, the source of heat came from our angry heroine, a woman who had grown more annoyed with every ignorant syllable that trailed out of the mouths of these two old and stupid men. Now, I know those with whom I share my gender have a bad habit, one that seems genetically encoded into our sex, of putting our foots in our mouths. But, come on, guys. Did you really forget why Sky wanted to go to Lavasa so badly? Lavasa it is, then. Bye, Sky, and good luck, Nitos. I look forward to continuing our vigorous discussions when you get back, doll. Lannis whistled, even going so far as to blow a kiss to Nitos. Come on, Sir Knight. Let's get Rayla and Vid off the ship. See if we can't encourage them to wake up by the time they return from the land of ice and snow. A mighty fine idea, Sir Lannis, Sokar remarked, only to whisper beneath his breath. And what good timing, too. I doubt even my dragonhide would have withstood Sky's flames had we continued to insult her. The two offensive men left. Silence prevailed, but only until the men were out of earshot. If you thought that was the climax of the chapter, well...
I'm sorry, but what the hell just happened? Those assholes forgot that my husband is, damn it. You, don't know, do you?
Sky gulped. Funny how rage can abate so quickly when it is doused with guilt and awkwardness. Her anger turned to amusement, then embarrassment, as she realized that the stupid situation she now found herself trapped in was a mess of her own making. Coughing, Sky discovered she was truly screwed. She was too late. Sokar and Lannis had already left the ship with their other friends in tow. There was no one who would be able to help Sky escape this building confrontation, to jump on the bomb that she had accidentally turned on with that one slip of the tongue.
Sky, is there something you want to tell me? Yeah. So, it's a funny story, really. The truth is that, my husband Logan Schaefer had his soul split when Extremar injected him with the serum of the Turgeson. You already helped me free one of the remnants, Vidakis, which I'm super duper grateful for. But, there's still another remnant out there that has the final 2 pieces I need to restore my husband Logan. You, already fought him once, Is now a bad time to mention that Rizzo Din is also part of my husband?
Sky confessed. Nitas needed a moment to process that. How was the gunslinger feeling once she understood the situation? Fury, disgust, and horror filled her face. The woman screamed so loud, I'm not exaggerating when I say that every vampire on Sakliak heard her.
Are you serious? Are you kidding me? That homophobic piece of garbage is your damn husband? Sky! Whoops. Really should have mentioned that to her sooner, huh?
Sky whistled, nervously glancing around the airship for something she could use to distract her explosively, perhaps even violently angry gunslinger friend. Nitas legitimately looked like she was ready to pounce on Sky, to start a fight with our guilty heroine. When the sweetest sound in the universe filled the air, the sound of Sky's bracelet beeping, informing the heroine of our tale. Alert! Performance report requested. Warping to heaven at 2:25 p.m. local time.
Oh no. Would you look at that? I would really like to stick around and talk, but it looks like I'm needed elsewhere. Sorry, Nitas. Can we put this conversation on the back burner? Maybe never bring it up again? Nuh-uh. No way, you bitch. You don't just get to spring the fact that your husband is the man responsible for murdering a dozen of my friends and walk away. We need to have a serious talk if you want me to...
Too late. A pillar of light shined through the metal hull of the airship, sucking up Sky and whisking our heroine to the safe sanctuary, known as heaven. Nitas hoped that holding on to Sky would prevent the woman from leaving, but unlike the counterspells that could shut down a portal of darkness, there was no easy way to prevent a vampire from making their escape once they step into a pillar of light. The blonde gunslinger could froth, rage, and complain as much as she wanted, but heaven beats to its own drum, especially to those that even I answer to, for the man who wished to speak with Sky was rarely denied when it came to matters of work. It is finally time for the big man himself to make his grand appearance, my dear mercenary. Let us finish this act with another introduction. It is time for you to meet the man whose face I borrowed, for you get to know the editor of this tale.
Another Side, Another Story, number 13. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Rob Turn Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 10 a.m., June 8th, year 1490 FO. The Fairbreeze Cathedral, the city of Fairbreeze, Bolsia.
Told you he'd be late for his own wedding. The son had to get his lack of punctuality from someone, and now we know that someone to be his father.
Vid and I were both adopted by His Majesty, so why am I better at keeping track of time than Bertlin and Vid?
Oh, you haven't realized it yet? It's because I've been such a good influence in your life, love.
The grand day had come. After a long week of celebration, the grand fair would at last conclude with the wedding of King Bertlin Akis of Bolsia to Queen Theba V of Astern. Hundreds had come to the biggest house of worship in the land, sitting side by side with anticipation for what would be the most important wedding of the century. I originally planned to come to the wedding, but it would have been difficult not to get involved in the events that were about to take place. Even so, I still regret not going, because what a venue it made. While Bertlin was known to be a thrifty man, he had spared no expense to decorate the wedding hall of the cathedral with banners, tapestries, and all manner of beautiful adornments, only for the king to run late to his own wedding. Unlike on Earth, where it is the man who waits at the altar, custom on Anorta dictated that the woman should arrive first. If the groom wishes to avoid entering into the marriage contract, he simply doesn't have to come, though to do so would bring great shame upon his house. As for the bride, if she were stood up, all of the gifts and celebrations planned for the day would still be given to her. Other men who cared for the woman would even be granted the chance to marry her on the spot,
but only if the groom failed to appear an hour after the wedding was meant to take place. Thankfully, that wouldn't be the case, or rather the problem with this particular wedding. Robtern and Shatali served as guards at the door, the two too restless to mingle with the crowds. Their reward for standing as sentinels to the church was that it was they who first spotted the running king, vampiric senses helping them detect the man rushing to the cathedral. And so, with their worst fears abated, the duo opened the doors for His Royal Majesty, a man who had been running so fast he nearly tripped on the carpet that marked the wedding aisle. Huffing and puffing, the dragon Sowman gulped as he saw everyone staring at him, including one peeved Theba V. To this, Bertlin took a deep breath, straightened out his white wedding suit, and attempted to save face with the greatest tool available to a beleaguered man, with good humor.
Apologies for my delay, but I make the mistake that all men my age eventually make, believing that a belt you wore when you were a young man will still fit when you're old, lazy, and gray.
Bertlin slapped his stomach, earning a huge laugh from the crowd. The king even got a snicker from the bride-to-be, and so it seemed that all was forgiven. Now that the king and groom of the day had appeared, the royal band fell into their assigned role. Music. Sweet music. The kind of music that helps the brain etch the magical moments we participate in for the rest of our days. But let's be real. Even without the music, no one was going to forget how this wedding went down. What does the letter F mean, my dear reader? It means for... Shatali was certainly enjoying the procession, trying not to let tears build up in her eyes. As for Robtern, the stone-hearted man felt the closest thing he could to warmth at the wonderful sight, though guilt filled his chest as well. Never was a man with great manners. He couldn't keep himself from talking, so he leaned towards his wife and whispered, "Do you wish we had this?"
Wish. Yes. All women dream of how they'll look on their wedding day, but I cannot complain about what transpired between us. Our first night together is a memory I shall never forget. A night I would never trade even for 100 weddings like this.
Well, if you want my opinion, you certainly looked better in that negligee than Theba does in her wedding dress, beautiful it may be. Robtern actually managed to joke for once. Well, that made Shatali blush as red as her hair, prompting the sage to even take some of her hair and curl it around her finger as she confessed.
Then you'll be pleased to know that Theba and I are wearing matching underwear today. We want this day to be a special day for everyone, for the men we loved. Suffice it to say that the king isn't the only one with a sexy surprise in store for him once the partying comes to an end.
With a tease like that, I think I'd rather skip the party and go straight to my evening entertainment once they're officially wed. Robtern whispered. Shatali puckered her lips, chewing on them as she weighed the idea, only to hear a knock at the door she and her husband were meant to guard.
Come on. Who would possibly show up late to this wedding?
His aura gives him away, but just take a look around, and you would have your answer, my brilliant teacher. Seems a certain brother of mine has overslept again. Robtern sighed. Oh, the man had a few choice words for his adoptive sibling as he went to open the door. The Dark Knight would never have the chance to say them. What is the best way to defeat an archangel? Catch them off guard. Robtern had only managed to open the door halfway before he sensed something was wrong. That the signature he sensed didn't actually belong to his brother. But by then, it was too late. The air flashed white as silver, and steel cut through the air, hitting the vampire before he had the chance to pull back. In fact, as Robtern tried to raise his hand to summon his axe so he might defend himself against the entity he now presumed to be a foe, the archangel of Anorta found himself unable to do so. For all that remained of Robtern's right arm was a bleeding, gushing stump, the limb severed just below his shoulder. That shouldn't have been that terrifying, For vampires heal from grievous wounds all the time, but despite pumping magic into the wound, the vampire Robturn could not restore the missing limb. What the heck? A magical beam slammed into his chest, piercing Robturn's ceremonial armor and sending him flying deep into the cathedral hall, crashing, falling into the middle of the cathedral. Robturn Harai groaned as he tried to maintain his consciousness, the blood that seeped from 2 grievous wounds, sapping much of his strength. The screaming helped, as did the red blood that gushed through the air as a battle broke out. Through blurry eyes, Robturn was able to make out those who had come to disrupt the wedding. Knights in white armor, bearing the sigils of Lavasa, charged in, as did devils contracted to serve King Rizzo Din. In fact, it was the king himself, the leader of the mountain country, who had wounded him at the door. Even more disturbing, Robturn watched as Rizzo picked up the Dark Knight's severed arm, stuffing it into a box carried by several goblin devils contracted to serve Lavasa and its terrible king. No! No! He knows of the curse! He intends to use my blood and flesh to revive Monkod! Robturn groaned, trying and failing to rise from the floor. Regeneration had finally activated, filling the hole in his chest. But whatever magic Rizzo used to sever his arm prevented that missing limb from healing. Blood continued to spray from Robturn's stump like a hose on full blast. If the Dark Knight didn't do something about it soon, then this would be his end. The quickest way to kill a vampire is by destroying their brain and heart. A lesson I'm going to keep drilling into you until you remember it instinctively. But there is another way to defeat a vampire if destroying their major organs just isn't possible. Drain them. Make a vampire use up all of the blood they've consumed during their long lives. A vampire without blood is a vampire with no power, and that makes them as easy to kill as any other mortal human. Which is why Shatali had to make a choice. Whether it was the right one or the wrong one, I cannot say, but it was her choice to make. The wife rushed over to her husband's side, pressing her hands against Robturn's blood-soaked chest.
Hold on, love. I'm getting us out of here.
Shatali explained, preparing a teleportation spell that would take the 2 of them to safety. The king! The queen! Robturn managed to wheeze, Shatali shaking her head.
You have sworn oaths to protect them. The only oath I have is to my family. Jadis will preserve those he wishes to save today, but I refuse to lose you, the man I've waited with such patience to see again.
Robturn was in no position to argue, and even if he could, even if he had the strength to fight, even the brave Dark Knight wasn't sure he would have stuck around and participated in this losing fight. The wedding had already turned into a massacre. The ordinary humans, despite being the richest, smartest, and most influential souls in all of Fataria, were finding out that death treats all men and women as equal. Devils crushed people beneath their feet, reducing them to paste that stained the desecrated cathedral. Knights hacked off arms, legs, and heads as they charged in with their swords. Vampires were all too happy to gorge themselves upon the masses, treating the holy place not as a church, but as an all-you-can-eat buffet. And then there was Rizzo, the fearsome king of Lavasa, a giant titan in white armor, even bigger than Robturn. Despite everything that was going on, despite all of the visual stimuli that filled the Dark Knight's gaze, it was him that the wounded man kept his attention on. Robturn utterly transfixed by the mysterious king. Why? Because the archangel of Anorta sensed that had the 2 fought in a proper duel, the outcome would have been the same. Rizzo Din was nothing like any person, human, or Sowman, or vampire, that Robturn had ever met before. Rizzo Din was absolutely and positively a monster. A monster simply pretending to be a man. a monster that Robturn simply did not have the power to overcome. That scared him. That shook his faith. For the first time in his entire life, Robturn pondered that which more and more on his side of the E3 war were starting to wonder. After all, the monster that had defeated the Dark Knight was a beast that would have scared Death himself. Another reason why Lannis would not accompany Sky on her trip to Lavassa. With servants like these, will Extremar's army defeat Heaven's forces after all? Robturn thought, and so was made afraid.
It's open. I'm warping us to Silsea, Robturn, so prepare for the cold. We're leaving in 3, 2, 1.
Robturn Herai, the dedicated archangel and adoptive son of House Akis, failed in his duty. Abandoned it, for Shatali dragged him into the portal of darkness and away from the carnage that would herald the return of the mandevil Monkod. Despite swearing an oath to protect the royal family of Bulcia, the defeated Dark Knight was forced to accept his shame as he left everyone in that cathedral to fend for themselves. He would have shut his eyes as Shatali took him to safety. What was the last thing Robturn saw before the darkness enveloped him? A look of sheer horror and hopelessness. It was the bottomless despair that filled the face of his adoptive father, Bert Lynn, that Robturn saw. A sight that left a scar in Robturn's mind that would never quite heal during the rest of his days as a resentful archangel. Secret Report number 13. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Crystal. Worldline Cycle, Heaven, Era 2. 3:26 p.m., April 22nd, year 1206. The Medical Ward, Ren Fargius, Heaven. Whatever your reasons are for reading the Mercenary Saga, our reasons for its creation remain the same. Whether it be yours truly, your amazing writer William Luck, the narrator who will record the audiobook version, the artists who will give concrete shape to these words, the musicians who will set the mood for each scene, or any other member of the production line, we are all working towards the same goals with this project. So what are they? Why did we spend so much time, effort, and money to bring this story to you? There are several, but one is to better your mind, my dear mercenary reader. It is our hope you can better develop your critical thinking abilities as you read these stories and reflect upon them, helping you to better understand yourself and the world around you. This matters to us because we who call ourselves disciples of God, believe that intellect is light, a gift from heaven, and so the smarter you become, the more likely you are to better the world you live in. So please, if you ever find yourself asking a question, if you ever find yourself wondering why we've chosen to present things a certain way, if you ever find that useful sentiment we call wonder sprouting in your heart, do not let it wither. Cultivate wonder in all that you do, and you'll be amazed by that which you can grow in your mind, body, and soul. Now, allow me to continue the tale I have to tell. All while you should ponder why I've designed to share this particular memory at this, shall we say, particular moment. When the girl was about 7 years old, Sky Crystal found herself returned to heaven by her father and mother. The little princess was a happy child on those rare days where she was able to enjoy both of her parents' company at the same time. However, that wasn't the reason for her current joy, the girl nearly flying with excitement as she ran around the waiting room.
Is he here yet? Is he here yet? Is he... Sky, behave yourself.
Elgara reprimanded, furrowing her brow as she grabbed Sky by the shirt collar. Using her vampiric strength, the mother was able to lift her child up and place her on her knee, restraining the energetic Sky, much like how someone holds a cat trying to escape their owner's grasp.
All of Ren Fargus may be your home, But whether here on Earth, you are expected to behave. Understand?
Oh, lighten up, my goddess, Cato smiled, using a bit of magic to help Sky break free from her mother's grasp. We should just be grateful that she is so excited about having a brother. My big sister was mortified that she was not going to be an only child upon hearing of my birth. Cato looked different in those days. Before the Battle of Tempus Finis, Extremar's failed invasion of heaven, he was far more human, without the pale gray flesh or the purple tear-like lines that marked his face. No, more than that, he had a warmness to him that he lost after the assault on heaven. The man's personality did not change, but those who knew him best would have recognized that Extremar's battle stole a great deal from him. But that is a story for another day, so let us not divert too much before we lose the point of this chapter, my dear mercenary reader.
Your sister believed she was going to lose the throne because of you. Why wouldn't she be miffed?
Elgara countered, Cato smiling, even as he rolled his purple eyes. Well, she still wound up the Empress of the World, so she had nothing to fear. Neither do you, Sky. Rest assured we will still love you, even if I must give your baby brother much of my attention in the days ahead.
It's okay, because I'll probably end up loving him more than I love you, Daddy.
Sky declared, Cato pretending to faint from the terrible news.
Speaking of which, have we decided if Vanessa will be staying with us, or do you want us to head to her world line, love?
Elgara asked, Cato needing no time to answer. Last time I asked, she would prefer staying with you. If you do not mind, of course.
Not in the slightest, but I may start calling myself her wife instead of yours, depending on how we get along. Elgara King has a nice ring to it, but I suppose King has nothing on Christelle. What is it, sweetie?
Elgara asked, able to see that her daughter was thinking hard about something, given the frustration on her face.
Why is Aunt Vanessa giving birth here in heaven instead of her home world line?
Sky asked, Elgara unable to hide her smile as she admired her daughter's intelligence.
A very astute question, Sky. It's because of the world line rule. Remember this. Once a vampire leaves the world line, they're born in. They can almost never return to it. Not without permission from your sister Charity. That rule doesn't apply if you're born in heaven, so we cheat the system. That's why one of the first things your father did when he was made a god was build this place. In fact, you were born in that same room that your half-brother is going to be born in. Wow. So this is where I was born? It's not very cool. You should decorate this place more. Make it look more exciting.
Please do not get your mother started. Cato genuinely groaned, a wicked smile appearing on Elgara's face. She already tells me I was stupid for making Renfargius a castle map. Cato was a god known for his great luck, and once more he was saved from his misery by outside intervention. A door opened, the doctor of the day stepping out. When you met her on Anorta, she was one of Monkod's lieutenants. But why did heaven place so much faith in her, appointing her as the public representative of the Church Jesus Christ of Silsey? She was Hera, goddess of families and the greatest OBGYN in all the universe for vampire mothers, hoping to give birth to children. A name actually given to all of the wives of Lannis. But the nature of the Greek gods is a matter that will be explained to you some other day. This chapter, after all, isn't about any of them. And no amount of complaining on your part will get the security restrictions lifted prematurely, Lannis. As the scholar of the everlasting gospel, you of all people know that there is an order to these things we must follow. Back to the story, my dear mercenary reader.
For my part, his sense of decoration is at the bottom of my complaints. You had the choice of any lot in heaven to build your kingdom, Cato, and you picked the mountains with all their annoying snow to place your abode. It is absolutely maddening, I tell you. Maddening.
Berlandi smiled, walking past the father of the day so she could greet his daughter, Sky.
Congratulations, Miss Sky. You are now an older sister. Achilles Christelle has joined your family.
Were there any complications? Cato asked, unable to resist casting his gaze towards his daughter. Sky was too young to notice, or to understand, what he was really wanting to know. They had found out that Sky wouldn't be born with a typical body, only about a month before her birth. So all of the adults involved in the birth of Cato's second were on edge. Even though every scan showed the young boy would turn out pretty normal, the trauma of Sky's birth had left its mark on House Christelle. Trauma that would not be repeated, thankfully.
None whatsoever as far as I can see. He's the quiet one, though. Didn't cry at all coming out, and even spanking him didn't get him to open up. Priscilla has a way with words, though. All she had to do was ask, and he did what his mother asked. You're going to have a real mama's boy on your hands, Cato.
Berlandy chuckled, the other adults in the room simply breathing a sigh of relief at the good news. As for Sky, she was practically scratching at the door, trying to get in, clearly wanting to meet her new brother. Elgara grabbed her daughter once more, restraining her even as she asked.
Well, this one is clearly excited to welcome the newest member of our family. How long do you think we have to wait before we can give Priscilla and Achilles our love? Priscilla handled it pretty well, but as you know by experience, the recovery time is weird when it comes to vampires. She'll be lethargic for the next few months, but she can see visitors right away. My only recommendations is that you say hello one at a time, lest you overwhelm them, mother and newborn son. After all, the greatest risk for vampires after birth are of the emotional variety. Then again, Priscilla's a tough nut, so whenever you're ready, I'll let one of you in. Me. Please, let me be the first one to meet him, Mummy. Please. Cato, he is your firstborn son. The choice is yours.
Elgara grabbed her daughter's mouth, cutting her off before she could beg her family even more. And deny my little princess her heart's greatest desire. Go ahead, Sky. Welcome your baby brother to the wonderful life he has ahead of him. Cato waved. Elgara didn't question this, patting her daughter on the head once more with approval as she released the girl.
All right, then. Just remember, even if he is born a vampire, he'll be delicate. Please be extra careful around him, and don't be offended if his mother is a little snippy. It's a hard thing for a mother to give birth, so forgive Priscilla if she's a little prickly, Berlandy cautioned.
If the obstetrician had anything more to say, Sky missed it all. Her mind was focused on one thing, and one thing only, as the doctor led her through the door. On the little boy, who, with a single glance, Sky Christelle fell in love with the boy. To Achilles Christelle, she found herself giving away her love with all her heart, with all her being, with every bit of her wondrous soul. A love that would save and condemn her. For no one realized just how much the girl would come to love her half-brother and future husband.
Chapter 14. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Sky Christelle. Worldline Cycle, Heaven, Era 3. 9:03 p.m., April 28th, Year 1. Cafe Loser, Ren Fargius, Heaven. Time moves differently in heaven compared to the cognitive realm of mortals. Sometimes an hour can pass for you mortal humans, causing 100 days to pass in heaven. Sometimes, a century in mortality is but a minute in heaven. Time passes according to the will of the gods, and so Sky found that over a week had passed since.
Whoa, hey there. You aren't supposed to be here, Anthony. What the hell do you think you're
Shove off, William. Heaven may have taken away my position as author of record, but not even the High Council of Gods can prevent me from telling my own friggin' story. Now then, howdy, mercenary heir. My name is Anthony M. Johnson. You might also know me as Anthony Strife, given you are currently watching this on my YouTube channel. Despite what William may have led you to believe, the Mercenary Saga is my personal responsibility. If it were up to me, I would have written and edited this epic of love and blood, but I'm still serving out my divine punishment that prohibits me from writing stories. I managed to offend my superiors by breaking the one rule that those who serve in the Authors of Records department are never meant to break. I had very good reason to do so, but you're going to have to wait until later parts of the Mercenary Saga if you want to learn the story of my fall from grace. What then did the gods do to me? How do you punish an immortal soul without coming off as a petty tyrant? To make a soul in heaven suffer, you take away their favorite hobby, which in my case just so happened to be writing. For 1,000 years, I am not to publish any of my own work. I'm not allowed to release any novels, audio dramas, comics, etc. Doesn't even matter if it's fiction or non-fiction. If it is a story, I can't tell it unless it is my own, for not even the gods will deny a soul the privilege of speaking with their own voice, the divine right to become the protagonist prancing about upon the stage. There are worse fates, I suppose, and as editor of this series, I still get paid 30% of the net DP revenue that these training kernels generate. Still, let me be a case study, a reminder that while the gods are good and just, but they tend not to be as forgiving as our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sure they're going to punish me even more for bad-mouthing them like this, but hey, they've already denied me my greatest passion in life. What else can they take away from poor little me? On with the show then. Sky Christel warped directly to Cafe Loser. Now that she knew this is where her work reviews would be held, why waste any time warping elsewhere? No need to worry about her accidentally landing or slamming into anyone either. This is heaven we're talking about. Their teleportation system was sophisticated enough to keep such accidents from happening. Unless comedy was the point, but I need to show William how to write a chapter without going on so many tangents. The cafe had changed since her last visit. It was open, for one thing, with over 100 souls enjoying our various services. That meant that Sky had to cut through quite the crowd as she made her way to the bar. I'm not just talking about the patrons either. It is time to introduce you, mercenary heir of God, to meet my staff. The beings who served me not just at Cafe Loser, but in all of my duties as Charity's agent.
Meowdy, Master Katie. Can I get you something to drink, nya?
Wrath, I believe you have a certain duty to perform.
Introducing Soul Saber X4, Cats Tony, Wielder Anthony M. Johnson. Description: Anthony M. Johnson is capable of creating animatropic doppelgangers of himself by infusing metal with a mixture of his divine power and the mimetic concept of a fictional character. Normal replicas modeled after regular humans eventually experience an existential crisis, killing themselves after 7 hours of existence. This led Anthony to change the design, replacing robotic depression with silliness, resulting in the Cat's Tony servant that can exist on its own in its perpetuity. These human-cat hybrid animatronic robots stand about 2 feet tall, and while they generally look like Anthony, they each have their own unique quirk based on the character whose identity is combined with Anthony's imprinted personality. Only their light skin color and their blue eyes are universal, along with the fact that they all have cat ears and a tail. Fighting abilities range according to the characters they're based on, though all are infused with the Davy Crockett nuclear bomb, or the explosive equivalent of 20 tons of TNT.
Yow! Nya! Why is this sofa so heavy? Faster, Katsatonis! Faster, or the boss will have all of our tails!
Sky grinned, watching as my robotic replicas ran around the cafe. My cat doppelgangers were especially busy today. It had been a few months since I last visited my restaurant, which meant William had gotten quite lazy in my absence. Cleaning, restocking, all of the little details that went ignored would be addressed if my Katsutoni units didn't want to get punished. Amazing how fast they'll work when you so much as point a spray bottle at their furry faces. With my robotic creations doing all of the hard work, where did that leave me? In the corner of the restaurant, fuming at an absolutely disgusting abomination that William installed the week before. Oh, he'd claim it was for the sake of the customers, but the truth of the matter is that he probably bought it just to piss me off. Why do you hate me, William?
It's convenient.
Why do you hate me, William?
Customers love it.
Why do you hate me, William?
Over here, Sky. Do say hello to Revolver Ocelot. I suppose absence does make the heart grow fonder. I'm surprised he hasn't tried to shoot or fire me yet today.
William joked, earning a punch in the face for his comment. It didn't do anything, for nothing short of a soul saber can hurt a god, but it allowed me to vent my frustration nonetheless as Sky joined us in front of our new microdosing cartridge soda machine. I'll go on my rant after the master Kolob database gives me a proper introduction.
Enter Anthony Mark Strife Johnson. Title: The Exiled Writer Turned Shadow of Charity. Bio: Once the author of record, in charge of the E3 conflict, he was put on trial and stripped of his position for abusing his authority and disrupting the plan of salvation to change the fate of one of Cato's children. However, he is no longer allowed to alter reality with his writings. Charity Cross found her former family butler too useful to abandon. Becoming her personal agent, he is now regarded as the shadow of Charity, just as those who wear the title of Master Kolob are regarded as the shadow of God. He carries out her will across the cosmos, no matter the consequence, and certainly no matter who dares get in the way of the goddess of wishes. If that means upsetting the gods even more, so be it. His mission has always simply been to carry out the will of heaven, even if the High Council of Heaven doesn't always like the means by which Charity subverts their will. Appearance: 5'10", pale-skinned, but will sport a good tan when he does go on a mission that involves a lot of time under the sun. Always wears blue or black aviator glasses when outside, and will occasionally leave them on indoors if it's too bright for his sensitive eyes. Having to serve as a field agent for Charity has forced him to put on some extra muscle. Gelled back brown hair means he still looks like a JRPG clown, a master of lying and disguise. He'll always blend in with local crowds whenever he's on a mission. Off-duty, he's usually wearing a Hawaiian collared shirt, dark blue jeans, and flip-flops. Still has the same steel blue eyes, though they've grown a little colder since Heaven stole his profession from him.
Not too bad, William. I'm surprised you actually gave me a fair profile. Too bad you had to go and piss me off. I was absolutely livid as I kicked at the soda mixing machine, my anger so great I nearly blew up the damned thing on the spot. What is wrong with you, William? Did you lose your taste buds along with your face when Extremar cursed you? We members of the Church of Jesus Christ have few vices, but we are meant to be experts in all things related to soda, which means that you know just as well as I do that syrup soda box machines are vastly superior to these concentrated sweetener contraptions. Have you no shame? Would you truly hurt our customers just to wound me so? I rambled, nearly crying as I was forced to look at this disgusting idol to the Church of Carbonation.
To be fair, the first self-mixing micro-dispensing soda machines were tested with the public in Utah. If you don't like it, you only have your fellow Utahns to blame.
William pointed out, much to my chagrin. I ran a hand over my face and made no attempt to contain my scorn as I remarked, "Is it any wonder why I continue to identify more as an Oregonian than a Utahn? Well, screw you and your stupid machine, William. You're lucky you've already put us in so much debt. Pray that this makes us even more money than the old mixers, or else we'll be adding your ichor in as one of the soda options." But enough of this. Sky, follow me. It's audit time, I ordered, jerking my head to the one empty table in the cafe. Sky beamed. This was the owner's booth. One of the best seats in the house, reserved for me and the occasional member of the High Council of Heaven that makes an appointment. Not even Jadis was able to just show up and sit down at the square table, and he was one of my favorite gods. Of course, a table is just a table, and a booth is just a booth. There wasn't anything special that distinguished it from any other part of the restraint, save for one important factor: exclusivity. You have no idea how special prestige makes you feel until everyone is looking at you as the most important person in the room. The three of us took our seats. I didn't invite William to follow us and join our meeting, but I was too lazy to think of an excuse to send him away. Besides, I knew he would just spy on us the whole time, even if he did, so better to keep the snake where this ocelot could see him.
What do you think? How have I been doing?
The confident woman asked. Oh, that smile. It was a shame to wipe it off her face, but I am here compliment and reprimand you, just as I have done with the universe's worst cafe manager. I glowered. I folded my arms and dropped my eyebrows, my narrow gaze making her nervous. Today's lesson, mercenary heir, is how to properly reprimand an employee. Begin with the setup punch, baiting them in by giving them as many genuine compliments as you can. Good job on rescuing Vid and beating Verlandi without getting any of your friends there. In all of the potential futures that Heaven saw, this was the best outcome possible. You might not have achieved the total victory, but your battle performance is as stellar as ever, Sky, I began, Sky beaming from my effusive praise. Good. The exact reaction I wanted to see. When you need to humble someone, inflate their egos as much as possible. The lesson sinks in that much deeper when you break their psyche open like a sucker punch. Which is why your sister is so disappointed that you completely blew off your post-battle responsibilities, also ran, I seethed, William exploding with laughter as Sky twisted her face like she'd just been shot.
Excuse me?
Excuse nothing, I growled, waving my hand and turning the table's attention to the busy, popular, and remarkably successful cafe. Put it together, moron. Why do you think we gave William here the responsibility of running my cafe? Because the gods know that while he possesses 100 incredible talents, keeping a budget and taking a menial job seriously are beneath the stupid narcissist. That's why he's running Cafe Loser, with the hopes that he eventually grows up and stop being the poster boy for the darned cafe.
Wait, I'm the loser the cafe is referring to?
He wasn't. I lied just because I needed to poke a hole in William's overinflated ego. But I was already on a roll, so I completely ignored his pouting as I turned my attention back to Sky. Capable as you are not the only warrior that we could have sent to Anorta to save your friends and family, your connection to the world notwithstanding. God works with the god or goddess of entropy to ensure that every trial, every mission, every challenge, big or small, given to his children is to their growth and benefit. We can save the universe without you, Sky, but we trusted you with Anorta in hopes that you would actually become more of a proper person, someone who is good for more than fighting by the end of your journey.
Oh, come on. How can you say that? I've only been on Anorta for a couple days, and look at how I've handled things thus far.
Sky complained, prompting me to snap my fingers. Every author of record is given a digital tablet which they can use to analyze and rewrite reality. Given that I had been fired from the job, I was restricted from altering fate, but it was still a handy device to have when it came to seeing the happenings that took place in cognitive mortal reality. Let's see. Since you've arrived on Anorta, you almost shut out Nidus, turning away someone who will be an important goddess if given a little bit of TLC. You contributed next to nothing during the war meeting as you flew to Sakliek. You were the first to regain consciousness among your group after the fight with Verlandi and Vid, But instead of working with your grandmother Shatali to rally and organize the freed Sowman, you hid yourself aboard the airship like a scared, antisocial little child because you don't give a crap unless you have something to cut or punch. Shall I continue, or have I made my point, Goku? I concluded. A good manager is fluent in 2 forms of speech, meaning they must speak verbally, but also make sure their body language is always on point. My frown was deep, my gaze was hard, my muscles were taut. Every part of my soul continued to beat down the would-be hero that sat before me, and despite her being far, far more powerful than me, message received. Sky huffed, groaning as she lowered her head in shame. She knew she was in the wrong. The only defense she could muster was to raise her wrist, to show off the time that remained, the hours that the starlet of his tale had left until her destined death at story's end.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm not living up to Sherry's expectations, to the expectations of the gods. But it's hard to care when I know my life is on a timer.
Everyone lives on a timer. Everyone is destined to die. I resolutely denied. But that doesn't stop the average person from living life. This mission isn't a video game where all you have to do is kill everything you see like in Dark Souls, Sky. You're an incredible warrior, one of the best I have ever known. But we could have resorted to robots, angels, any number of options to win this war if that is all we cared about here in heaven. But Sherry chose you, a choice Jadis affirmed, because they saw the potential futures where you're the one sent to save the world. If you continue on the path you're walking without change, you will save Anorta in time before you die, but you will leave a trail of the condemned in your wake, failing to save those you claim to cherish. It isn't enough to just fight, and fight, Sky. You need to care. You need to slow down, despite the timer that counts away your remaining hours. You need to spend every day you have left fighting not just with your sword, but with your heart.
You know what? Loath I am to do it. I actually have to agree with Anthony on this one.
William commented, reviewing his own digital tablet and the pages he had written thus far detailing Sky's adventure. As your appointed overseers, we chronicle the most important parts of your mission, but almost every chapter drawn up thus far is about your fighting, nothing else. Surely this isn't how you want your story to go. Surely you don't want your friends to remember you as a proud warrior and nothing more than that?
But I'm not good at it, at being an inspiration, at helping others. The only thing I know how to do well is fight. I'm a bad friend, a worse mother, and overall terrible woman. You ask too much of me. I wish you never allowed me to go on this mission at all if that is what you expected from me.
I clutched at the air, my eyes ready to pop out of my head as I forced myself to calm down, to take a deep breath. How certain vampires, some of whom have lived for several hundred years, still fail to internalize even basic life lessons truly baffles even the resurrected mind. It is a good thing that the resurrected soul is truly immortal, because I was testing the limits of eternal invulnerability. People say stress can't actually cause a brain aneurysm. Given how many times I've tested the theory, they're probably right, but it's still a darn shame just how often one gets annoyed, even in heaven. That probably says a lot more about me and my personality than anything else, but this wasn't my therapy session now, was it? Congratulations, Sky. You're making me remind you that you're still human. A vampire. The mother of the goddess Millie Schaefer, eldest child of House Christel, but still human. A human, just like every intelligent being you have ever met. And do you know what being human means? It means that as long as you exist, as long as you retain your agency, you can choose to be better. Whatever you suck at today, you can be better at tomorrow. Do you still have time in your bracelet? Then you still have time to get out there and be better, Sky. The only question we have left is this. Do you want to try to be better, or do you want to surrender without a fight? Good news if you're ready to give up. We always have openings. You're more than welcome to spend your eternity here. Do me a solid and start filling out an application. Join your great-grandpa William. Come work here at Cafe Loser and waste all that wonderful potential you have, Katie Schaefer. I feel a little guilty for what I did, especially for what I said, for my harshness, for being so deliberately cruel and wording things the way I did to get Sky to do what her employers wanted. But that's the job my heavenly parents, my god and goddess, gave me. They were too busy putting out a dozen other fires in the universe, so it fell upon me to give their beloved agent and spiritual daughter the pep talk Sky needed to renew her spirit. Now, make no mistake, I would never be as good as Elohim and Charity when it came to helping out their children. But I get results. I get the job done. And that is enough for heaven. William says that it is those who are willing to sacrifice the most that wins battles. I would word it another way, for he is too vague with his statement. It is the strength of the spirit, which is to say the strength of one's determination, that ultimately decides who wins or loses a war. The soldier who is willing to die in service of a cause is strong. The soldier who needs to see what comes after the battle is won is stronger still.
Fine. Then if you don't mind sending a moron like me back into the field, I'll carry on. I'll save the world and the people's hearts while I'm at it.
Sky announced, jumping to her feet with renewed vigor. The girl would never back down from a challenge, and she certainly wouldn't now after I tested her resolve. Didn't matter how sorry she was feeling for herself earlier. The fire inside had reignited, and it would burn on no matter what challenges awaited her back on Anorta. Good, then I suggest you give it your all, because Sherry will be personally conducting your next performance review, I cautioned. Remember what I just said about her flame? Turns out I just dumped a whole bucket of water on it, because Sky's choked on the news, looking as if she was about to pass out. I suppose that was a mistake, but it was a mistake that caused William to fall into another fit of laughter. Stupid William. Never have I met a man who constantly moves into glass houses as often as he does. Not sure what you think is so funny. She'll be judging how you've been running the cafe too, William, I explained, and that shut the laughing man in an instant.
Huh? But why? I thought you owned the place. Why would she care about how badly I've been running it?
William complained. If ever there was a good time to wag a finger at another man, this situation seemed perfectly suited for such an insult. Yeah, I bought it, with seed money loaned to me from Sherry. She's seen the numbers. She knows it's a good business, or at least it can be when it's ran by someone competent.
Have I ever told you just how much I hate Anthony?
William groaned with the wail of a condemned man. He would garner no pity from me. I gave the former Master Kolob nothing to ail his worries but a snort, and so I washed my hands of the darn fool. Every single time we meet. And Sky, one more thing. I cleared my throat.
Yes?
Sky stopped, knowing full well of my habit, bringing us to the end of our lesson. When correcting others, always make sure to end the conversation on a high note. A good piece of advice for most things in life, actually. Try to make a habit of saving the best for last. The trick of friendship is balancing what is right, what is true, and what is kind. The most valuable friends in life are those who are able to maintain equilibrium between all three vital aspects. The worst friends are those who focus too much on one aspect at the expense of the other two. I recommended, only for William to stretch and toss his feet on my lap.
You would know that from personal experience, wouldn't you, Ocelot?
And yet I now outrank you, don't I, William? Turns out, nice guys do finish last. If you want to be perfect gentlemen, living up to our Heavenly Father's perfect standards and achieve exaltation, you do actually have to play the role of the villain from time to time. Food for thought, as I bid you farewell for a little while, my brother or sister, O precious mercenary heir of God. I won't be seeing you against for the rest of this particular training kernel, for my part in this story is done until the next book. As for our heroine, Sky took her leave in a pillar of light, and so too did I make my exit to continue my work in other parts of this vast, busy universe. I pray that we, you and I and Sky, and everyone else who seeks to do what is right, will be different people when next we meet. Better versions of ourselves without so many regrets to weigh down our souls.
Another Side, Another Story, number 14. Starring Rob Tern Harai. Worldline Cycle, WL-J-1. 6:57 a.m., June 11th, year 1490 FO. The Eternal Cathedral Penthouse Suite, Seda City, Silsey. Stupid bastard! Make your moralizing more subtle. Stop going over your word count budget. Remember to show, not tell. What a hypocritical piece of crap. Is this thing on? Welcome back. Unlike the idiot who I must answer to, even after everything I've done and sacrificed for Anthony, I will not waste your time by ranting about this or that. You understand who he is, and who I am. Let us leave it at that, and continue on with our story, my dear mercenary. It took Jesus Christ 3 days to resurrect from the dead. Coincidentally, that is about how much time it took for Rob Tern to recover from his wounds. It had been the longest he had ever slept, since transforming into a vampire, and so the Dark Knight was still feeling rather sore as he forced his crusty eyes to open. Soft morning light made it easier to adjust, back to being in the cognitive world of mortals. The only kindness mortality would show to him, for his entire body ached. Worse still, the first thing the man did was to glance down at the arm that King Rizzo had cut off. Alas, it won't grow back, not until you reclaim it from Monkod, for such is the nature of his curse and power. A sacrifice, but a necessary one, if we are to save Anorta from its prophesied destruction, my archangel. Jadis, the god of Anorta, had personally come to see his archangel once more. Rob Tern looked around the room, finding little of interest to look at, save for the overwhelming presence of the god that stood at the window. The archangel had not only slept in this suite before, but had spoken to the god in this particular room many times in the past. Though only a theory, Rob Tern believed that there were places in the world where it was easier for deities to manifest in the flesh, which probably explained why Shatali brought him here, of all the places on Anorta, to rest and recover. Of course, such thoughts hardly mattered at the moment, not when there was so much else going on, not when there was so much anger bubbling in his spirit. Rob Tern trying but failing to hide his annoyance with the god he put so much faith in. You couldn't have warned me about the attack from Lavasa before the wedding began? Rob Tern questioned. Jadis didn't turn from the window. The god continued to look at the ships coming in and out of Silsey's harbor, rather than face his archangel in his current foul mood. My ways are not your ways. There are rules I must follow, restrictions that prevent me from intervening, even to save the lives of the righteous faithful. But you of all people know that I only ever act with my children's best interest in mind, Rob Tern. I know. Forgive me, Lord. Rob Tern sighed, thrusting out what remained of his severed limb. But you served with soldiers during your mortal life. I assume they were just as irritated as I am now at losing a limb. That they were. Fortunately for you, you won't have to live without your fighting arm. 3, 2, 1. Jadis counted down, turning his attention to the door that led to the bedroom. Right on cue, Shatali came in sweating, the herald of joy clearly winded. What had she been up to? For there isn't much in the universe that can steal the stamina of a powerful spellcaster and vampire. There's a sex joke to be made here, but I'm too classy to say it. Well, in detail.
Oh, darn it all. I was hoping to attach this before you woke up. Sorry I wasn't here to welcome you back to the mortal world, husband. But you don't want to learn the magic required to animate an object like this.
Shatali huffed as she approached the bed, struggling to contain the enchanted prosthetic in her hands. It was a limb taken from Rob Turn's favorite suit of armor. But despite no one wearing it at the moment, the metal moved as if there was a limb inside of it already. A creepy sight, one that made Rob Turn pull back in his bed, even as Shatali drew closer and closer with the clearly possessed metal.
Oh, don't be such a baby, Rob Turn. It won't even hurt. It won't hurt much.
Yes! Rob Turn hissed, his sealed stump reopening as Shatali shoved the metal limb into what remained of the skin and bone. That was rather painful in itself, and that was only step one of the attachment processes. What came next hurt even more. Rob Turn's vampirism couldn't suppress the pain as the sage Shatali fused the metal to Rob Turn's body with a fire spell. With fingers glowing as brightly as the fires of a forge, the sage melted the edges of the armor until it bonded with the Dark Knight's remaining shoulder muscles, fusing them together until the man's true limb returned. An incredibly painful experience. But it was worth the suffering. The replacement arm took to the body immediately. Rob Turn flexed the appendage and was immediately glad to have a fully working right arm again. It was a strange limb. There were reasons why you wouldn't want to replace your entire body with enchanted metal. The armored limb didn't quite feel things to the same degree as his arm of flesh. The vampire pushed his hands together to test his fingers against each other, and what a difference did it make. The sensations in his new gauntlet were dull. Think back to the last time you went to the dentist. Did they numb your mouth so they could work on your teeth? Did you poke your gums and cheek after because, and were put off by how things felt under the influence of an anesthetic? That is what Rob Turn experienced with his new limb. A strange sensation that he knew he would never quite get used to, since it would never match his organic arm. Still, it was better than nothing, and as long as it could wield an axe, Rob Turn would make do with the metal replacement limb. Thank you, my love. I have no idea how I managed to get through life so long without you, to provide me love and aid. Rob Turn smiled. The exact thing his wife wanted to hear. Shatali blushing so hard from the rare compliment, she felt as if she was going to pass out. He would have teased her more, but Jadis finally approached the bed, willing to face his archangel again, now that his archangel had been made whole. Was he embarrassed by my missing limb? Did he feel responsible? Even guilty for my injury? Rob Turn thought, remembering only after that Jadis could hear every word that passed through the archangel's head. However, Jadis was also a polite, respectable man, so he pretended to ignore what he sensed, and moved the conversation back to the man's accusations. To business, then. With the assault on the wedding, Extremar has gathered several essential pieces he needs to revive Monkod. This includes both the blood of an archangel and the blood of each king or queen of Fataria. A shame that Silsi has no true ruler, making it exempt from the ritual, but I doubt it would have slowed down Extremar already. Even so, part of the reason I permitted the attack on the wedding is because I wish to see Monkod revived, Jadis announced, much to Rob Turn and Shatali's shared shock. You do? Rob Turn bitterly repeated. Yes, only so we can kill him properly this time, and send his wretched soul to hell. As long as Monkod retains his connection to Anorta, his miasma will continue to spread along the bones of Osir. Anorta will never be free from him or the devils that haunt it, until Monkod is defeated, once and for all. Jadis raised a finger, pointing at the eyes of Rob Turn and Shatali. But we also must play this carefully. We must allow Monkod to revive, but only after the two of you have grown strong enough to defeat him. Together, the Herald of Joy
and the Dark Knight can stop the mandevil once and for all. Succeeding where Seda and Oser, the progenitors of Anorta, could not.
Oh, so that is why you took my husband away from me for these past 3 years? To expedite his training?
Shatali questioned, Jadis ever willing to explain himself.
That is one of several reasons, yes. But there are others as well. It will be some time before you understand them all. But you two have been faithful in all things. I trust you will continue with the faith you have in me.
Robtern tried his best to hide his thoughts, to ignore the creeping doubt that came to him once more. It was getting harder and harder to ignore it, to bury it. But he supposed that was true for everyone when life got dark. After all, the scriptures spoke of how those who stood strong were blessed after succeeding in such trials. The Dark Knight and Archangel had spoken to Jadis many times. He had even been to heaven more times than he could count on his 2 hands. Why would he, of all people, the first of the 7 champions appointed to challenge Extremar, ever have any reason to doubt his God? To doubt heaven, especially since he had been blessed and set apart by Heavenly Father himself. How could such a man ever fall from grace? I mean, the fact that a son and a brother, Lucifer Morningstar and Extremar Mercy, both renounced our Heavenly Father, should have made Robtern realize that absolutely anyone can fall. He was asking the wrong question, but I wouldn't be telling you the Archangel's story if it didn't have a few interesting bumps in the divine road.
Here, then, is the current plan. You two shall take this week to rest and recover. Better yet, I want you to spend this time to learn how to fight as a proper vampire partnership, as husband and wife. Train under the guidance of Lannis and Verlandi. You won't have better teachers in this art than they who once called themselves Hades and Persephone. Consider it a gift, but also a necessary part of your recovery. It is a shame we had to sacrifice your arm to bring back Monkod, Robtern, but I will need you in top fighting shape for the trials ahead. You must learn to master that new arm as quickly as possible,
Jadis declared, only to warp across the room. Something outside caught the god's attention. Jadis turned his gaze to the window, and by doing so, turned his back on the Archangel.
After that, you and the Knights of the White Swan Order shall venture to Lavassa and lay siege to the fortress where your friends are being held. If everything goes according to plan, and assuming the future I see doesn't go against us, you will be able to save some of your friends,
Jadis explained, Robtern raising an eyebrow at his latest orders. He knew it was improper for an archangel to talk back to the god that commanded them, but he couldn't help it. Robtern ground his teeth as he repeated this sticky word. Only some?
Theba and Bert Lynn will be free by month's end, allowing them to return to their kingdoms and fortify them for the wars to come. But Vid? I am sorry, Sir Robtern, but your adoptive brother must remain in Extremar's captivity for the foreseeable future,
Jadis revealed. What? But why? Why him? You would sacrifice your own son to... Robtern realized what he was doing too late. My apologies. I overstepped my bounds yet again.
No, you are right to question. The thing about Vid, however, well, I am in control of Anorta's fate, but that doesn't mean every pawn on the board answers to me. The presence of Vid Akis on Anorta is due to the designs of Master Kolob II. He is not my son, but a warrior sent here per the request of the Shadow of God. If you have any questions regarding his captivity, you will have to bring it up to him at the next council meeting, Jadis concluded.
Rob Turn looked like he wanted to ask more, to challenge the man he was supposed to obey without question. But Chitali reached out and stopped her husband from digging himself into an even deeper hole. Oh, Chitali, did you realize what you'd be getting yourself into when you gave that man your heart? No, I know you. Even if you did, you wouldn't have cared. You would have stuck with him all the same, despite all the grief he brought you.
Then we have our mission and our goal. Come on, love. It is enough for now. We risk getting lost in the weeds if we ask too much from our God. Let us take things one step at a time, and that will be enough. Yes?
Yes, it will be, Robturn said, though in his mind he couldn't help but add, for now. Then I shall leave you to it. Thank you, my friends, my children, my family. A God's work is never easy, but it is through the service of his disciples that the burden is made easier. Let us continue to strive in our service to this world, so that we may one day welcome as many brothers and sisters into our fold, to share in our exalted glory. Jadis preached, pressing an arm to his chest and bowing to the vampiric couple. Chitali was quick to return the bow. It took a beat, but Robturn eventually did as well, though both my daughter and the god Jadis had noted the Dark Knight's reluctance. We shall speak again, when it is time to prepare for our invasion of Lavasa. Until then, may heaven continue to bless you in all your endeavors. A pillar of light shone through the window, Jadis melting into the golden light before the vampires could get another word in. Robturn watched the god depart, and he was troubled. Troubled by the growing negativity in his spirit towards his master. Troubled by the plots that heaven carried out without his input. Troubled by the pain he had to endure, only to receive such meager rewards. Why now? Why did he find it so hard to quell the doubts birthed from such troubles? What was making it harder and harder to obey his God, when he had done so for so many years without question? Have I truly ever been totally obedient? Or has this doubt always been here, a whisper that has simply grown loud enough to finally
Finally! I thought he would never leave. I owe my life to the gods and truly wish to serve at their leisure. But why can't deities ever take a hint? For all of their preaching about the importance of growing a family, they sure make it hard sometimes to actually do the deed. Eh, my love?
Chitali wasted no time. The sage stripped as she spoke, throwing off her robe before she even finished complaining. The underwear would have come off too, but the wife liked the way her skin felt as her husband worked his nervous yet hungry fingers around her chest and legs. Robturn blinked. His throat clammed up as he debated whether this was a good idea or not. His body ached so much after what Rousseau and his forces did to him back in
Oh, don't give me that look. If you must know, we did it while you were unconscious. It helped accelerate your regeneration, and I have to maintain the streak if I am to give birth to our future daughter, Robturn.
Daughter? The man huffed, though his tone did not match his great big smile. Oh, he enjoyed sex for the sake of sex, as much as any other vampire. But bring up the matter of a child, and he was more than happy to play the game we call lovemaking. How are you so certain about the child we're going to have?
A woman knows these things, especially for me. The Herald of Joy has many abilities, and seeing what children shall come to this world is but one skill that I have mastered through my service. So give me the pleasure of serving you, my love, my Robturn, because I know what brings you joy most of all. That's it, good man. Lay down. You might be too sore to do much. but I have all the energy in the world. Besides, we have to see what kind of fun we can have now that you have that giant metal toy hanging at your side.
The Dark Knight had no choice in the matter. The woman threw herself at him, pushing him deeper into his bed. There would be no escape. Shatali plunged her lips against his. And that will be enough. Yet again, I must end a chapter featuring my daughter before it gets too indecent. It is always embarrassing for a good, chaste, and godly man to write about sex. But in this regard, I know heaven is mocking me. A father is always horrified to think about the sexual habits of his children. How cruel, how facial it is that my first writing assignment forces me to constantly bring up my daughter's frequent acts of intercourse. Even so, I yet remain an optimist, and there is one good thing that comes from all of this sex. Sex means reproduction. So continue on to the next act, my dear mercenary reader. It will be my privilege to tell you of the birth of my first grandchild, Elgara Herai.
Secret Report number 14. Narrator, Red Leroy. Starring, Red Leroy. World Line Cycle, CC-WL-19. 11:26 a.m., November 1st, 2024. Fun Furry Friends Farms, Portland, Oregon. Hello again, Mercenary. According to my instructions, I'm generally supposed to start off my chapters with some sort of quip or joke. However, I am also A. lazy, B. going to die really soon, so it's not like they can punish me for breaking the rules. So let's save me work and you time and get right to the story. After a good morning full of hot coffee and all that entails, William and I went to work. We ran a foster home for animals, and while most of our pets were dogs, we had a few cats, hamsters, and several other exotic pets as well. Looking to adopt? We'd help you find the newest member of your family. Just wanted to play with the animals, maybe find someone nice to talk to about the stresses of life. We wanted to be your friend and help you improve your life however we could. William was even helping me train dogs for service in police and military canine units around the world. And while that might not have made me super popular in certain circles here in Portland, I believed I was giving these dogs a purpose. Purpose. Stupid purpose. I'm always going to hate that word for the few short days I have left to live. Because it was purpose that drove the monster that came to see me. My whole life went to hell when I was making the rounds, checking that each of our animals had a bowl full of food back in their pens. Our massive farm had both an outdoors field and an indoor track for our animals to play and run around in, which in hindsight should have told me that William was far richer than he let on. You don't get that kind of land in Portland for cheap, but I guess that doesn't really matter to the story, huh? Anyway, the majority of our animals were often at play around noon, giving me a good opportunity to make my rounds and fill up their food without getting swarmed. It was also a nice way to mark my progress for the day, as something about the smell of dog food made me hungry too. Yeah, I know, it's weird, but I promise you I've never eaten their chow despite making sure to only give them the premium kibble. I mean, I may have accidentally eaten a couple of dog biscuits, but that was an accident, I swear. If I seem to be getting off track a lot this chapter, it's because I really don't want to describe what happened next. I can still remember the pain, the horror, the uselessness as sorry. I'm okay now. I can do this. It's all over. I won. So what do I have to be afraid of anymore? I was just starting to fill up our dog food bowls when I noticed that the pens weren't empty. That wasn't unusual, for our farms usually had a couple dozen visitors throughout the day who would meet our animals wherever they were. We had just taken in a Pom Lab that had been abandoned, a cute little dog that had nearly starved to death a few weeks ago. It was slowly warming up to his new life, but he still didn't trust most people. I heard him growling as he turned the corner, and so prepared to apologize to our visitor. I'm so sorry. Sora does that to everyone. He even... Oh? The dog growling at the visitor should have been red flag number 1. Seeing how he was dressed should have been red flag number 2. But this was Portland, Oregon we're talking about. I liked how weird the city is, but it completely messed up my ability to perceive how much of a threat other people are. I mean, I doubt I would have gotten away, but I wish I could say that I at least had the attempt. I really wish I would have tried to run away, or fight, or do anything. Stop beeping at me! I'll let you introduce him, you stupid computer.
Warning. Alert. Reality level threat detected. Malai Kor. Title: The mysterious leader of Neo Malai, working to rewrite the universe in his image. Bio: The man who proves that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. Not much can be disclosed about him at this time, since you only have level 1 security clearance. However, I can say that he is someone brand new to the war, as he never made an appearance in the E3 conflict until his 13th cycle. Originally a member of the Rulers of Casualty, he disagreed with how they would achieve their goals, and so left the organization. Even so, he carries on their will, seeking to destroy the attractor fields of fate, in order to give the universe true freedom, and all the blessings and destruction that such a revolution entails. Appearance: 6'2", extremely gangly, almost like a walking scarecrow. Has an islander's tan skin, despite being a vampire. Though whether this is his true skin color, or merely a disguise, I won't reveal just yet. Clean-shaven, skin so smooth you'd mistake it for a baby. Spiky brown hair, bleached the color of sand, after so much time spent in the sun. His outfit looks like a priest's black cassock, a mockery of the robe worn by those who serve as Master Kolob. He covers his eyes with a black blindfold, using magic to see through it, while hiding his true identity and what kind of vampire he really is. Fascinating. It is said that the serum of Turgiazon affects the appearance of the new self. But you are proof the rubrum aspect does take after the original body. You are the spitting image of the goddess you once were, Miss Millie. Kor tapped his middle finger against his cheek, thinking and insulting his prey at the same time. Or should I say, you look so much like my sister, Sky. That is the name I knew her for much of her life, until she got all proud and haughty over giving birth to our former goddess of entropy and war.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about? My mind raced, finally realizing that I was dealing with someone who likely meant me harm. But it was too late. The moment he took sight of me, my fate was sealed. I tried to leave, to see if I could find William and get some help, but an invisible force grabbed me, freezing me in place. I could move my eyes, but nothing else. I couldn't scream. I couldn't help. I couldn't do anything, but watch as the man marched on over to me, leering at me despite the blindfold that should have made it impossible for him to see me.
It is admirable how you've been living your life since you set the universe on fire and bid farewell. Or it would be, if it wasn't so hypocritically pitiful. A foster farm for animals? I never expected the great Millie Schaefer to throw all of her science away, just so she could spend her days taking care of animals. I never would have found you at all if your darker half wasn't so careless about protecting your secrets. But this is you we're talking about. So perhaps Iosos wanted me to find you. Perhaps even now, I am but a puppet on her strings. How awful. Not only must I spend my days fighting against fate, but I must contend with her perpetual influence as well. Well, such is life. For now. But I will change it. For both of us. For all of us.
Panic had already set in, and that was before the man slammed a silver knife into my belly. He cut me open, dragging his sharp blade from my navel to my throat, slicing through the center of my body. Thankfully, I didn't feel much pain, but I still had to stand there in horror as a tide of red blood oozed out of what I assumed to be a fatal wound. This was a nightmare. It had to be. I must have fallen asleep while I was making love to William, fallen into a dream that I hadn't waken up from yet. That was the only explanation, because my red blood shifted in color, alternating between red and gray as my attacker put a silver knife away.
How smart. You've managed to figure out how to partially repress your powers. Not that I ever intended to kill you anyway, but this does ensure your survival for the foreseeable future. Fate cannot be destroyed until the Arcana vampires unite. And because you are one of the 44, well, you'll work the rest out on your own.
Kor shoved me to the ground, knocking me over as I continued to struggle against the spell I was trapped in. I fell into my own blood, my lips pressed against the red and gray liquid that oozed around me. Whether he released part of his hold on me, or I simply managed to break through the man's magic, I can't say. Only that as soon as I pressed my lips against my blood, I was consumed with an overwhelming desire to drink. I love dogs, but I always was creeped out by their habit to eat their own vomit. Turns out, I was no better than them, because I pressed my tongue against the ground and lapped up as much of the liquid as I could. Despite the horrible situation I was in, the hell that I'd somehow stumbled into, the fear and horror that made me want to cry and scream was replaced by desire. Desire. Overwhelming desire. Desire to drink every last drop of blood on the ground, then to cut up someone's throat to drink some more. Desire to hurt the man who filled me with so much fear, to break every bone in his body and rend his flesh until he was nothing more than an unrecognizable clump of meat. Desire to find my fiancé and throw him in bed, to rock his world until he could no longer move, then invite some other lovely boys and beautiful girls to spice up our fun, and I wanted love. I wanted violence. I wanted blood. I wanted the whole damn world to be mine, and I knew I could have it all if I just had enough blood to help me see my desires come to life. But I soon ran out of blood to drink, for drinking all the blood that I had spilled had reawakened what I found out later to be my vampiric regeneration. I was out, and like an addict longing for his next hit, I abandoned all reason as I begged for that which I craved with all that I was. More, please. More, 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 I begged, my eyes welling with tears as my cravings tore me apart. Malay Kor was all too happy to provide, the man opening the door to our dog pens so he could let his companions in. 5 soldiers, all wearing bulky black plating that is best described as sci-fi military gear, came barging in with my lever in hand. William had been gagged and blindfolded, and for reasons you might have already guessed, more than 24 silver cuffs had been attached to various parts of his body. There was nothing the man could do to save me. There was nothing I could do to save him. So I watched. I watched as the monster Malkai Kor forced William to his knees, then reached into his pockets. He took out 2 objects, tools that would burn into my memory because of what he did with them. In Kor's right hand was an empty syringe, which the man plunged into my lover's waiting neck. Because once Kor extracted a sample of William Kolob's gray blood, The monster raised the gun he held in his left hand and fired 2 bullets, one through William's forehead and one through his chest, killing the vampire, killing my fiancé, killing my love. "Will!" I screamed, my mind still trying to tell me that this was all a dream, that I would wake up any second now. However, as each second pressed on, I was forced to acknowledge that this wasn't some nightmare. This was reality, the horrible and wretched life that had gone awry. So I cried. I screamed. I did all the things that anyone else would do in my situation, crying over the cruel bitch slap that fate had just hit my soul with. Until the blood came. Until William's draining life reached my waiting lips, And once again, I found my mood turning despite it being the blood of my fiancé. I couldn't stop myself as my tongue practically pulled itself out of my mouth, out of my want for my next drug hit. Once more, just as a dog will return to its vomit, I drank. I sipped, sucked, and lipped up every drop I could, ignoring everything else around me. My fiancé died. My closest friends betrayed me, and a monster in a black blindfold still kept me trapped in his magic. But I didn't care, as long as I got my blood fix. Which is why I didn't notice the powerful spell that Kor was charging, the fires materializing around his dark gloves.
Prepare the ship. This flame should cover up our trail, but I wouldn't be surprised if they send Richter Donato himself to investigate this mess. We want to be as far away from this world line as possible by the time heaven sends its hunters to pursue us.
Kor commanded, my former friend Jen speaking up as she pointed at me. What about her? I told you it's in our best interest to keep her alive. Are you really going to gamble her life against the flames?
That is why I tested her with the silver knife. Now that she has reawakened her regeneration, she is guaranteed to survive. Especially since she's taking William's power like a good little girl.
Kor snorted, only for Jen to point at the other animals trapped in their pens. And them? We gain nothing by leaving these animals to die. Remember, Roaz? You're not the monster you make yourself out to be, Jen cautioned, the other soldiers loudly affirming their agreement with Kor's second-in-command.
Free them if you wish. I would prefer to let them die, as their deaths will suggest this is the work of some madman, like Edge Escott. But I understand you all have likely grown attached to these animals you've cared for. You have 7 minutes. Take any longer, and I will be forced to leave you all behind.
By your command, Lord Kor. The soldiers bellowed, only to rush off to free the animals that would have otherwise died were it not for their pity. The only bright spot on that dreadful day. None of the pets I cared for would have had to meet a horrible death by burning to death as Kor let loose his flame. Fire. A roaring fire that would not be stopped, even by Portland's famous rain. Along with the walls, I was the first to be consumed by the raging inferno. On the one hand, I hardly noticed the flames that chewed through my clothing, torched my skin, and even melted my bones. My reawakened vampirism allowed me to ignore it all, even as I was reduced to little more than a pile of dust. My attention was fixed on something else. I was horrified all the same because the fire was causing William's blood to evaporate. That is how powerful a grip bloodlust can have on a vampire, especially as one as weak-minded as I was at the time. The idea of never drinking blood again was more terrifying than even watching my own body burn away.
So we part once more, Miss Millie. When we meet again, I cannot say, nor can I even guess by which name you'll call yourself when our paths cross next. Red, Millie, maybe even Eosos? I doubt even the Lord knows, for fate doesn't force you to play to the same tune as the rest of us. That's what I'm counting on, you know, so be a good girl and kill fate for me. I'm happy to give my life to you out of petty vengeance, as long as you destroy our mutual enemy first. Ta-ta, Red. As always, it's been an absolute pleasure. For me, that is, but certainly not for you.
Kor finally released his magical hold on me, but it was too late. The fires had already chewed up most of my flesh, making movement impossible. I could only watch with smoke-filled eyes as he cast another spell, blowing a massive hole in the wall by which he could step outside. That meant I got to feel the two companions I knew best here in Portland. I got to feel the wind and the rain one last time before I died, letting go of the last of my humanity as I transitioned into my renewed life as a vampire.
Intermission number 2. Narrator, William Luck. Starring, Monkod. Worldline Cycle, SS-E-3. 8:39 a.m., December 27th, 179 ER. Extremar's Palace, Extremar's headquarters, Neo Prima. Here's a word to the wise. If you're worried your boss is going to kill you every time you meet with him, you may want to consider a different line of employment. Then again, what choice did Monkod have? He knew he was going to outer darkness, the true hell if he died. Just like any cornered rat, a man without options does dangerous and stupid things, and that is the primary reason why he continued to serve. That is why Monkod bent the knee, despite how much he, too, disliked the fallen archangel known as Extremar Thanatos. Monkod did his best to hide his true feelings, but there really wasn't much he liked about his master, beyond Extremar's strength. Power, ultimately, determines all in this universe. Of course, the power of the righteous and the power of the wicked is like comparing a fireman's hose to a straw. Example: the elevator opened to reveal a room entirely surrounded by glass. Extremar hoped to replicate the office of his beloved brother Elohim, though the difference between the two is that our Heavenly Father simply controlled the weather over the workspace he had constructed. Extremar didn't have that kind of power, so he resorted to fake windows, or rather digital screens, that merely displayed the weather that the fallen archangel wanted to see. This office, much like the city that served as the headquarters for Extremar's forces, was nothing more than a trashy, gaudy replica of what the fallen archangel had seen in heaven. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Something has to give, a fact that even Monkod managed to realize. Idiot! True victory won't come for us until you burn down everything you love about your former home. But you're scared to become me, aren't you? You're scared to risk your soul, like I have to win this rebellion, Monkod thought, at least managing to maintain his dignity of his innermost thoughts as he approached his master at his desk. Stretching out his arms to his side, the ruler of Anorta dropped to both knees as he bowed, prostrating himself before the fallen archangel, who I must finally, if reluctantly, introduce. Error, unable to measure power. Beware, Extremar Thanatos. Title: The fallen archangel who seeks dominion over light, darkness, and all between. Bio: the man who instigated the E3 conflict, a younger biological brother to Elohim, the Most High God. He served as a faithful archangel for several millennia. However, God sensed the darkness inside his brother and refused to grant his sibling exaltation, the right to become a god. Slighted, the archangel abandoned his post and declared war on heaven, reclaiming the title of death he wore back when he assisted Zeus in governing the Greek islands. He quickly recruited many other humans, demigods, and even angels to his cause. He is the greatest threat the universe has ever faced since the fall of Lucifer Morningstar, and the next few years will decide his fate. The end of the E3 war will decide if he will become the new god of the universe, or the fallen archangel shall be imprisoned, just like Satan before him. Appearance: 6'3", skin without blemish, a body that is perfectly fit, with no excess fat, without looking gaunt or unhealthy. Stylish blonde white hair that is trimmed to be tidy, but still fluffy enough to run a hand through. Changes his shirts and pants from world line to world line, but is almost always seen wearing a dark brown or black coat with a red and golden trim. Why red and gold? They are the colors of his eyes. The warring colors, constantly shifting as a reflection of the angry, unsettled soul that is now feared as the fallen archangel. The most dangerous threat heaven has ever faced since Lucifer's rebellion. Monkod, Extremar said, a flat tone today. Monkod did appreciate that his master was open with his emotions, that he didn't try to be a perpetual charmer who constantly lied just to win the idiotic masses to his side. It was a rare thing to see Extremar lie, so much so that the mandevil of Anorta couldn't even remember the last time his master misled him. Of course, that made the lies the fallen archangel told all the more dangerous. But that is actually a story for another day. Those who tell the truth are usually the first to be victimized by liars. That meant it should have been easy for Monkod to manipulate his master, but somehow the mandevil always found himself on the back foot when dealing with Extremar. That is why he continued to acknowledge the fallen archangel as master, and would have to do so for the rest of his days. Well, at least until the end of the war. All bets were off if his master won. Monkod was going to do absolutely everything he could to see the universe Extremar would make from the ashes of the old because of it. Because there was still a chance that he, not Extremar, would be sitting on God's throne at the end of it all.
Master, I trust you are doing well,
Monkod asked, Extremar raising an eyebrow at the half-dressed mandevil.
That depends on why you insisted on coming to see me in person. You do realize that the point of a governor is to govern, yes? So be quick, because I don't think you have the time to make trips like this as long as Sky Crystal is actively tearing your empire down, the fallen archangel reprimanded. It is for that reason why I have come here, Master. I understand you are displeased about me losing Vidakis. Displeased would be an understatement.
Extremar grounded his teeth, forcing Monkod to speak even quicker as he rose to his feet.
But I needed to collect as much blood and combat data as I could. You see, it didn't make sense to me that Sky managed to bypass the LRO barrier that protects Anorta,
the mandevil suggested, much to Extremar's disappointment.
I already told you how she did it. She infected herself with a weakened strain of the LRO on purpose, a rudimentary vaccine, albeit one that is still slowly killing her. That's why she wears that bracelet. Once someone is infected, the more they use their powers, the faster the virus spreads. The bracelet is measuring how much time she has left before it needs to kill her to prevent her from becoming my servant,
Extremar declared, disinterest evident in his voice, his tone, and even in his body language. Monkod already knew all of this, but he didn't wish to upset his master by interrupting him, especially since the mandevil wanted to relish this moment, because this was going to be a special day. This would be the day that Monkod the servant would finally reveal something to his master that the great Extremar Thanatos didn't know.
You are correct as always, Master Extremar. But surely you must have realized how strange that is. Doesn't something about this situation seem off to you? Out with it. If you've figured out something I haven't, then you will be rewarded for your brilliance. But do not treat me as a student or a child, Monkod. Not when you're the one who serves me,
Extremar reprimanded. Monkod answered with a nod, casting a spell and calling forth an object from his magical storage. A paper folder, a dossier, appeared on Extremar's desk. The fallen archangel idly picking it up. Monkod had done well. It didn't take the archangel long for his eyes to narrow with interest, for Extremar to realize just how precious of a gift the mandevil Monkod had brought to him this day.
We know that the limitation of the LRO is that those freed from its curse are immune to it after. However, in that brief moment where they are completely infected, you gain a complete copy of the vampire's power, their magical talents, their strength, their memories. Everything that makes up the vampire is governed to you, my master. We theorized that is why Heaven intends to kill Sky before the LRO turns her
into one of our soldiers. But what is it that the gods want to hide from us? What weapon does heaven not want us to get our hands on? Well, I finally have an answer. A hint of one at least. This was taken from all the blood my agents managed to collect. The blood Sky lost across her various battles thus far on Anorta. As you can see, it seems your ex, Millie, had one final surprise for you before she bid the universe farewell and killed herself. Monkod boasted, barely able to contain his pride and excitement.
This explains so much.
Extremar flipped through the dossier as if it was the greatest book he had ever read, tearing through the pages as he memorized every detail, big and small.
Her immunity to silver, the greatest weakness to vampires. Her ability to not only ignore the Scion generators, meant to repress vampiric power, but to share said ability with others as well. Even her ability to switch between the classes of vampires at will. It's because she isn't just an ordinary vampire anymore. Millie has infected her with another virus, one that isn't based on the FTV or the ZTV. She's crafted something to surpass them both, Extremar exclaimed.
That is what my agents believe. In fact, I think I even know the name of her final endeavor. Remember how our spies heard rumors that Millie had gotten approval from heaven for Project Arcana? Well, based off of the preliminary reports from my scientist, this Arcana virus that has infected Sky is one of 44 possible combinations.
The total number of major arcana, when you count the positive and negative versions of each card,
Extremar concluded, slamming the paper folder shut as he finished reading the report. A report that had, with no exaggeration, completely changed not just the entire course of the E3 war, but had shifted the dynamics of power for the entire universe. The fallen archangel rose. Extremar went around the table so that he could hug his servant. Monkod was forced to hide his frown, sickened by this display of affection from Extremar. It wasn't just because the mandevil despised such saccharine gestures, but because he knew the truth. Extremar's love for him was based entirely upon his performance, and the second Monkod failed in any way, this hug would be little more than another mocking memory that echoed in the mandevil's mind. The displeasure faded quickly. Monkod was thrilled by what Extremar promised as the fallen archangel pulled away. The master of the E3 rebellion doing his best thinking he could pace around his office. So the fallen archangel strut and sauntered all around the room as he made his pledge to the mandevil.
Monkod, governor of Anorta, what you have discovered today may be the final key we need to defeat the gods, to seize the throne of heaven and remake this imperfect universe. Gorlun Godyr may have been the appointed Shadow Lord of your world, but what I promised him shall now be given to you as reward for your diligent efforts. I, Extremar Thanatos, the future Most High God, who shall claim the title of Elohim, do covenant to give you the world line of Jadis. He was once known as Julius Caesar, once the war against heaven is won. Extremar promised, and a promise from him was as good as a promise from his brother, from God himself.
Thank you, my master.
Extremar didn't even need to stretch forth his hand to cast his magic. An invisible force suddenly grabbed Monkod by the throat, lifting him a foot off the ground and putting the governor of Anorta in his place. For all of his complaints, despite all of the reasons Monkod disliked his master, the mandevil would yet remain a servant to Extremar. The power gap between them ensured that Extremar would yet remain the master of everyone who joined his rebellion, no matter how much they hated the fallen archangel.
I wasn't finished.
Extremar shut off his favorite mocking smile, letting Monkod choke for 10 long and painful seconds. At last, the spell ended. Monkod dropped to the ground with a thud and a gasp. Ignoring the mandevil's panting, the fallen archangel continued. This promise, this reward, is predicted upon your continued success. Just as Gorlon was stripped of status, governorship, and his chance to rule the world line in place of Jadis, once he failed me, so too will you be punished if you do not achieve my aims on Anorta. What is thy bidding, my master? Monkod managed to say between his coughs. The spell had actually damaged his lungs and his throat muscles, so the mandevil was thankful he had the same regenerative abilities as vampires. My orders are as follows. First, Sky Crystal must be captured as soon as possible. I know the design of that bracelet. It is impossible to prevent it from killing her once it detects full LRO infection, and tampering with it too much will kill her as well. However, we know she still has thousands of hours before she dies. Time we can spend studying her before she passes, allowing us to unlock the secrets of this Arcana virus, Extremar commanded. Of course, sir, but she is a mighty warrior. Should I presume you will give me the agents I need to capture her? Monkod requested. Another point in Extremar's favor. He was too soft of a man by the standards of the mandevil, but the fallen archangel was a brilliant general and tactician. Extremar understood that winning the war was more important than simply testing his subordinates, and so he redeployed his assets accordingly. You presume correctly. I will send the witch Jessica Rose back to Anorta to serve as your new bodyguard now that you have lost Vidacius. In addition, I will send Day Vice to hunt down Sky before she manages to eliminate or rescue your remaining lieutenants, Monkod, Extremar decided. Jessica and Day? Victory is Monkod nearly said, only to remember too late that Extremar hated such definitive statements. How many times must I tell you and the others? Victory is never guaranteed. Nothing is 100% in life. Life is governed by the attractor fields of casualty and fate. For every force, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Jessica and Day will be of great aid to you, Monkod, but heaven will respond to our efforts. In fact, they already have. You failed to mention to me that Redfield Strife has been deployed to Anorta, the fallen archangel revealed. He's what? Monkod eyes opened wide. Extremar noticed this and snorted. What Monkod had learned about the Arcana virus was impressive, but this was a good reminder that the mandevil still had plenty of deficiencies. Then it seems we both had something we needed to learn today. Yes, I received a report from Puye shortly before your arrival, informing me of the arrival of the Lord's chief devil hunter. Frankly, I presumed that is what you came to speak to me about. But the fact you didn't know means you need to spend more time consulting the devils you claim to rule over, Extremar explained. Why did Redfield come to Anorta? Oh, yes, the answer is rather obvious. Because of that cockroach, Puye. Monkod gritted his teeth, folding his arms in frustration. I wish you could get rid of that devil. I can't rule as the king of hell as long as he holds onto the title, the mandevil complained. Puye is the main reason why we are dealing with Redfield Strife instead of Christian mercy. As long as Puye lives, so too does the curse remain on Redfield and his family. We don't have to worry about fighting them at their full power as long as we have that devil. Extremar folded his arms behind his back. An important gesture to remember. It was Extremar's tell that a new idea, one he thought to be absolutely brilliant, had just came to mind.
That being said, I reward all of my servants based upon their achievements. Capture Sky and achieve your other objectives on Anorta, and we will have nothing to worry about, not even from a reawakened Christian mercy. That means we will no longer have any need for that scapegoat of ours. Give me what I want, and I will personally execute Puye, every instance of him, so that you, Monkod, may become king of Anorta and Hell.
Extremar pledged.
Of course, Master. I shall do my best to prove myself worthy of such grand titles.
Monkod bowed, only to chew a little more on his master's words.
But what are these other objectives you speak of, Master?
They are the objectives I was going to mention until I realized you didn't know about Redfield. To summarize, I want this rebellion on Anorta crushed. Do your best to protect the remaining lieutenants that are infected with the LRO. Those who have been freed or cannot be infected, eliminate them. I want Vid, Lannis, Shatali, Sokar, Emeranda, and all the others fighting against us dead and buried,
Extremar ordered.
And what about?
Monkod was going to ask, only to notice his master's angry glare.
Even her. I spared her from the LRO because you didn't want me to break her mind. Because you believed that by simply taking away her memories and powers, by reducing her to a blank slate, you can make her fall in love with you again. I understand we men will do almost anything for love. But this whole rebellion started because I chose duty over my affections for my first wife, Millie. But by allowing her to go free, you now risk losing control of Anorta. She will be your undoing if she is allowed to regain all that we have taken from her, Monkod. Just as I have moved on and taken other wives, I expect the same from you. Only those who let go of the past can gain the power they need to challenge the gods, Monkod. If you wish to become my equal, to rule the world line you inhabit in place of Jadis, then you must kill Rayla Atnai.
Extremar furrowed his brow, further solidifying the point that he would not broker any further arguments regarding that woman, my mother. Monkod winced. Even now, 1,500 years after she first betrayed him, he still held on to the hope that Rayla would be his again. But going into this conversation, Monkod had steeled himself for this moment, knowing that his master would likely ask him to get rid of her. Given how things were going on Anorta, having seen that it was Rayla, not Sky, that proved pivotal in freeing the mercenary knight, Vidakis. As painful as it was, Monkod finally agreed with his master's assessment.
It shall be done, my master. By year's end, all of your enemies on Anorta shall be captured or destroyed, including the wolf shaman,
Monkod promised.
Then go, my servant, and carry out the work that has been given you. Oh, no. Actually, take this with you.
Extremar tossed an object through the air, the mandevil just quick enough to catch. To catch a true treasure, one he never expected to hold. Monkod's eyes grew, as big as the moon that shined upon the glass office. For the third time that evening, Monkod bowed, but unlike the other pretend gestures of respect, this bow was genuine, causing even the mandevil to feel affection for his master.
Thank you for this boon, Extremar. I shall not waste it.
Monkod happily said. Oh, he would have taken another tone if he knew what that gift would do to him. But you're going to have to wait a while to see that happen, my dear mercenary.
See to it that you don't. It has a one-time use, and while my scientists have tried to code it according to your genetic structure, your mental state at the time, when you use it, can greatly impact the results. Whether you use it right away
or save it as a last resort is up to you. But don't blame me if it turns you into a monster, Extremar explained.
I am made of premium stock, my master. I shall save it for when I need it most. But when I do, you shall have another god killer in your employ, my master. Monkod foolishly boasted, for it is a fool who overestimates their own abilities. VOP. It was not the LRO, but the VOP virus that Extremar had gifted to his servant, a syringe filled with an azure blue serum. While you won't find out what it is and what it can do just yet, you have my promise that you will see this nasty virus used by the end of the Mercenaries Crusade training kernel, my dear mercenary. But that is a story for another day. Let us bid farewell to this act and carry on with our journey by returning to the frozen mountainscape of Lavasa. When you are ready, continue on to the next read of The Duel, the battle Sky Crystal would age against King Rizzo Din. The final part of your first lesson awaits, my dear mercenary.